stranger. Yeah. All right. Check it out. Here we go.
Man, I get so high out of sight. Man, mind if you're sonic boom, put yourself through the plasma moon. Infinite land in chaotic creation. Land in the sky, new age of exploration. Infinite land in chaotic creation.
This is the part of the song like Mad Mike would be all drinking some whiskey with a fat chick out in the trailer, out in the desert. He's like, hey, check it out. This guy wrote a song about me, right? He's drinking with some fat chicks And then it gets to the end of the song, and he just starts doing this sexy dance for the fat ladies, and they just be getting it on. Right? Mad Mike getting it on. Getting it on up in heaven. He shot his rocket up to heaven. Psychedelic supreme. He's banging all the fat chicks in heaven. Somewhere far away. Drinking a bad chick in heaven. Drinking a whiskey, doing a little dance. Oh yeah. Hey, that's Mad Mike. Shout out. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. Shout out now, King George. All right. True Life Media. Do Where's the Curve? Shannon Jones. Tim Osmond. Hey, hey, brother, everyone hanging out. Overthought. Yeah, Mad Mike. What a cool, weird, awesome dude. All right. I'll try to do Where's the Curve with my one-man band set up here.
Luminary, they all rotate around you.
Hey, worked out there. Where is the curve? Yeah, so I want to thank y'all for coming out tonight, hanging out in the Matrix live stream. Shills versus Shills. Whoa, it's Shills versus Shills, everybody. Hey. Shout out to Shills versus Shills. Yeah. Thirst for Truth. Hey, brother, what's happening? Dan the Waterman. Woo. Hey, Nathan Thompson might come and hang out on his little Clown World tour, so we'll have to have a conference with Dan the Waterman and Nathan Thompson and work it all out and do some math equations. Yeah, Michael Shiva, what's happening, brother? Lilith, hey, Goat Clips. All right, so hey, in the description of this video, I think I put the link for my new channel. I got 2 strikes on this channel, so I'm sure they're probably going to delete it any day. So I got 2 strikes on it. So go sub to my new channel, and we'll be doing more live streams and stuff like that. Yeah, so I'll try to do maybe one more for you guys. Let's see here. What's up, Ace Slayer? Rosie Finn. Copacetic, brother, what's happening? Flat Plain, Oregon. Hey, what's up, Oregon, brother? Let's throw a party here in Oregon. Where you at, bro? Let's throw a party, bro. Yeah, hey, we got all the good people here. You know, the music, it brings people together, you know. I know we're all in different tribes. I know everyone is a shill tranny. I know we're all just a bunch of gay shill trannies. And, you know, we're all just a bunch of Loch Ness monster shill trannies. But it's all good. We can all hang out in the Matrix party and have a good old cucumber hamburger time with, you know, Bumblebee Tuna. Here we go. Oh, we got some requests here. Let's see here. COVID 1984. Man, I don't even remember how to play that one. It's like COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. 4, 3, 2, 1. Bend you over like a whore. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. 4, 3, 2, 1. Is the other verse? I don't even remember. So, go into my grandma's house, shut up, cover your mouth. So, Barbara Dynasty bullshit. I haven't played that one. I don't think I've ever played that one live, so I don't know the chords. Man, I can't remember the chords. Dude, chord H. Do a cover of Earthman. Hey, TLCIV, it's Teddy in the house. Earthman. Ha! meet up in March. Yeah. Tell you what, boy. We got a flat earthworm in the live stream here. We got TLCIV, you know what I'm saying? He's earthworming it. Oh, yeah. Man, we got 59 people in the chat. What's up? I just love seeing all the different tribes in here, you know what I'm saying? Everyone get along, you know? I mean, fuck it, you know? Shit, let's all just hang out, you know? Party at my house. Slam dunk barbecue, you know? We're gonna have a slam dunk barbecue. Should that be it? Should we do the slam dunk barbecue? I'm in a cult. I'm not in a cult. I'm Alex Jones. I'm at the Grove. It's a real deal. I'm on TV, the web stream, the internet, CNN, NBC, LeBron James on Fox Sports. Everybody, you know, I'm a dork. I'm in a cult, 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 I'm in a cult. I'm at the Grove, Bohemian. I drink the juice, the chocolate milk, and the holy sneaks. I wear this. Wait, check it out. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Oh, I fucked it up. I'm at the Grove, Bohemian. I drink the juice, the chocolate milk, the holy cow. I wear the sneaks, tip of the beak. I'm a 33, my nigga. Charles Manson, ranch dressing, goat heads with the number 9. It is so divine with the holy grail, shape of the snail, the Fibonacci, sound of the conch. Does anybody have a conch? Anybody want to? Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike. Go wow 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 wow. Rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike. Wow 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 wow. Squeegee weegee weegee, squeegee weegee weegee weegee, squeegee weegee 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 board. I make the Benjis, the limousine with peaches and cream. You make that dough, the symbol show. Euthanasia, Blue Ranch with the water world. Nightmare hippie girl, Fepe Penguin, I got the VIP cause I'm a 33, my nigga.
important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. 481, a bunch of important numbers. 5, a bunch of important numbers. Number 9, bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. 22, a bunch of important numbers. 2, bunch of important numbers. Bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. No way, I'm not in a cult. 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 Wait, cults are cool. I'm in a cult. 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 Cool, I'm in a cult. I wear a kilt. I have a quilt. We make quilts. We're in a cult. We make quilts. It's fucking cool. I wear a kilt. I have a cloak. It's freaking sweet. I'm in a cult. Yeah, cults are cool, man. What's wrong with a cult? I think they're sweet. You have a fire. We all sit around the fire. Wow. Get visions of rainbow swastikas all up in the fire, you know what I'm saying? Get them visions. Yeah. Got visions, baby. All right, we're gonna finish this off with a gospel tune for you, all right? We're gonna go out on a cultish gospel song. Why would anybody have a minor chord harmonica? What are we, from the UK? All right, gonna finish this off with a sweet little tune. There's hey, once again, shit, guys. Fucking love y'all. Love y'all for coming, hanging out, being here. So-called Mexicans are the tribe of H minor. Look at split got the H minor. Hey. Hey. Shout out to all my cult members. Here's a little spiritualized song called Shine the Light. Once again, this has been Chief Crow giving you some of them flat earthworms. Yeah, and get baptized in the Colt. Colt 45 or 2 zigzags, baby, that's all we need. You can go to the bar, pick the ball, smoke that tumbleweed. The man wanna burn, we can take our turn singing them dirty rap songs. Stop and hit the bone like Cheech and Chong, self teeth from here to Hong Kong. Yeah, finish the night off with some Afro Man. Thank you so much for hanging out. Remember to check out in the description, I have a link to my new channel. Like I said, I got 2 strikes on this one. I don't know how much longer it's gonna last. So, sub to my channel. And, yeah, celebrate good time. Diet Pepsi. If it's irresistibly, hypothetically, come on, says a bit about it, but go get it, got a good bust a bucket, bust a bucket. Yeah. Solar Return, March 27th, if any of y'all out there, South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, East Coast area, come on out. And I want to thank Flat Plane Oregon X322, The Toast, Impress Infinite, Thirst for Truth, Blake O'Reilly, 6119, Leon Dion, Osher, shout out Osher! Much love, y'all. I think I might have figured out this live stream stuff, so hopefully I'll be back soon. Peace. 2. March 27th, Crystal. Okay, not March 20th. March 27th. East Coast. Hey, Tim Osmond. Thanks again, bro. Shout out to Tim Osmond, Infinite Plane Society, Penguinati. Check out Infinite Plane Radio, y'all. Best stuff out there. Infinite Plane Radio. 2. Peace. 2 up.
Always with the damn wrenches.
It's about to go down. Work. Rap most definitely. Hardware bandit.
Always with the damn wrenches.
35th degree.
Facts over feelings, action over drama. And we did so because of this. The fear French. The people who don't get it aren't here right now.
Rap most definitely. Rap most definitely. Hardware bandit.
Always with the damn wrenches.
32 degrees. Rap most definitely.
The wrenches. Always with the damn wrenches.
32 degrees.
many of them.
There's so many of them, but okay. Thanks, you guys.
I don't have a set of beliefs. We're a loose-knit organization of reality perceivers, but the main thing in our strength is this. Synchronization. Infinite light inside. Infinite light inside. There's power in synchronization. That's why you get these government news alerts on your phone. That's why 9/11 was so critical for them. They timed it just right to get everybody the most number of viewers. You know, that's why they had 65 million viewers for the Challenger explosion. 700 million people saw the Apollo 11. It's all about synchronization. And I'm thinking here, a few hundred of us synchronized will make it impossible to run a PSYOP without it being unchallenged, or do a rocket launch, or any of these things. So I'm talking about Rapid Response Anti-Media Network. Infinite light inside. 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 Infinite light inside.
Alright everyone, thanks for hanging out. Just playing a selection of music from MVP, who's been supplying us with music since we started. It is his birthday yesterday, or today, but he's in Australia. So anyway, share the stream if you don't mind. Go ahead and download it, whatever. But the links to the videos are in the chat below.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, man, it's Fokker. How are you doing, UPS?
Very good. So, Flat Earth Fokker calling from Canada. So why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to everyone here. I kind of brought up a few things that you got in trouble because you kept your hot yoga open. Is that what got this whole thing started, the whole ball rolling with the media going against you?
Yeah, that's how it initially started. Was back in right on the first day. I think I was the first business that was shut down because of COVID. March 19th was the day they started, started shutting everybody down. And when I didn't shut down, I sent out an email to my students actually that we're just going to have to reduce classes because the classes aren't that busy. A lot of people got triggered. They shared that email around, like, the general public was completely afraid, and you got to do, close down for the greater good, 2 weeks to flatten the curve, all that nonsense. And they started calling the media and the police and their city council and mayor, and that was the first. Then the next day, the print media, online print media, had a field day with me. So yeah, that's where it started.
So snitches were a part of this story from the beginning, and that was one of the first things that really kind of rattled me about this thing. I was like, wait a minute, I had no idea that people were just so quick to just telling everybody. So you got snitched on for that. I remember a video you did where you were walking around and you went into a hospital, which was empty. Would you tell us about your excursion into the hospital?
Yeah, so that was March 19th. So let me look up the date. That was a Thursday that at my yoga studio got shut down. They came in, the city came in, and the email went out. The media got a hold of it through the snitches, and then the city came in and took away my business license, and I had no idea what to do. And after the city left that afternoon, about 2 hours later, is when all the media pieces started coming out. There was like 7 or 8 of them initially, all the news outlets from the Vancouver area. So now I got nothing to do. I got no business to run. We're locked up at home. Everything is closed. And so the following Saturday, I get a notification on my phone from the Vancouver Sun, which is one of the biggest 2 newspapers here. I guess everything's online now. So I get a notification that the hospital, which is 100 feet from my window, well, maybe 100 meters actually, from my window, the head of their some doctor, Gerard DeRosa, is saying they need to lock the city down or the province down really tight because the hospitals are so overcrowded that pretty soon they're going to have to choose who lives and who dies. And I'm like, what the fuck is this nonsense? I got nothing to do. It's 3:00 on a Saturday afternoon. So I get out, I put on my shoes, walk across the street to the hospital, and I run into a nurse in the parking lot. The parking lot's like empty, like 20% capacity on the staff side of the hospital parking. So I talked to her for about 5 minutes, and she tells me that the hospital is empty. Nobody's in there. And I said, where's the COVID patients? I heard the hospital is being overrun with patients. She goes, no, not in the hospital. I think that's over in emergency. She said she never goes to emergency, but as far as where she works and this side of the hospital, it's empty. So I walk in, and it's like a ghost town in there, dude. I don't dare go upstairs or anything right now. I'm just like, this is empty. Parking lot's empty. There's nobody here. Like the first floor, I think I walked by one person on my way going from one side of the hospital to the other over by emergency. And I talked to a nurse waiting outside of emergency for a ride, and he says the same thing. Like emergency was empty. The parking lot was empty. I saw like 3 or 4 people over there. Usually there's a lineup of about 30, 40 people in emergency at this hospital.
Okay,
so I'm like, he's like, no.
Well, so then, again, just to everyone who just got here, so this is one of the first times that I saw you doing your activism. You're walking through the hospital. I remember you basically pointed out what a lot of people were pointing out, that the thing was empty, but then immediately it seemed like the media started targeting you. And that's kind of where I thought, okay, they're kind of going beyond just journalism. They're trying to make an example out of you.
Well, I did that video. I think somebody got triggered, a hater or a troll. So the next day I went back to the hospital. This time I said, you know what? I just walked through the main floor. I didn't see anything. I'm actually going to go walk through several floors. So the video you might have seen is the next day where I walked up and down through 3 or 4 floors. I walked all around the floors. This triggered somebody else. Then I drove by a testing site. So, and I went to 5 or 6 hospitals that day. I didn't get into any of them except the first one because I think they saw my video from Saturday and they locked all the hospitals down. All the entrances were locked except through emergency, and they weren't letting people in. And yeah, that's when the media decided to target me. They brought up the fact my yoga studio was closed the week before, and that I'm a flat earther. I had a meetup at my yoga studio. You know, they tied all of this in and just started slandering me and attacking me. And it wasn't about journalism. It was about pushing a narrative. It wasn't like the hospitals are empty. This guy lost his business. Oh, he had his business license suspended. Like, you know, he got punished. He's a bad guy. Now he's putting people at risk by walking through a hospital with COVID patients. But no, there's no COVID patients. It's empty in there.
Well, they have a special hate for you, I've noticed, because one, the mass media has been against, as you have noticed, and you've been the target of this, they've been targeting conspiracy theorists, and they've been trying to create this concept of basically the conspiracy theorist is a threat to society. And that story has been added on to now with this anti-mask. So now you're anti-mask, you're anti-vax, you're a super spreader, now you're tantamount to a terrorist. So then you go to a flat earth conference in America, and that got you into some more trouble, correct?
Yes, it did. I came back. Canada's got this rule, I guess, if you've left the country or you're new coming into the country, you need to isolate or self-quarantine, I think is the term. Isolate and quarantine are different. You got to quarantine for 14 days. And they were, you know, they're going to call and make sure that if you're at home. And I came back and, you know, I'm not going to lock myself in my apartment for 2 weeks. So I went and lived my life. And I had another rat, like, you know, a snitch in my building who doesn't like me. He would go see that my car's not down in the parkade, and he would call the police. Plus, I did a couple of live streams, so he probably saw those, and any other haters or trolls of mine seen that and called the police, and I got arrested. And then the media just took hold of that again. And I'm the flat earther, reminded everybody that I'm a COVID denier and anti-masker and, you know, all of that stuff. And they ran with that story and just blasted me on the media for a couple of weeks in early November.
Yes, and then the smoke clears up from that, things seem calm, and then all of a sudden, somebody at one of these local news stations sees you on a live stream at a party and records it. And they dox the guy that hosted this mask-free party. So who was the snitch there? Do you know how they...
I have no idea. I think it was just some viewers, probably some triggered libtard or, you know, SJW. I have no idea who snitched that to the media. Some people think the media is watching my streams. I don't know if they are. But yeah, that caught me by surprise, you know, that the media got a hold of that one and decided to dox the guy and get him fired, the guy who hosted the party. Yeah, that one caught me by surprise.
Oh, they focused on the flat earth map behind him and they said, oh, he's a flat earther too. I'm not going to name him. I'm sure he's dealt with enough, but I'm like, wait, they're just literally spying on you and adding all kinds of guilt by association. And they looked at, I mean, it was like a terrorist cell, the way they were treating that party that you were at.
Oh, 100%. You know, it's all a narrative. Like, oh, these people are getting together and they're doing something wrong. Like you said, terrorist cell. It's like we're plotting to do something bad, and you know, we're not following the rules. It's just sickening.
So like you've been put to the ringer. I've seen every article now. Anything that happens regarding conspiracy theorists, they always bring you up. So I've been used to that already. You're the guy they go to say, this is what happens when we don't censor the internet. And now they're bringing up this new guy. His name is Ben Coleman, and they're calling him a flat earth arsonist. So I at first thought, okay, this guy's got to be made up. This can't be a real character. It's just too convenient that a flat earther would burn some Masonic lodges, because it's basically like a terrorist attack at this point. And so I thought he was a completely made up character, but then I saw a local article where they actually interviewed you about this character. So what can you tell us about our friend Ben Coleman?
Ben, yeah, he's a dude. I met Ben when I started organizing the Vancouver area meetups. Ben showed up at maybe the second meetup, and then he started coming consistently to the meetups. Like he didn't miss too many. He would show up, I think, to almost all the meetups. Might have missed one or two over the next couple of years. So 2018, 2019, he showed up to a lot of meetups, and during that time, Ben told me he was doing a lot of activism. Like he doesn't have a YouTube channel. He doesn't care about notoriety. So he said he would go downtown to the train station, our LRT SkyTrain, and he would hand out flyers and engage with people and trying to tell them the earth is flat, the globe is a lie. He would print some flyers he designed himself. Nothing fancy, just some writing, and he got them printed cheaply here at black and white, and he would go up and down the streets putting these flyers in windshields. So at that time, I'd gotten a banner by then and ordered some of those flat earth pamphlets, the trifold ones. So I said, let's go start doing some activism together. And Ben and I went to the beaches, busy train stations, and we did activism. I don't know how many times. I'd have to count, maybe 8, 9 times, 10 times, maybe more. And he's a really good guy, really soft-spoken, really generous, really kind. He cared about people. That's why he would do activism after work. We had some meals together, just me and him after activism, plus at all the meetups. You know, he genuinely cared about people and hated the lie that we're lied to about the globe lie and about the flat earth, that it was hidden. So that's, I can tell you, my experience with him. He is nice, good head on his shoulders, honorable guy. We lost touch with him because he didn't show up to about 3-4 meetups in a row, and we were having him every month and a half to 2 months. So we hadn't seen him in about 6 months, I'd say. And then the meetup I had at my yoga studio when COVID started and my yoga studio was shutting down, I knew it was going to close and, you know, I'm going to get kicked out by the landlord because I can't pay my rent. He showed up at that meetup. He said things were going good. He didn't like the COVID lie and what's happening with it. You know, we were there for a long time hanging out at this meetup, like until it got dark. And then after March, whatever date that was, 29th or 30th last year, I had not seen him, heard from him, spoken to him. He wasn't participating in our Facebook Messenger chat group. And then all of a sudden, somebody sent me a link that this, you know, they're pinning Arson's Masonic Lodge fires on a flat earther named Ben Coleman. And a bunch of us obviously in the group knew him. And obviously they tied my name into it because they saw that we were Facebook friends. I think the Daily Hive did a piece, or Daily Beast or some paper like that. And that got picked up by Yahoo or Vice. And the Vancouver Sun, again, they reached out to me for a comment about my Facebook friend. So I spent an hour and a half typing him a nice long email explaining pretty much what I told you with a little bit more detail, and I sent that off to them. And then she said the article was written, because I took a while to get back to her, but she said she'll use a couple of my quotes or part of my statement. I said, just don't make us look bad and don't mock flat earthers. So I mean, I don't know what's happening with Ben. If he did it, apparently something came out in the news today that now he's being charged with actually more counts of arson and break and enter. So I don't know if he's confessed or if they've picked up more evidence on him. That's all I know.
I saw a video where you saw the guy. He was dressed in black. He had a bag or a gas can or something. They described him as, I think they said he was combative, and they arrested him in a place called Burnaby, of all places. So I'm like, wait, Burnaby? Coleman's the name of a lantern. And then one of the things that the Daily Beast dug up was that in his Facebook page, he had posted something about how you know that it's a Masonic conspiracy when there's 33s all over it. And I'm like, wow, that's kind of interesting that he would say that and then go burn the temples. So that's why my first assessment of it was, this has got to be a false flag.
Well, the funny thing is, speaking of 33s, it was done on March 30th, dude. So did he do it? You know, I know you don't, you know, the other crew, Stavely and those guys, they did a show on it a few days ago. And I called in. I mean, they think it's a psyop. They think he was bought. They're all speculating, like, you know, he's a, you know, something. It's like they're not buying it as being a real story, but they're on the other side of the country. It is quite bizarre. You know, I don't know. I mean, he does seem to have some anti-Masonic posts on his Facebook, so. He never ever mentioned to me anything when we were hanging out. Like he knew that the high level Zionist Masons were probably in charge at a certain level of controlling and enslaving humanity. As far as doing any harm, any damage, property damage, or trying to hurt anybody, that never came up in any discussions that we ever had. But, you know, I think everybody in the truth community knows or speculates that high-level Freemasons and Zionist Jews are the ones that rule over us.
I don't know
to a
about
certain extent.
I think that is not so much the overarching explanation. I think the scapegoating of Zionism kind of went out of fashion a few years ago. Reptilians became the thing. I don't see a lot of people still pushing that narrative. That's why I'm kind of surprised that somebody would go take it out at Blue Lodges, low-level stuff of all things. And then it's not representative. Like if you look at most flat earthers, that same week, Brian Stavely and all of them were in South Carolina at the Solar Return Festival hosted in a shrine temple where the 33rd degree Masons hang out. So I'm like, well, there's no way that that's an accurate representative. I'm curious though, did he have any close friends that they're also investigating? Are there any accomplices? I mean, I would imagine that they would want to read some emails between he and who radicalized him? Who told him to burn those temples?
Well, like I said, that's what we don't know. Like our Flat Earth community here lost touch with him. I think the last anybody spoke or heard or seen him was exactly a year and a day ago at the meetup at my yoga studio. So what happened to him? Somebody radicalized him? I don't know. I think if I were to speculate, I think he went into solitude because of COVID. He was living on a boat and he may have snapped. Now, the other theory could be plausible, like you said, that he was radicalized. He sold out or he's part of a psyop. That could be true. I don't lean towards that. I think he snapped because he really didn't like to see injustice in the world and, you know, stuff like that, probably, you know, seeing kids in masks and people, you know, if he wanted to go shopping, I could see him getting angry that somebody would force him to put on a mask because it's all fraud.
Wait, but hold on.
I'm leaning.
But I mean, I saw that answer, and my only critique of it is that I can't see justifying setting fires. I mean, for one thing, he could have burned people to death, roasted people. That's way worse than somebody having to wear a mask to go inside a Walgreens for a minute. Like, I don't see his activism on par with the types of things that he's mad about in the world. It's just kind of abstract. Was he on drugs? And then I have a question from the audience here. A friend, Mary Smith, says, "What kind of activism did you guys actually do? Could you give her some specifics as far as your activism?"
Yeah, we would set up my banner. I went to Home Depot, spent like $150, $200 or whatever on PVC piping. I made a stand for this banner, bought some ball twist ties. I forgot what they're called, ball ties, and set up this banner and that had 10, 12 points, good points for Flat Earth. And we handed out flyers and would engage people walking by in conversation about the globe lie and teach them about Flat Earth. That's the activism we did. And like I said, Ben would go hand out flyers on his own, not on camera or anything, just after work, and he would go put these flyers on the windshield, under the windshield wipers of cars. He'd cover many city blocks doing that. So that's the activism that we did. It was just an educational, spreading the word activism. That's it.
Okay, well, he doesn't have a manifesto, so it's just kind of hard to figure out what he's thinking, but he's against the Masons, and he says they do everything with 33 on it. They put that on everything, and he does it on 330, and he burns 3 places. So I'm very much inclined to think it's likely that you didn't know, but you were entertaining an operative the whole time. And more than anything that would make me think so is just how ham-fisted it is. The idea that he would say 33 equals Mason, burn these temples. It doesn't add up to me. It just doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I can't make sense of it either. IPF, like I can't make sense of it. It's not the guy that I knew. So yeah, I mean, people could have been harmed, injured, hurt, killed, and I'm glad nobody was. I tend to lean to the side that if he snapped, I'm just glad he didn't commit suicide. Like, which is what a lot of people are doing, that they can't cope with these COVID lockdowns. So.
Right.
But it doesn't add up. I don't have an answer. It does not add up. Like, was he an operative the whole time, 3 years, and doing the activism and printing out flyers, like dinky little flyers, and putting them on cars? I don't know. It doesn't add up. I mean, that guy, that doesn't see his actions when I knew him were not that of an operative. I mean, he didn't dig or pry into my life or anything like that. He didn't encourage any kind of action, any violence to me. It was just, he was a good guy to hang out with. He was a great guy to do activism with. We got along. We had different styles, and it was great. He did it his way, and I did my way.
Well, it feeds into the narrative that flat earthers are terrorists, and now he's friends with you, which adds to it. So I'm still inclined, when I look at his name, okay, so names are important in PSYOPs, as you know. They're usually made-up names.
Yep.
And so I look at his name, and it looks very agenty. Ben Orion Carlson Coleman. Well, Orion spelled 3 stars, 3 fires. Carlson contains arson, and Coleman is the name of a lantern. So I'm thinking, and then Coleman, Cole is black. He was dressed all in black, 42 years old, which is, of course, emblematic of the Saturn in black again. I happen to think this was some kind of an operation. And
he's got the sun and the man in his name, right?
Exactly. So reverse engineering this, I happen to think it's just a psyop, and they would love to be able to smear everybody with this, but as I said before, most people that I know that are into this topic would rather have a concert and an art show at a Masonic lodge before setting a fire.
I agree with you 100%. I don't know what went through his mind. It doesn't add up. It could, like I said, it could be some deep level psyop. That's what we're programmed to believe from all of our research. But I just happen to know the guy personally. That's why I can't make sense of it. And I'm leaning towards the side that he snapped. But it makes no sense. I mean, all the names, the numbers, everything's there that would, somebody where you are, far away would look at the story and be like, it's all coded to be a psyop.
Well, I saw the fires. I watched when they were first posted, and I have to say, the plumage was impressive. They created, one of them was a very strong column turned into a mushroom, so it looked very much theatrical. So again, the Masons, as you know, are a group of basically thespians, and theater is what they do. 9/11 was Masonic theater, so I think it's actually not outside of the realm of possibility, but you have a closer look, and that's why we reached out to you, so I'm glad that we talked. By the way, I have a new Mandela effect. I'm not a specialist, but you could run it by some of your friends who are. Okay, so everybody remembers that Derek Chauvin kneeled on Floyd's neck for 846. Well, now they're saying that, that the kneeling was on his back, and now they're saying it was for 9/29. That's not the Mandela, but do you remember the knee on the neck or the knee on the back?
Yeah, it was in the high back, closer to the neck, from what I remember.
Okay, see, I remember it on the neck, but now they're saying it's on the upper back. So anyway, that's the new story, the new twist on that whole thing, which makes a huge difference, because if it wasn't on his neck, then he wasn't asphyxiated. It was the drugs given to him by his 42-year-old drug dealer friend.
Yeah, it could be, but I mean, when we have our chest squeezed, it's hard to breathe when, our chest is being squeezed also. I've been in that situation. I've been hit in hockey or had a rib misplaced or gotten winded, and it's like you can't breathe when the chest, is is squeezed. So.
Okay, hey, look, anybody in the chat, hey, if anybody has any questions, I'm having them ask now, but I put a link here, paypal.me/flatearthfokker, patreon.com/flatearthfokker, etc. So they can go to your channel, they can support you and your activism. So what are you facing now? Are you about to go face hard time for anything, or are you good? Are you in the clear?
Yeah, no, I mean, the trial was supposed to be last month, a month ago, March 8th and 9th. I was managed to push that into July. Late July is the trial. They are looking for me to do 30 more days in jail plus fines. So that's what I'm looking at right now. It's not a good situation to be in. I mean, one day most of the time it's quite overwhelming to be dealing with that. But we'll see what happens here in the next few months. I'm just prepping myself psychologically, if I do get found guilty and get sentenced to prison.
Insane. This is literally such insanity. It's really worse than Orwell. And the fact that you have these people in your neighborhood stalking you and snitching, engineering this thing, this is like Kafka, not Orwell. I would say this is Kafka-esque. This is literally insane. But I put your info there, so if anyone can contact you or if they want to help out, they can. And feel free to call in any time and update us on this thing as it progresses.
Yeah, I will. I mean, I've just been really busy right now working on my defense. And my channel both my channels had strikes. If people go to the link there to my main channel, you'll find the links to my backup channels. But I'm coming off the strikes now, so I should be doing videos again. But I just got a few deadlines to meet here this week, and I should have some more time to get back on the streets and do some more activism and what I do. But yeah, if anybody anybody can help out with the PayPal or Patreon, that would be helpful as well. But mainly, yeah, if you want to know what's happening, you can follow my channel. I got to be careful. Like, I don't know what you talk about, but they're definitely targeting me. Like, they're taking videos down from the summertime and giving me strikes for them, and the videos are set to private. It doesn't seem like I can get away with saying anything, and it's never any fun to try to spread the truth when I got to speak cryptically.
Oh, sure.
And I can't
refuse.
Be free with
say what you want. I refuse to kowtow in any way. I have a system here. They tried so hard to censor this channel that they left me with dozens and dozens of channels left because they'd strike me down. I'd open a new one. So now 100 channels later, I've got a stack of ready-to-stream YouTube channels. They're disposable to me. I go through 3 a week. So I'm not anti-vax,
wow.
but I'm pro-anti-vax. So if you want to speak out against Bill Gates, have at it. I refuse to give in at all. These are disposable channels.
Wow. Do you do them all with the same email, or do you have like several different emails? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because they say if you have like a channel on one email and that's on a strike or down, then you can't use other channels on that email. Is that the case, or how do you go about making so many channels?
Yeah, that's a great question. In fact, YouTube is very wily. And I've figured out a way around all of their little games they play where, oh, you're logged in with this account, so you can't log into this one and send a notification, even if you have 1,000 subs, because it'll kick you out. I mean, they have a system, but I know how to get around it. And I'm probably going to have to do a video on that in particular. So, but mainly the main thing is you have to have, these days, open up multiple channels. And the best way to do it, in my opinion, is to just get a domain and make redundant copies. I got an alarming number of email addresses.
Okay. Hey, there's a question here. People are asking about my yoga studio. So yeah, no, I cannot get it back. I lost a $500,000 investment. I bailed on a lease, so the landlord would not be in any position to let me go back and sign a lease. I'm not concerned about the business license, because if I ever opened a business, I would not get a business license. The problem with not getting a business license is unless you own the property, own the building, own the space, then they go after your landlord, which is starting to happen now. It happened to another yoga studio here that tried to define them. They managed to get through the the lockdowns and the shutdowns, but they were running private classes and charging like crazy, a lot of money and breaking even. Like I was paying them to do a class there, but they went after their landlord to shut them down. And that's going to happen. A lot of people are saying that businesses should just open up. Well, that's not that easy, because unless you own the place, what the city does or the health department, when you're not listening, they go put pressure on the landlord, and then the landlord's going to turn around to you and be like, stop it or get the hell out. So that's one thing there. So I'm not going to be opening up my yoga studio anytime, and I don't have money to invest. Actually, I've got a lot of debt. Another thing, it would be hard to run a yoga studio with all like the measures and the fear in people's mind. Like you just don't have a client base because people don't want to come and exercise in a room. Not that many people want to come and exercise in a room, especially hot yoga, when they're afraid of some stupid cartoon dryer ball is going to infect them and kill them.
Yes, I saw that. I saw when you first talked about this, one of the first things I realized was, well, this guy has a lot of money put into his business and they're shutting it down flippantly, and there's no due process, there's no process, there's no way to argue against it. And I thought that's pretty messed up. And ever since then, and the media has been after yogis in general. They just say yoga instructors are prone to believing conspiracies. They say you have conspiratorial thinking. So yeah, I can see that the yoga industry or whatever is almost like they're trying to get rid of it. And I think it's because you guys breathe too much.
Well, we breathe too much, and we don't, a lot of yoga people are already waking up to the fraud of the medical system and the food system. So when people are not buying into the medical system and turning to natural health, now they become the enemy, because, this is how the system enslaves us, is through pharmaceuticals and allopathic medicine. And, so when people aren't buying into that, now they're going to be more open to seeing other lies, the other deceptions.
Exactly. I mean, you check all the boxes. You set off all the red flags. Mask rejector, yoga, flat Earth, there's a huge red flag. And then you figured out about the COVID hoax right away with the empty hospitals. And that was a major backstage view that I don't think we were supposed to get. So this is all great work you've done. It's terrible, though, the price that you've paid. But honestly, they started it when they shut your business down. They did the same thing to Flat Earth A-hole. He had a great gig entertaining the elderly in retirement homes, and they shut him down, and now he's gone full on activist against the system. So they created this monster.
They did. I mean, they don't realize. I guess it'll work on the regular sheep. I mean, what they're doing by attacking us and attacking me and putting me in the media, it is keeping the majority of the sheep in line, because it does push that fear, right? Like, if you don't behave, if you don't listen, if you don't comply, this is what's going to happen to you. But is it going to stop me? Is it going to stop other people? No. Like I said, I'm in debt. I got nothing to lose, so I'm going to fight. I'm not going to back down. I mean, they got to put me in a jail cell to stop me, and that's what they want to do. And then they want to blast. Then they want to blast me in the media again.
Yeah, you honestly have, I believe, a serious case of libel and slander on behalf of the media. It's almost a witch hunt at this point. But I would hope that you have a lot of solidarity from other business owners as well, because you're being persecuted as a business owner in particular. I mean, targeted rather. And I kind of think that your political opinions, your opinion about the shape of the world, it shouldn't be a factor here, but clearly they like to tack that on. And they've made you like this poster child of like the conspiracy theorist to fear. And like I said, you're just a bowl cut away from being like their worst nightmare. Like they've almost perfected it.
Okay. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, it's unfortunate though. The regular general public, like even other business owners or other truthers, as you know, there's a lot of diet woke people now coming out since COVID, right? They realize this is a scam, so people are waking up. They don't like the lockdowns. They don't like the mask. But it, like, you talk about solidarity. It's just not there. The flat Earth is pretty divisive. So unfortunately, people can't see past that because that indoctrination is still ingrained into them. I think a lot of them want to support me or support me in kind of in a quiet way and not publicly. But, that's not going to work out here. Like, as well, like this globalized, like the biggest deception. So people got to get on board with that and wake up to that. And then we can move forward. But instead, it's still separating us and stopping us from uniting, because here you go. I'm the first business to shut down. I'm the first one to expose the hospitals. I'm the first one probably to get banned for masks from flying, or one of the first ones. I went to jail. Friends of mine lost their job. I've been in the media nonstop, and it never stops. Now I'm tied to a guy that I'm not friends with. I used to be friends with. Now my name's tied to his name, and it never stops. So I'm gonna keep going. They can't stop me. They can knock me down sometimes, get me on my knees, but I'm gonna get back up and keep going.
Do you think that the whole COVID thing is a response to people waking up to everything else? Do you think that this is more of a mind virus clampdown than anything? Do you take the blame for it as a flat earther or somebody who's looked beyond? Do you think that this is your fault on some level or collectively?
No, my friend, there's some flat earthers, and my friend's one of them that says flat earth was winning and that's why they did this. But, we know it was planned like decades ago. There's predictive program coming out about this like from decades and decades ago. So I think it was always in the plans. It just, this was the time, and it could be biblical. Not that I'm a Christian or Bible reader, but from what very little I know, I think it was meant to happen at this time. And it's not because of us at all. I think that's some type of hopium to make truthers and flat earthers feel better, that they think they caused this. I don't buy that at all. I think all the other DKI both.
You're right. There's way too much. And this is one of the things I've been talking about lately. You can find predictive programming about even George Floyd in Stanley Kubrick's 2001 Space Odyssey. Even The Shining predicts 9/11 and references Corona. And there's just so many things, I think, in older films and movies all around, as you've seen, in predictive programming that says, no, they were going to do the lockdown in 2020. This was the year the whole thing ended. But it's an interesting idea anyway. I think, though, they knew, though, at this point, and they know now, that their main enemy is the spread of ideas. And people like you are problematic.
Exactly. I mean, they've got the majority of the population. We see them. They're outside wearing masks alone. I see people 11 o'clock, I'm coming home, walking their dog with a fucking mask on. And I haven't seen anybody for a mile on the street. So they've got the majority of the population not thinking, but the free thinkers that are left, you're 100% correct in that they have to stop the free thinking. They just want compliers and obeyers, good little slaves.
Well, I just heard that Netflix is airing They Live right now, and They Live was released in 1988, so 33 years ago, and you know how these patterns are, and I kind of feel like right now it's They Live, and you're one of those that can see, and of course, this is why you have all these snitches everywhere. I mean, for all you know, they are a bunch of Martians or whatever.
Yeah, well, I like to call them NPCs. I think they take some kind of a download, and they just run a script, and I think the majority of people don't even know why they do what they do. They just do it because they get some kind of an impulse or download, and they just start behaving that way, whether it comes from a media article or the radio host, DJ says something, but it just gets into their psyche, and then a little glitch there, and then they buy into that program and they start acting on it. That's what I think.
Yeah, that's what I've observed, the hive mind. Hey, anyway, this has been great. Thanks for calling and filling everybody in on your relationship or former relationship with Ben Coleman. And I'm going to put your links in the chat one more time, so if people want to keep up with you as this story evolves, hopefully it all works out in your favor. I mean, it just seems way too egregious to be true. We'll see.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. It was good talking to you, good catching up with you. I know it's been a while. And, okay, take care, I guess.
All right, call anytime. All right, everybody, that's Flat Earth Fokker, and you can get the replay at infiniteplanesociety.com and everywhere else. So you can find him on Patreon, YouTube, and everywhere else. But yeah, I brought up the point that they started it, meaning, yes, they kind of did create this, I think, this blowback. All right, so let's see what else. So, okay, that answers a few questions that some of us had about Ben Coleman. How many of you think in the chat, or call if you want, do any of you think that Ben Coleman snapped, or do you think he's an operative and was from the get-go? I mean, I looked at the fires on these Masonic lodges, and the quality of the plumes, the spectacle of it, it doesn't look like somebody went to the gas station for a gas can, threw it on a building. I mean, it was very well done. It looked theatrical. Commenter says operative. I'm leaning towards that. 4 years, that's plenty of time to get embedded in a community. And that might explain why his tweets didn't make all that much sense. He was connecting things in a way that would only be connected by somebody on the outside. For example, he talked about 33 being something of a signal, but then he also talked about nanobots in the same sentence, like that makes any sense. The name Coleman, the name is always a big giveaway if you ask me. So many ridiculous names that give away their name, their purpose on the world stage. Scripted characters. It's Shakespeare. Yeah, very much like, I have a list, actually, a growing list of names that I find to be just unbelievable. I mean, even Derek Chauvin. The name Derek became popularized by a hangman who hanged 3,000 people. Chauvin, well, he's the representative of this struggle they framed between Western chauvinism and BLM and what the left represents today. So you have this division they've created. So obviously the name Derek Chauvin has special significance. In fact, let's go through some of the mind maps. I'm working on a new project. I decided to do this today. A number of people have said that they would like it if I could condense this larger mind map showing predictive programming. Okay, thank you for joining. Today is April the 8th, 2020. We have a guest for this week's Midnight in the Desert. Go ahead and share the stream if you're here listening. I think we're streaming on Dark Matter, also on all of the Infinite Plane radio platforms. Live notifications have gone out, and although I won't be taking calls, we will be taking questions from the chat. And so tonight's guest is Greg Carlwood from the Higher Side Chat, who does an interview-based podcast exploring many of the unconventional, suppressed, and esoteric topics that are covered here on the Dark Matter Digital Network. And if you listen to the Dark Matter Digital Network, then you've no doubt heard the Higher Side Chat, and many of you might even be members of his website where you get access to the second hour. And so I'm going to have him describe what his show is about, how he arrived where he has philosophically and otherwise. All right, so let me go ahead and bring Greg Carlwood into the mix here. So just to hear you, Greg, this is Tim Osman with the Dark Matter Digital Network, and great to finally speak to you again.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a number of people listening, and many of them are in the chats, and so this will be an opportunity for them, many of whom are your listeners, to go ahead and ask you questions through the chat. And I expect this to be somewhat wide-ranging, but I want to keep it focused on a few topics, and I sent you the list of areas I want to really kind of focus on. So I want to go ahead and start with this. So for listeners of the Dark Matter Digital Network, many of whom have been here since 2013, why don't you describe your relationship with Art Bell's content, Coast to Coast, and how you got connected with Dark Matter as far as being a podcasting partner?
Sure. And of course, I love live chat kind of stuff since I don't get to do that very often. If you have a link to that, definitely throw it in our little Skype chat area so I can kind of see what people are saying if you want to do it that way. But I like to follow along when I can. And really, obviously, I grew up listening to Coast and loving it. And when I started my show, it really was a Hail Mary play because conventional paths to success were not working out for me. And I really didn't feel like I had a ton of options, and I wanted to do something creative. And I can't exactly remember how THC got connected with the Dark Matter Network. I can't remember if I asked or if I was asked, but just to be connected to anything that carries Art Bell's name is a true honor, and it should be for anyone in this space because we owe Art a lot.
Excellent. Well, yeah, for those who are new to the Dark Matter Network, what they have is the flagship show, Midnight in the Desert, which was hosted by the late Art Bell, but they also have a number of podcasting partners, a number of other related podcasts that they feature their first hours, as you do, for live listeners, and then invite people to go follow up and join their site. And on your website at thehighersidechats.com, it says, if you've ever been a fan of shows like Coast to Coast or Old Red Ice Radio, Mystery Universe, you'll enjoy the Higher Side Chats. And I 100% agree. Since I've been working with Dark Matter, I've listened because I'm usually the one updating the programs. And you have a tremendous list of guests every week. And that's one of the things about your show that really stands out is the quality of interviews that you get and the number of guests that you get who are authors on books related to these topics. So why don't we mention maybe in the last 3 months or so, or 4 months now of this year, 2021, who are some of your favorite guests that you've had on, and what kind of topics did you focus on?
Well, it's hard to have a conspiracy show that doesn't talk about what's going on right now with the pandemic and everything. So there have been a lot of guests that talk about that. I typically like to talk about it through the lens of, well, what can we do? I really I can't say hate, but I prefer not to present things that we can't do anything about. Some things are just interesting, but from the perspective of what's going on right now, I like to try to alleviate fear and panic and stress and give people some empowerment. And in this case, it seems to be through natural holistic health. So I've had people like Clive DeCarl on talking about vitamin deficiencies and supplements. I mean, supplements are very interwoven with the alternative world because so much of the industrial food process is making us sick. Big pharma, they can't seem to make any pills that don't have harsh side effects, yet they can make a perfect vaccine and it's all going to be okay. I like to try to let people take the advice of the guests into their own life. So from my perspective, it's mainly been about that so far this year, but I also think people are fatigued by that a little bit. So we've tried to talk about other things like the astrological road ahead with Ross Ben. I had Adam Curry on from No Agenda talking about podcasting 2.0 and the goal of getting podcasting out of the hands of Apple because they kind of control that podcasting index, and Adam Curry is rebuilding it in a decentralized way, and that's a beautiful thing, important for people like myself. And then we've talked a lot about aliens and that kind of thing. I've had guests like Nathan Isaac talking about strangeness in the Pennyroyal area near the Appalachians, kind of where that show Hellier took place. It seems to be a vortex of weird activity. I've had Chris Knowles talking about his perspective that kind of falls into this umbrella term, Lucifer's technologies. This idea that so much of our technology probably comes through occult means. We know how intertwined the occult is with something like NASA and the rocketry program, but it probably goes a lot deeper than that. And he's one of the few people who takes the Roswell incident and puts it into an occult context. He calls it the Roswell working. But just this idea that the lie might be that there wasn't just a crashed saucer in the desert from some distant planet and we derived technology from reverse engineering it, but it might have actually been summoned through some ritual means, or that there are beings outside of time and space that sometimes drop things into our reality, call them fallen angels or Nephilim or Anunnaki or whatever. But I'm getting into that space where I'm really intrigued by those kind of questions, the aliens versus fairies question, the aliens versus angels kind of question. Like, are these multidimensional beings that have always been with us, or are they really just aliens from Zeta Reticuli? I find that kind of stuff to be exciting. I think the forefront of asking what aliens are dovetails into obviously the occult, but also AI and stuff like that. I mean, if you can contact some kind of entity through a Ouija board from frickin' Parker Brothers, you probably can contact them through a computer as well, especially a quantum computer. So I have a lot of questions about what the Invisible College is doing, what the D-Wave computer is really doing. Are these modes of channeling more so than some kind of completely constructed artificial intelligence? So Isaac Weishaupt's come on the show to talk about that. Those are some of the exciting things, I think. That's like what interests me the most. But of course, the pandemic, we have to keep talking about it. We have to talk about the vaccine rollout, because what they're able to get away with is going to be vastly different if 80% of people just acquiesce and follow all the rules versus 60% or 40%. Like, we are in a crucial time where the more resistance we have, the better our chances, because if it's only 10% of people who won't go along with vaccine passports and biometric scans, then those people will just be kicked out of society. So right now, I feel like it's pretty much a duty of counterculture hosts and shows to actually, present the counter information that we're not hearing at all in the mainstream. And we can't let those voices get choked out. For every PhD and Harvard graduate that thinks that this vaccine is just dandy, I can find you one that doesn't. And that perspective is being kept out of the mainstream. It's quite bothersome to me. This is kind of the big show we've been preparing for so long. I mean, this is, the curtain call, because we've been talking about these things for so long. They are here now. So
excellent.
We
Well,
have a little bit of time left to do that.
Your show definitely does not ignore the topical, which is very important, because I don't think that these subjects need to be escapist, whether it's about aliens or speculation about what they might actually be. And I caught one of your podcasts recently with Christopher Knowles, and he mentioned that Roswell, the place where the UFO crashed, actually has a field called Corona Field where it crashed. And that's just one example that he mentioned, and I've seen others where you almost can't separate it anyway. It seems like what we're going through right now has been hinted at in the past through predictive programming or whatever people call it, but that there are indicators here that it may not be separate, that this alien concept, whatever it is, may not be separate from what we're experiencing with the so-called pandemic. So on that note, do you have any sort of thoughts on the subject of predictive programming? And do you think that this pandemic is something that was planned a long time ago, or do you think this is something that just spontaneously happened?
Oh, I think it's pretty clear that it was planned when you look at what Bill Gates has been investing in for the last decade, or you look at what Anthony Fauci has been working on. I mean, a few years ago, he said we're due for a surprise pandemic. It's pretty clear that these people, they've got patents on this stuff. I mean, they're doing gain of function research in labs around the world, and they've been doing it for a long time. I can't assume it all amounts to nothing. I think this is what it amounts to. That's kind of my assessment. And yeah, I think it was definitely pre-planned. I think that a lot of other pockets of power realized that you never let a good crisis go to waste. And there's a lot of different angles you can look at. I think one of the ones that's very key is the vaccine, of course, but there's also the economic angle that if you look at what happened, I mean, we shut down all small businesses, but we let the corporate businesses stay open and basically monopolize any place we could get products. isn't it funny that the news never tells us about shoring up our diet, eating good, healthy fats, eating grass fed beef? I mean, they don't really tell us about these things. And when the shutdowns happened, it was the local farm to table restaurant that got shut down, but McDonald's drive through line is still around the block. Isn't that interesting? Like, you could say, oh, well, McDonald's couldn't serve people inside. Well, who's eating inside of a McDonald's anyway? It's all about the drive through, and the drive through's never been busier. So I feel like it's irresponsible for the news media to say, this pandemic is so serious and we've got to wear a mask and we've got to get these vaccines. And yet they never talk about, do get out there in the sunlight and get yourself some good quality vitamin D, because vitamin D deficiency is basically another epidemic. Instead, they roped off the beaches. Here in San Diego, they closed the beach. It's like the most asinine thing. And mental health also matters. You have to have a strong friend group. You have to have human connections and relationships. The news is definitely, when I'm trying to assess, can they be trusted? I have to look at the fruits of the advice they've given. And all year, they've given almost no real advice about health. And I remember China built a hospital in like a month. When this started, it was 2 weeks to flatten the curve. And then we had the second wave and all the hoopla about, well, the hospitals are overrun. Well, why didn't you build some freaking hospitals? You had the time. So you really got to reverse engineer. What do they really want? Seems to be consolidation of wealth and power. And they want to get this vaccine into people very, very badly. And, those are probably the two biggest concerns I have going forward.
Great points about the businesses. I mean, that was one of the things that struck me too. I looked at this thinking, this is so hypocritical of, just the way that they allowed the connected businesses to operate, and then the small ones are being shut down. And I'm like, this looks like a revolution against small business. And then Jeff Bezos comes out, first quarter, $33 billion ahead. And I'm like, well, this was a shakedown, because if you want to do business now, you pretty much, maybe you go online and sell through Amazon, but it just seems like everyone has to kiss the ring of Jeff Bezos to do business. And they just made out so well. Same thing with Elon Musk. The rich got visibly richer. And we saw what happened to all the small businesses and the burden that this has placed on them. So, yeah, I don't think this has very much to do with health. And then you brought up the vitamin D. Well, they have us inside in this immersive illusion of Netflix and MSM, which reinforces what they say is going on out there. Meanwhile, we're not getting the vitamin D. So on that note, I wanted to bring this up. Your show, The Higher Side Chats, and THC obviously relates to your relationship to the plant as a grower. So what are your thoughts on THC with regards to, do you think that this plant is maybe helpful for reaching states of mind where people can actually think about things objectively without all the engineered panic? Like, do you think that THC in general has created a mental zone for people to communicate?
I think so. It definitely has for me. And obviously they've always called it a gateway drug. And it's like, oh, well, this is your gateway to way more dangerous compounds. And it's like, yeah, well, it's a gateway drug because we were lied to about it. It's a gateway drug because people smoked their first joint and they're like, wow, this is actually kind of fun. And it's really not that bad for me. And it's not this reefer madness paranoia that I was told it was. And if that's true, I wonder what else they're lying to me about. So, that's kind of why they say that. But I think it's great for getting outside of consensus modes of thought and open. And it also, it's obviously suppressed because of that, because it facilitates getting outside of consensus reality. And it's not the only thing that's suppressed. It's not just compounds, but meditation isn't promoted. I never learned about meditation in all my years of schooling. They never even really mention it. Astral travel, any of these things that can happen when you kind of use your consciousness in ways that are for things outside of just watching Netflix and going to work in the cubicle every day. I mean, there are interesting effects of consciousness, and I think THC opens that up. It is a doorway to that, and anything in that realm is suppressed throughout history. It just seems pretty clear that they want us to think one single way, and they want us to be kind of afraid, or they want us to dismiss anything outside of that circle. You can even fold magic into that. There's a lot of magic that isn't just dialing up scary demons or selling your soul to the devil at the crossroads. There's sigil magic, there's intention magic, there's all kinds of things that are really just involving you and your consciousness and bringing your will into the world by having well-defined goals and aims. That's kind of the thing about magic that I learned is a lot of people say, well, it doesn't work. And it's like, well, what are your goals? Have you really defined them? Because a lot of people haven't. They know what they don't want. They know they don't want to have some middle management job that's doesn't make them happy, that barely pays the bills. They know they want something else, but what is that other thing? You have to identify your goals and have good aims to even know if magic is increasing the potency towards them. And I think, marijuana is one of the first things that opened up doorways for me. Some of my favorite comedians, they emphasized that they loved to use cannabis. And so I started to think, well, I love the way George Carlin thinks. And he says that, mushrooms and marijuana opened his mind to many things. Maybe I'll try these things and see if I have a similar effect. And it worked. And it's become a big part of my life. And I think that's kind of why I branded the show that way. I'm very lucky I didn't call it Greg Carlwood's Conspiracy Hour, because I like the fact that we have a broad umbrella and we can really talk about anything. And it's really just counterculture conversations. What are things not being promoted in the mainstream, whether it is health or psychedelics or conspiracies and corruption? So, yeah, I think it's very much entwined in my personality and my life and the brand I've created. And it's an important thing. And I'm glad that the cracks in the war on drugs are getting bigger every day.
Absolutely. And you mentioned meditation and other things that seem to be, I guess, competing with the mediation that they're constantly dishing out. And recently, the BBC put out a headline, a story, where they said that yoga is essentially like a gateway drug. They're saying that yoga instructors and people who do yoga are more likely to have a conspiratorial bias because they believe everything is connected. They're open to alternative medicine. And I think the other thing was they believe that there's a war on the spirit by the world or something along those lines. So the BBC has actually put yoga practitioners in the same category as conspiracy theorists. Any thoughts on that?
Well, the bigger we can make the alternative club, the better. So come on in, yoga people, because we need allies. I remember a Dave Chappelle line is he talked about basically during the Me Too movement, it was the example he was giving, but he would say we need imperfect allies. We had a lot of people thirsty for blood during the Me Too dust up that happened. And, there would be something like Matt Damon would come out in support of women. And then a bunch of women would be like, screw you. We don't need a man coming in here and tell us. It's just like, hold on a second, man. We need imperfect allies. Not everybody's perfect, of course. But if we can agree on the big things and the intention is right, we need all the people we can get. So I'm a big fan of imperfect allies. I'm not really a flat earther, but I'm also not looking to fight people about the flat earth because we agree on 9 out of 10 things right up to that line. We agree we're lied to about a lot of things. So let's focus on that and keep the target where it should be and breaking through to more people. So yeah, if they want to throw yoga practitioners under the bus with us, I am happy for them to do that because we need to increase our numbers. And I do think it is an anti-life campaign. You mentioned my history of growing. I did grow a little weed, not all that much. I tried it on for a while and I just didn't have a good way to sell it to people. Once you grow a couple pounds of weed, you kind of have to know people who have the money to buy a couple pounds of weed. And that's kind of where the whole plan fell apart. But it is important to engage with things that create more life. I've had guests talk about starting gardens and getting into permaculture, not from the perspective that you better have a shotgun sitting on the front porch to guard your food from the invading hordes when the apocalypse comes, but just because it is the right thing to do to engage with life, to create more of it. If you have the mindset that consciousness permeates through all life, well, we need more consciousness right now. We need less digital and we need more life. And so, broadly speaking, I'm in huge support of that and trying to promote more life and really not fighting the capstone cabal directly, but maybe just changing the terrain in which we operate in, and making it more conducive for life and more pro-life, because that is what the battle seems to be over.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I was looking into this yoga article and I thought, well, they're breathing very deep. And right now, the elite, the Capstone Cabal, they have this operation called World War Zero, being spearheaded by Skull and Bonesman John Kerry and by the Terminator Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I think Greta Thunberg is helping. But their objective is to cut our carbon emissions in half by 2030. And the way they talk about it, it's like they're inconvenienced by the fact that there's life, and they want to cut life in half. And so I'm with you on that. I think culturally, we're embracing death and dystopia. And that's, of course, being force-fed to us all through the massively controlled media. Any thoughts on who this cabal is or what, or do you find that to be a relevant question at this point?
Well, it's a question that I love to ask the authors and researchers I interview, and there's so many different opinions. And the further you go back in time or the further you go up the pyramid, the more you do have to speculate and the broader it gets. But I think it's still very interesting to try to parse through all that. Ultimately, I think the people who make the best case, if you're going to talk about like a specific group being at the top, I think it's those researchers who talk about the Triple Crown control, because there really are only 3 pockets of the world that have been sectioned out and kind of given their own sovereignty, which is the City of London, which is the banking center, Washington, D.C. It's a weird, not state, quasi independent thing, and that's the military power. And then you have the Vatican, which is like the spiritual gatekeepers. They're the ones who create the spiritual cul-de-sacs for people to get stuck in, and they keep us from really developing our true spirituality or raising our vibration. And so I think that there's a good case to be made that that is very much near the top of the pyramid in terms of the human side of it. Now, I think they're actually in concert with non-human intelligences, maybe demons of a certain kind. Maybe they are the lineage of some kind of ancient visitors. But that's kind of where I put the target for me, because really I think the power pyramid is a loose network of mafia families, but they work together and they have the common enemy of the people. And whether some want to say, well, what about the Nazis after Project Paperclip, and they're all these eugenicists and they're running a lot of the big corporations, especially in the realm of big pharma. Yeah, well, I think that that can be folded under the Triple Crown control. The Queen of England is German. Like, a lot of people forget that fact, and it's odd. I thought this was all about heritage, British heritage, but whatever. It's like it's been co-opted. I think a lot of seats of power have been co-opted throughout time, and then they change. A lot of people want to say, well, it's the Jews. Well, I think you can fold that under the Triple Crown control as well. Like, how did Israel get started? I mean, who was funding that? Who was involved in all that? They're kind of the people who are the same old elite we're always talking about, but in this structure, I think it's pretty interesting that we just have these 3 weird pockets that are outside independent entities. And that is a giant clue as to who really controls things, like, in my opinion.
Okay, and this is London, D.C., and the Vatican, and all of them kind of fall underneath, I think, the same basic set of beliefs about the world, their religious views. They all have the same symbols, that is, the iconography. Like, I see the obelisk everywhere. They have the same, I think, fixation on the stars. So what are your thoughts on this? Because you mentioned sigils and magic. And one of the things that got me personally looking into the news media very closely and the world around me and the role of secret societies was logos and seemingly ritualistic events. In other words, like, are they using some kind of occult technology at the top of this pyramid? And when I look at the symbolism, it's hard to deny. And it makes me think, well, maybe there is something to magic, but the masses aren't privy to it. So do you think that the capstoners are more or less in control of the world through the use of this hidden technology? Do you think that magic is actually the norm, but it's suppressed?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of the major tools. It's why they don't want us to really know anything about it. It can be pretty much put it up there with meditation. Like you talk to some people who have really, really robust meditation practices just as magic practices, and they can do some pretty miraculous things, and they have really good control over their mind and their consciousness projection. And I think just magic is right in there too. Everything is energy. Everything is frequency. Symbols do have a lot of power. Ancient archetypes have a lot of power. I'm not necessarily the expert on it, but I'm very interested in it, and I like to ask the experts, their opinions on these things. But absolutely, Michael Wan was on my show recently. I don't even think this episode, it has not aired. It will be the next one that comes out. But he was saying that in order for some of these things to be very potent, they have to attach them to something natural that has a lot of energy behind it. His example would be like currency. Well, currency is kind of, initially he equated it to like the river's current. What is this force that pushes all the water around the world? And money, currency, it's meant to be moving. It's always supposed to be moving like the current of a river. To use other examples like Apple. Why is Apple like the number one company in tech? I mean, it's pegged to a natural concept. Also Amazon pegged to a very potent thing in the natural world. Because I think ideas that our mind already has a lot of energetic oomph behind, if they can co-opt that energy, they can cul-de-sac it into something for private profits. Now, you also have examples like Google. I don't know what Google is in nature, but I thought it made a little bit of sense that a lot of these things we see, like car company logos, like Saturn, and they're always using chevrons and these kind of things. I think a lot of it comes down to like, we just aren't taught about archetypes or the structure of our reality at all. So we are kind of left to just kind of piece it together on our own. But you can look at the examples of what they do, what the big corporations do, and be like, there's definitely something to that. Magic is definitely real. Certain things are more potent than others. They can be hijacked. And it's important, I think, for people to learn a little bit about that and how they can use it in their own lives, because you can improve your life. And I need counterculture thinkers to have good lives with good resources so that we have a little bit more power and a little bit bigger piece of the pie. I don't necessarily think there's anything wrong with success. I hear a lot of people kind of come down on researchers and authors like, oh, well, you're just trying to make money. That doesn't mean you can't also align with the truth. Everybody's trying to make money. We can have people who just lie and make money, just do harm and make money, or we can align our own success to the greater good. And I think that's kind of the way I would like to see magical tools used, rather than just like observing what they do and sitting there in awe, slack-jawed, like, oh my God, they've really got a lockdown on everything. It's like, well, let's try to take some of those tools and use them for our own good, because tools, I really do believe, are pretty neutral.
Okay, interesting. On that point about the tools, the sigils, the magic, this is an important thing that we should know about it, because from my understanding of sigil magic, it works when the person who's looking at it isn't consciously aware of its intended meaning. So if you're not even aware that you're in an environment saturated with these things, you might be lending your co-creative power to whatever's behind that. And I kind of feel like that's how the system is rigged. And I'm not really a practitioner or a believer necessarily, but I just can't deny the fact that there's the architecture, the symbolism, and it's pretty much, there's something there. Whether it's real or not, or how much, we can debate. But I was just looking at, for example, I'm on my Adrenochrome, my Adreno graphics processor and Chrome browser. And as you know, the Chrome browser's logo is pretty obviously a 666. So these things are so in our face, and I have my Gmail open, and I look at my Gmail logo, and it looks like a Masonic apron. So there's literally no escaping this. So I like what you do, because you're raising awareness about it, and you're bringing on these subject matter experts. And with regards to the success thing, I have seen that. I have seen some attitudes where people are very suspicious of people who do well, especially if they're telling the truth or searching for it. And I would say that I'm with you on this one. It's better, I think, that these ideas get out there, and it's better that we succeed, that we're actually heard and not buried by CNN, because I think we're in a very new area where the media is being, well, decimated. And so I would like to see podcasts like yours get more audience than the mainstream stuff, and who wouldn't? So on that note, could you kind of tell people what they would get if they go to thehighersidechats.com and become one of your supporters through Patreon or your store? What do members do? Yeah, thank you.
Well, my show is structured where the first hour is free and the second hour is a paid subscription model. And conversations just naturally get deeper and more provocative as two people feel each other out, and you can get past the introductory questions into the deeper stuff. It's just the way conversations go. But I consider that first hour to be the sales pitch for the second hour, because it's not hard to figure out, what the second half of a conversation would be like. But I just never wanted to use advertising. I don't want to have to tell you how great MeUndies are or tell you to use stamps.com for you to support me. Let's not bring in an underwear company into this. My incentive is to make the best show I can so that more people want to sign up for it, making it the best show for them. So it really is a win-win by keeping it in this kind of closed circuit rather than me just having to fill airtime to get more ads out there. I know there's a lot of podcasts in the world where they almost come to the table to record an episode with nothing prepared, and they just bullshit for 15 minutes, toss in their 2 ads, bullshit another 15 minutes, toss in 2 more, call it a day. Well, I only can make the most money I can make if my show is really information rich and people like it, and the content has to be there. So I sell the show and nothing else. And the main thing people get is just access to that second hour. But we also have a robust forum and kind of social media platform where people can make groups, people can update statuses, people can do all kinds of stuff. There's a live chat. I'm trying to make it better all the time, but I got sick of these timeouts from Twitter and these timeouts from YouTube. It's like, well, why don't we just make our own thing instead of jumping from platform to platform to platform? Because we already have a pretty robust community. So you get into that. There are bonus episodes here and there, but mostly it's that subscription for the ongoing 5 shows a month, the second hour of them. And that's kind of my thing. And since I'm here, I always like to try to throw out a coupon code on shows that I do. And I have one that is midnight. If you go to sign up for the second hour and you put in the code midnight, you will get a free 7 days of the Plus show. So you can get the Plus RSS feed, put it into Podcast Addict or, whatever podcast player you use, and you can check it out and make sure that you actually like it, and it won't cost anything. And of course, you can cancel if you want to, but that is what I do. And I think that's the best way to do it, because ad breaks just waste people's time. And it's also difficult to get sponsors if you want to talk about very controversial material. I don't know if a lot of these companies like Squarespace are going to want to hear me telling people that the vaccine could be very dangerous, or hearing from, guests who say that. So I like to just make it about the product that we're dealing with. It doesn't have to be super involved with all these other companies. It's just Higher Side Chats, first hour, second hour. And I hope people enjoy it.
Awesome. So it's just uncompromised, which is great, because if you try to stay on YouTube, you're going to end up self-censoring. And then, as you said, the ads tend to be on conventional radio. Often the ads are just unaesthetic. It's hard listening. And then you have to turn it down and turn it up. So, and it is definitely info dense. That's something else. And I know a lot of the listeners here like this information, and you just can't get it anywhere else. So another topic I want to get into here, since this is something that you've no doubt observed, is how the flat earth topic became a big thing about 2015-ish, thanks to YouTube and a few channels. It seemed to grow, and then the media had a pushback against it. But what are your thoughts on the flat earth movement? Do you think this was an organic thing? Do you think it was something that just happened because of YouTube? or do you think that there was an agenda behind it becoming popular?
Yeah, I'm not so sure because I am always skeptical of things that seem to pop up overnight and go super viral. And I think Flat Earth kind of qualifies for that. I think it's a good thought exercise for questioning everything you can. We should go to the furthest edges of reality and question everything we've ever been taught and told. What are they hiding? My old theme song used to say, "We know they're lying to us, we just don't know to what degree." So we have to explore all possible degrees. And sometimes we might say, okay, that's a little too far. Let's bring it back. Maybe that was a red herring. And I guess I've wrestled with the flat earth. I've interviewed some of the main proponents of it, and I just care a little less, I think. I think it's kind of bad PR for the counterculture, to be honest, as was Q. I think our communities should be a little more savvy when it comes to seeding ideas and leading people to questioning certain narratives, because if they I just think we should define ourselves rather than let ourselves be defined by the mainstream. And right now they're all like, oh, these are Q people, these are flat earthers. I just think that it makes us look bad. Really?
Now, the QAnon thing, having been mixed up with flat Earth, is very interesting because you're right. The media will broad brush. For example, there was an individual in Canada on the 30th of March who allegedly burned down 3 Masonic temples. And they said, well, he was a flat earther and obviously listening to QAnon or something. But when you really get into it, the QAnon character said the earth is not flat. So it's not even accurate to put these groups together, but there is overlap between people searching. And the media just likes to label you. So if you search in this area, you're now QAnon by association. You're a flat earther by association. And I like the idea that we can discuss these things objectively. And the media would prefer we just erase these ideas altogether. So I do think it's very important to talk about these things, like you use the phrase thought experiment. And at a minimum, yeah, the flat earth is something of a thought experiment. I don't think anybody can tell us what it is as far as has anybody been to the edge. And people get provoked by that question, but I don't raise that question to mock the flat earth or those who believe it. I just say there needs to be more information before you can say something as though you have conclusive evidence, unless you want to be looked at as crazy, making an illogical leap, which I think has been pretty much the case, as no one has yet gone to that edge. As far as QAnon, do you think QAnon is just a political operative? Do you think there was ever anything to the idea of the deep state trafficking children?
Well, of course, there's something to the deep state trafficking children, which is a bit different than Q. Like, Q's main thing is that Donald Trump was elected and he's fighting the deep state and he's got your best interest at heart and just trust the plan. Well, that is where I get off the ride. I don't trust any president. I think Conspiracy 101 has always been, hey, these elections are rigged and you have your choice of 2 criminals and just different flavors of the same ice cream. And that has not changed for me ever. And so that's kind of where I was annoyed with Q, is like thinking that the power structure is now working for good. It just doesn't make any sense. I think every time there's an election, they know that people are really sick of the same old stuff and constantly being screwed every time. And so they cast out different nets to capture different groups of people. And for some reason, they cast a conspiracy theorist shaped net this time around. And it worked. They captured a lot of people and swept them in to the same old thing, which, really was disheartening to me because I thought we were a little more principled than that. But you always have some truth mixed with the fiction. That's how it works. So is the deep state trafficking children? Absolutely. Just like they're trafficking drugs. There's a whole dark world out there that we really barely ever touch. Like, it's pretty much sight unseen. So yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. It really just was the notion that this guy who has never really cared about anyone in his life is suddenly going to be putting his life on the line for you. And he had 4 years. 4 years is not a short amount of time. Nothing changed. I cannot believe that was as successful as it was, but I tried to fight it the whole way, and I'm still an open-minded person, and I let my guests talk for themselves. So if I have guests that are kind of attached to that, I kind of let them say their piece because, we have to be open to all perspectives, but I was always pretty dismissive that it was going to result in anything. And I think it's pretty safe to say that it didn't. And we are right back where we were.
Right. And this is what was frustrating to me about it is that the thing debunks itself as an anonymous source, really no credible predictions came true, and Trump did not fulfill any of the prophecies. And it started to seem like prophecy. And then on January 6th, we had the incident at the Capitol, which was basically used to tarnish all conspiracy theorists, anybody who questions the official narratives on establishment science and establishment media, and it worked. So I feel like the truthers more or less walked into a massive trap just by waving around the Q banner and not questioning where did that come from. To me, the mainstream media is more or less anonymous, as in we don't know who wrote what's on that teleprompter, and QAnon is just as anonymous. And I was surprised that people took the bait, but I'm hopeful that it's over by now. I have a question from a chat here. This is from AJob2877. He says, "Do you think that SpaceX rockets are legit?"
I don't know. I see those videos where they show them going in some kind of arc, and it seems like maybe all rockets just go out into the ocean and they don't actually go to space. I've seen a couple of the self-landing rocket tests look a little like CGI, and I'm not quite sure what that's about. So I don't know. I mean, I definitely like asking these questions. I like hearing from guests that have strong opinions, but to me, it's a little bit outside of the scope of what I'm going to be able to confirm. And so I just remain open to a range of possibilities in that regard. But I also think we really should sometimes recalibrate our focus on actionable stuff, on biodynamic agriculture, on diet, on our health and our mind, pathways to success. How do we thrive within this Rockefeller Rothschild debt-based system of rule? How do we set up networks and communities that are going to be able to resist some of the stuff that's coming? I think those questions are a lot more interesting than where do the rockets go? I mean, that's just me and where I am right now because I see so much pressure coming on these particular issues that I think we should be a little more focused on things that are actionable. And when we've gotten all that stuff handled, when we know that our diet is as good as it can be, and we have a mind that is strong and has great discernment, and we're engaged in astral projection and like remote viewing and all these things that really are possible. I mean, that's what you should do. If you really want to know where the rockets go, take a remote viewing course, a deep one, really do the hard work, and then go see where the rockets go with your own astral projection, with your own remote viewing. I think, there are just techniques that I think we should really shore up. I don't know if we're really focused on the right things all the time.
Excellent points there. And yeah, about the rockets, where they go, it's an interesting question. There's a lot of different areas where people go to in this. Are we looking at CGI? Are we looking at airships? Are we looking at the real thing? But if you're able to prove conclusively that one of these rocket launches wasn't real, it doesn't necessarily mean the Earth is flat. You can't draw those connections. Funnily enough, Elon Musk sent a tweet last week where he had his last Starship rocket test. And he sent a tweet that had an image of this thing landing, and he said, "Wow, the simulation really had to struggle to make this look real. Ha ha." Like, he mocked his own presentation. So sometimes I wonder if they're not just baiting people to debate these things.
Mm-hmm. And, they're probably going to end up marching us off to quarantine camps for not having our vaccine passports. And along the way, we can ask them about the rockets, I guess. It just seems like we have so much real stuff going on right now that I don't want to be dismissive of the question. It is interesting. I just don't have any inside information. And I also just don't really like to follow the billionaire class all that closely. I don't like to put them up on a pedestal. Look at the other thing Bill Gates is heavily invested in: digitized education software. I mean, surprise, surprise, the left and right hand are working in concert. Like, there was no justification for digitized Zoom-based learning until the pandemic, and he's got his hand in both cookie jars. I think we are in a real dangerous choke point if we aren't really laser focused and careful with how the next 5-10 years roll out. And maybe a lot of things will be revealed along the way. And I hope the shape of the earth is one of them, but it's just like, it seems difficult when there's like a gun to your head. You're asking about where the guy got his shoes. It's just like,
right.
It seems to be not necessarily the right thing for the right time, but to each their own.
I had that feeling last year when we have these coronavirus lockdowns, and I'm just wondering, wow, people are caving to this. And then I see some channels still discussing the Mandela effect. And nothing against the Mandela effect. It's an interesting conversation, but I thought we can talk about whether it was Jif or Jiffy, Chick-fil-A with a K or Chick-fil-A without a K later. But the world's about to go through some major transformations. We should be focusing on how to understand what's occurring. It's a priority thing for sure. But you brought up astral travel, astral projection. I don't have any direct experience with this, but I've always been interested in this. Is astral projection, as described by the Thelemites, Aleister Crowley, the astral plane, is this the same thing as remote viewing from your understanding of it?
Not exactly. It's another type of consciousness tool. I mean, just like lucid dreaming, I would say lucid dreaming and astral projection are probably a bit closer. Sometimes the umbrella term is just journeying, but we have these innate abilities if we work out our consciousness. Like, you have to exercise your mind, you have to exercise your consciousness, and we just don't. People are lazy. They would rather honestly watch YouTube videos about if the earth is flat than cultivate the ability to check in their own mind. I think a big part of the operation is to cripple our consciousness, cripple our imaginative capabilities. That's why we are so inundated with pop culture, because we don't want you to be able to visualize properly. We want to give you the visual. So it's kind of interesting that we get Disney in on kids so early, because it kind of co-opts their imagination. It cripples it in a way, because it's like the imagination is super powerful. And the way you can manifest things is by first getting it into your mind and strengthening the view you have of it and this great visual. And then you can cast it forth into reality. You can bring it to fruition. But without that first step of being able to cultivate really strong images in the mind, well, you can't really do anything. It limits your power. So to me, it is very key. And it's also a big part of understanding what reality even is. I mean, I think it filters down from consciousness. Like, that's kind of the model that I've always had. So, or at least the model I've concluded based on the guests that I've interviewed. So I think it can't be overstated how important it is to really cultivate a strong mind and to really push on what your consciousness is able to do. These tools that we have that make us quite powerful, as opposed to the weak people that they want us to be. I mean, remote viewing as a tool, the ability to project your consciousness almost anywhere and see almost anything. There are stories of people who've been able to look at documents sitting on the desk of certain politicians. You can see facilities that are off the map, facilities that are, black sites that they don't want anyone to know about. You can view them through your own mind. And think about what that does to the system. If they let it out that anyone can astral project with a little training, well, look out. It's very hard to keep secrets in that world. So they don't want us to know about it. And I just think that sometimes we get attached to ideas that are provocative, that we can never verify. And instead, we should cultivate our own mental abilities to potentially either answer those secrets or just be better people, be better prepared for what's coming.
Right. So the difference between being a knower and a believer. And I see this as a big distinction, where there are some people who believe a lot of things, or they're kind of on the fence, but what do they actually know? And I think that the mainstream dominant worldview puts everybody into this category. None of us can really verify any of the claims by big science or big media, just like a lot of the fringe conspiracies go into the same kind of gray zone. Now, the point you made about imagination is fascinating to me, because we grow up and I'm thinking, how many hours does the average person spend living vicariously through a screen where instead of using their imagination actively, it's basically being filled for them? So video games in particular, these immersive environments that they go into, and now Oculus, where now your eyes are being used to do the function that your imagination used to do. I feel like they're killing imagination, and it might tie into their monopolizing of magic or manifestation through those of us who are perceiving things. Like, do you see what I mean? Like, I'm looking at these video games, it seems like, are they hijacking the collective imagination?
Absolutely. I think that's what they do. Yeah, I mean, it keeps us from pushing on those borders. I think the nature of life is that we are in some type of soul school or consciousness school, and we are here to learn lessons, to explore the boundaries of this thing, to have adventures, and to pass tests, I really think. And when it comes to how we treat each other, what we fall for, I think that there are a lot of tests. I kind of think that this vaccine is a bit of an IQ test. Like, are you going to be scared into submission and allow your body to be injected by one of a handful of corporations that all have very nasty track records of lying and covering up damage they've done? Are you going to let Johnson & Johnson, who had asbestos in its baby powder for 50 years, inject you with something? Or Pfizer, who just lost a lawsuit for damaging African kids with vaccines? That's kind of a big deal. Think about the resources that African kids have to fight a company like Pfizer in court, and they won. I mean, that's interesting. Pfizer is supposed to be the big champion of this thing. Why set up liability protection first before you release these products? That's interesting. So I think that that's part of the learning process. I kind of have put the elite in this place of, you know, every good story needs a villain, and without the villain, things get kind of boring and we don't really watch a lot of the movies. So I think the villain is there to fulfill a role, and we are supposed to overcome these operations. We're supposed to see through the lies and make better choices. And that's kind of what I think we're here to do. So they want to hamper our ability to do all these things, to be, you know, strong-minded, strong-willed, and healthy people. So in the mind, this is done by nerfing the imagination, by filling it with video games and pop culture so that you don't even know how to properly visualize because there's no need to. It's all done for you. And that's kind of the role of the system, is like, don't worry about it. We gotcha. We're going to take care of you. Like, that is not my relationship with government. So I think people need to take care of themselves, and that requires a little bit of discipline, a little bit of work. I'm not perfect. I play video games. It's an addiction, and I fall prey to some addictions because I was raised in middle America, and a lot of that stuff is just stuck on me now. But I try to be better, and I think a lot of us know what we should do, even if we don't do it. So even though it might be a little hypocritical to talk about these things, it's what we should do. We should be strengthening our own minds and bodies and setting ourselves up for success and resistance to this big machine.
Well, it's certainly true, though, that the arts are co-opted. The video games, it's just really good art. Great storytelling, great presentation. It's engineered to be that way. It's same with the movies. I watch Netflix sometimes, and I consider it to be opposition research. I am aware of the agenda, the narratives, and I pay attention to all of this. But yeah, it's difficult not to be entertained by entertainment, and its primary purpose, I believe, is worldview formation, not entertainment. That's just a side effect. It's very tasty poison, and it's impossible to get away from it these days. It's literally quite everywhere, and it does become a dominant presence in our lives. So every single movie, it seems, every movie set in the future is post-reset, based on the assumption that at some point in the near future, we're going to ruin everything. So, what are your thoughts on this reset thing? Do you think the reset is going to be a reset into a Great Awakening or into some kind of Brave New World dystopian thing as they've projected?
Well, I do think those are the two choices, and we are at a real crossroads. And it depends on how many people play ball and how many people cultivate their discernment. I'm quite worried about this stuff. In fact, when it comes to like supporting alternative media, it's never been more important because we need platforms for these alternative voices. I'm just a guy who asks questions, but I like to think that I pick really good guests to ask those questions too. And my show needs to exist. Your show needs to exist so that people can come here and reach an audience and give alternative opinions to the big machine, because a lot of people probably cannot be bold in their own lives. It's difficult. Maybe they're stuck because of a job and they can't risk their social status, so they can't be outspoken. Their hands are somewhat tied, but they can quietly support shows like mine or yours to give a little more fuel to that alternative voice. And I think that that's very important. There's only a couple of ways we can win this thing. It's an education PR battle, which is why I think we should leave the flat earth out of it for right now. It's about, are we going to be able to even push back, or are we going to be constantly on our heels trying to just keep a roof over our heads? There's a lot of difficult stuff coming. And the difference between 80% of people complying and 60 is quite huge, because we know capitalism runs this big machine. If the plane companies, if the airlines were to implement vaccine passports and say you can't fly on American Airlines unless you get the vaccine, well, their ability to survive is going to be like, they're going to narrow their market down to just people who have the vaccine. Is that 80% of the population, or is it 60? If it's 60% of the population, they probably aren't going to be able to do that for very long. So I think that the governments are going to let the corporations implement a lot of the processes, just like the masks. You know, the government's not necessarily throwing you in a cell for not wearing a mask, but you can't come into Walmart or Target and get your milk and eggs. So you got to do it. And I think they're going to up the game with the vaccine, and they're going to limit travel. They're going to do all kinds of things. And it's going to be about how big of a market do they have for those people who have complied. And I think that 20% difference between 80 and 60 is so huge to this plan unraveling, falling apart, fizzling out. And so that's what I would obviously like to see happen. And I think this is really the time to shore up our game and support independent media. If you can't be bold, put your money into a fire that you believe in fueling.
Well, I didn't know Bill Gates was involved in this digital homeschooling, and it doesn't surprise me one bit, because it seemed to me a couple of years ago, I remember talking about this. It seems like with the ability to do distance learning, schools, universities, the high costs, commuting, it's going to become less and less relevant, especially with the universities, who are the big pushers of global warming. How can they justify people traveling to central locations? Why wouldn't they just do it remotely? And it seems like this was just a way for the big corporations to make sure, or rather for big government to make sure they still control education. When it becomes totally decentralized, they don't want free market and quality education. They want the orthodoxies to be taught. They want establishment science and establishment media to still be the dominant influence in the young minds. So that's a new one to me. Makes perfect sense that they would want that. I saw this clip where Bill Gates said that he had put $10 billion into vaccines and he withdrew $200 billion. I mean, there's a lot of money shifting around here, and I hadn't thought about that. The ones who are complying are essentially buying into the system, and if they outnumber those who aren't, well, then they pretty much decide what comes next.
Yeah. And one of the big scams with the elite is the foundations. They are considered charitable, but most of them make a lot of money. And all the things that they tend to invest in are things that secure their position at the top of the pyramid. The Rockefeller Foundation, they funded compulsory education in this country. And the education system that the masses get is much different than the ones that the elite get. And the education system is presented as an altruistic thing, but look at the statistics of how it's been degraded more and more and more over time. It's an indoctrination system. It's compliance. It's behaviorism. It's Pavlovian training. Listen to the bell, clock in, clock out. You're just a cog in the wheel. I mean, this is the type of education we get. I don't think it's like that for the Rockefellers or the Gateses. And, what Bill Gates is doing with education is just digitizing it. It's the next step in that game plan, because despite the lesson plans and all the things implemented in schooling, I think we can all say we still had a few teachers that really made a impact on us, and that's invaluable. But in this system, teachers have been reduced to software administrators, and all they do is give you the lesson, and there's really no teaching happening. It's right there. It's just follow the lesson plan. And I think this is a big deal. I've had a guest who talked, I believe it might have been Whitney Webb, who talked about the fact that they are now doing these training systems for, the online digital learning. And it's more like they're McDonald'sifying it, because McDonald's is like, you don't have to pay people a good wage because the process is so specific, any idiot can do it. Well, they're doing that with education. They're going to make education just give kids the software. All you need to know is how the software works, put them in front of the software, and that's your job. So we don't need master's degrees and we don't need really highly qualified people. We just need robots to administer the tests. And you can see how it was always like this, but it's just way more absolute when it's all digital. So I think that's something to watch out for. Common Core, for sure. Be careful. I don't really know how to necessarily fight that one. I sometimes think about that myself. Do I want to homeschool kids? I don't know. It's a lot of responsibility, a lot of pressure. I like the idea of Waldorf schooling, very expensive. Steiner schools. These might be the last pockets of resistance, places to build a kid who has a strong will and strong mind. But I don't know. It's getting harder all the time.
Well, I think that, education itself, that's definitely being monopolized, and it's almost like a religion. It's an indoctrination, because you can't walk away from it without believing in the major doomsday scenarios they've given us. Global warming, asteroids, the pandemic model as explained to us. So it's a perfect brainwashing operation. But I like the idea that we have enough, or we should have enough people, and I know you probably do already, to have a good breakaway civilization where your network of individuals talking are continually educating themselves. The education never stops. We're picking up where the programming left off, and I like the idea that if we can continue to grow this network of minds, it can be independent of any attempts to censor it. I mean, even Twitch is talking about kicking off live streamers based on offline conduct or opinions. Yeah. So I'm like, wait a minute here. They're really trying to control the flow of ideas like never before. They're digitally burning books by who knows, hundreds of thousands. I think it's a travesty that YouTube brags about deleting billions of comments. They're destroying culture. So this is why I think it's really important that we do support the independent voices out there. And like you said, a lot of people just can't afford to be bold. They can't afford to protest without rocking their own boats too much. And so this is why it's very important also to support channels like yours and the Dark Matter Digital Network. Now, I've been with them for about a year, and my objective here is to maintain a free thought zone. And I might not be 100% anti-vax, but I'm 100% willing to hear anti-vax opinions. And I'm not going to censor, and that's always going to be my case. I'm like, I'm pro-anti-vax, and I'm pro-vax. We can talk. And that's how the Dark Matter Network's going to be. I'm glad that the Higher Side chat is on it. I'm not sure the history prior to 2019, 2020 with the network, but they do play some of the best podcasts out there on the net, usually paranormal, but as you discussed earlier, paranormal isn't just it's not just aliens, it's not just fringe, it is very much topical, especially today.
Yeah. Well, the paranormal is basically just a realm of things that exist. We can observe them. People have experiences, but they're dismissed by the mainstream. So it is a conspiracy. It is revealing secrets, revealing truths. I think paranormal and conspiracy go hand in hand. And, you know, it's kind of like we get what we deserve because the internet is this big, vast sea of information and websites, but we only go to 5 places: Facebook, Google, Twitter. Like, we decide where we put our attention. And if you look at the numbers, most of us put our attention on just 5 websites. So when Twitch comes out and says something like that, we have to be super vigilant and say, you don't get to play ball here anymore. We are not going to, we need to boycott these places. It's really the only way to push back because they will respond to that. And it's kind of sad because people do ask me, like, hey, can I get your Plus show on Spotify? No, you cannot. The free show is on Spotify, and that's great. But once you enter into a private RSS feed, you have to plug it into a podcast player. It's not that difficult, but it's decentralized, and it allows us to be a little more secure. So, no, you're not going to hear about the pandemic on Spotify. That's not because of me. That's because of them. And it's shame on you for trying to go there with it. It's just like we have to be a little bit better. I've constantly been saying that this whole time. And honestly, I also think we are here to have fun, to enjoy the human experience. And I don't want to forget that either. I did LSD once in Big Sur on the floor of a bus that was parked on a cliff, and I couldn't sleep all night. And I was looking up into the stars, and I latched onto this particular distant star, this distant light in the sky. And I engaged in some consciousness to consciousness communication with this thing. And it basically was like, oh, hey, how you doing? It's interesting that you plugged in. It's like our telephone's connected. And this star kind of showed me a crash course in the planets that have revolved around it. Like, oh, life popped up on this one, and then it went away, and then it popped up on this one, and this one became a desert planet. And I know people might not even agree with that kind of configuration out there, but in my mind, this is what was happening. And then I would say to this star, wow, that's really interesting. Like, what a cool experience to be a star. I guess I'm just a person down here, not much interesting to report that you would care about. And this star is like, well, actually, on the contrary, I'm very curious about what chocolate tastes like. I'm very curious about what sex is like. All these things that a human being can do to engage in the physical world, I don't get to do. I'm just out here shining my light and blah, blah, blah. And it was just interesting. And there's a lot of other reasons I think that. But I think we're here to have fun and enjoy the human experience. And we shouldn't let all the heaviness distract us from that either.
So you brought up the LSD and this connection, telepathic, with a luminary, a star. And I talk about the movie The Truman Show a lot because I believe that the movie is more or less allegory, and we're all false men or false women until we reject the lies, until we become true, authentic beings. And we witness his awakening to the falseness of the world, and then he leaves that little area he was in and realizes that it's much bigger out there. But his awakening starts when the dog star, Sirius, falls from the sky, and that's the first anomaly that triggers his awakening. Well, that dog star is the subject of a book called The Cosmic Trigger by Robert Anton Wilson, who says that Timothy Leary and others had received or realized that you could communicate, or that rather Sirius in particular was sending telepathic transmissions to help evolve or move humanity along. Are you familiar with this idea? Any thoughts on the dog star in particular?
Well, yeah, I know what you're talking about. The light in the Truman Show, the stage light falls and it says Sirius on it. I've read Cosmic Trigger. I've also read the work of Robert Temple, who talks about the Dogon knowing about Sirius A and B. They shouldn't be able to see Sirius B, but they know it's there, and they know all kinds of weird things about chemistry and physics that they put into a mythological context, but they are true. And that's pretty interesting. Where do people get these ideas out in the jungle? These indigenous cultures who seem plugged into something. Where did the Amazon people learn to combine a plant and a vine to make ayahuasca with all the thousands of combinations when so much stuff will kill you in the Amazon. They are tapping into something. Something is giving them ideas, and they say the spirits told them. So I think spirits can talk to us in many ways, and I think consciousness does permeate from all life. You could probably get ideas and conversation going with a tree just as you could a star, and I think some psychedelics open us up to being able to do that. And if you don't want to take illegal drugs, you can do breath work, you can do ritual chanting. There's all kinds of ways to tap into communication with things that don't use language, that are still alive and conscious.
Yeah, someone in the comments, Restless Bear says, can you ask Greg's opinion on spirituality and levels of consciousness without substances? And so you just started answering that question. Okay, would you continue on that for just a moment? Other ways of accessing this different levels of consciousness that don't involve imbibing anything?
Yeah, I think part of it is putting yourself in extreme states. So there are breathing practices that will get you out of your body without any compounds at all. Sometimes these involve extreme heat and cold also while you're meditating and doing breath work. Chanting. I mean, a lot of times I think the original purpose of things like drum circles in an indigenous context was to work yourself up into that fever, to be able to tap into those other things, to see beyond the veil. And a lot of times they do these things, they compound these things, they combine these things. Like you're doing mushrooms while chanting, while in a sweat lodge, while doing the breathing exercises and astral projecting to Sirius. You can stack these things up. I really don't think people should be afraid of the compounds. I think they should just be careful with what they're doing and educate themselves before they engage with anything. But the mushroom is natural. If you don't want to take LSD because it was cooked up in a lab, I would understand that. But mushrooms are natural. And I think there are little seeds in the natural world, little gateways to opening the door. And we should engage with them. You know, look at the history of mushrooms and the usage of them and ask yourself if it's more dangerous than driving on the highway. You know, how many people die from doing mushrooms or smoking weed? Not many. So it's probably pretty safe. You have to have a strong, robust mind, and I think it's important to engage in these things. They make you see beyond the veil, which also makes you a little bit bolder with your life and a little more confident that you can be bold because life doesn't end at death, at least in my opinion, because of things I've seen through psychedelics. But if you don't want that, meditate, and honestly, breath work. Probably the number one thing is breath work. There's guys like Wim Hof who have certain breathing techniques and they have certain effects, but there's a really deep rabbit hole to breath that people might not be aware of. It sounds kind of boring at first, but there are many different techniques that have many different effects, and one of them is getting out of your body. So if you don't want to do the compounds, which I think you should anyway, there are these other ways. And maybe you just do it to test the waters, and then you realize, oh my God, I was out of my body for a few minutes there. And then that prompts you to explore more. But we got to explore. Got to get off Netflix and explore and engage with the real world and less with the digital synthetic overlay that they're trying to distract us with until the day we die.
Excellent answer. And I 100% agree with you. We are definitely in a distraction world. It's like essentially we're blinkered in by false explanations and there's screens everywhere. I think that the quarantine effectively put us further into this very immersive illusion. And the only way out, I think, is by thinking our way out. I think philosophy, I think discussions like this are very important and very mind expanding and eye opening as well. Just entertaining ideas that are outside of the box. I look at the panic that the elite seem to be having with regards to memes and ideas, where the UN recruited 110,000 information volunteers to monitor live streams, to listen for what they consider to be, quote, dangerous misinformation. So we're at a time where information is being labeled dangerous and the masses are acquiescing to censorship. So I kind of think that these conversations are also just as important as any substance or any activity, just the ideas themselves.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that they have put themselves into a place where they can't actually do the things they want to do. They really aren't quite ready. Frequent guest of mine, Gordon White, he puts it in terms of said they aren't ready for their close-up. I mean, they seem to be trying to onboard us to cryptocurrency, not going all that well. There's all kinds of little things they're trying to do, and it's kind of unraveling on them. He put it in terms of we are at a point in the timeline where no one is satisfied with how it's going. If you ask the elite if they're really happy with the rollout of the Great Reset, they'd probably say no. They probably want more people on board, a little less resistance, higher rates of vaccination. They wish it was going better for them. We also wish it was going better for us. And I think that there's some wisdom there that we are at this, maybe it's a cosmic cycle, and we're in this part of it where no one's quite getting exactly what they want, top, middle, and bottom. And I don't know. I guess that's the only hope we have. I think they want to onboard us to all these digital systems, but some people are Luddites and they're just not great at it. Some people are confused by cryptocurrency, and it just seems like kind of a big undertaking to learn about. And so this whole idea of they want to have your bank account tied to your biometrics and your vaccine passport, they're struggling to actually implement it all because it's pretty complicated stuff. So I think that there's probably some guys at the top of the pyramid that are telling their little foot soldiers what to do, and then guys like Bill Gates are trying to implement it, and it's just like they're probably getting lashed when they go back to talk to the overlords. Like, you should be further along. These things should be more instituted, more solidified in society. And I think it's kind of unraveling. So that's something to be positive about, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. And these are very interesting times. I think that 2020 was the year of conspiracy theorists being vindicated, and now the conspiracy theorist, the existence of a conspiracy theorist is more or less a conspiracy because they were right. There wasn't anybody coming to wrong conclusions or asking the wrong questions. But now we're, I think, reaching a point where it does seem like there is, I think, some optimism here. I don't think the elite or Big Brother, the powers that be, I don't think that they're as strong as they would like us to think. I think most of it is a major bluff. Otherwise, we really would have the death tolls to correlate with what the news says. We really would have the spikes. We would have the ocean levels rising or asteroids falling. And very little of the things that they scare us about on a daily basis actually come into fruition here. Now, I have a number of people here who are asking some questions. So one thing I want to say is, again, if they're interested in any of these topics or any of the points you raised, anything you brought up, go to thehighersidechats.com and use the code MIDNIGHT. And this is going to air at midnight in the desert, once this thing is edited and everything with the intro and outro. But I just want to reiterate, use the code MIDNIGHT, check out his site, go into the archives, and hopefully become a member. Because, again, I would say that your podcast, just the guest list alone shows that you cover all of the topics that are off the table with the mainstream. And it's totally worth going through.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I mean, I talk so much about we shouldn't be distracted and we should focus on actionable things. And then you'll go to my website and you'll see the Saturn Time Cube and the Plasma Apocalypse and portal openings and horseshoe crab blood and all kinds of crazy stuff, because I am still interested in a lot of these far out ideas. But I also think it's good to be measured and pepper in stuff that is important. And my guests are way, way better at articulating themselves than I am. I just ask the questions. I try to keep things moving along and try to make sure we're being really methodical about the structure of the interview. I always read the guests' books. Another thing that a lot of other podcast hosts don't do sometimes is actually engage in reading the books and having solid quotes prepared and have a real structure to what they're trying to do. So I try to make sure everything is super information dense. I always start out with this really kind of over the top introduction that lets the audience know exactly the road we're walking in this particular episode and why we're doing it and what this person has to offer. And then after that, it's pretty much just like setting these guests up to make their best case for their perspective. And there are many different perspectives. Some of them even conflict with each other. But I want to have people making their best case so that we can assess them most appropriately. And it's very rare that I get into an argument with guests. It's happened a couple of times, and that's mainly due to personality conflicts and people not being open to criticism of their perspective. And I think that's also important because does your worldview serve you? Is it improving your life? In some of these cases, no, it isn't. And if these are the fruits of the research you've done, and you can't even have a conversation about it, well, then I don't even think I need your research, really. So it's rare when that happens, but usually the guests I interview are very thankful for the work and preparation I do to set them up correctly, because a lot of this stuff is very dense, and you have to be methodical in laying it out. So I put a lot of care and attention into trying to do that the right way. And I think it's appreciative. I know there are a lot of shows out there. I know that there's a lot of things vying for people's time. I am lucky enough that I have made this my job, and it is my job, and I want to do a good job, and I take it very seriously because I can only thrive if people sign up for the Plus show. And so I'm incentivized to make the best possible show I can, and I have to do that without ads. So I think it's the best and only way to do this kind of thing, really. And I hope people agree.
Well, excellent. Hey, Greg Carlwood with the Higher Side Chats. I want to say thanks for taking the time to discuss your program, all of your podcasting, your personal background, how you got into this. I think a lot of listeners on Dark Matter Digital Network will be interested to hear more about you, since we normally just hear you doing the interviews. So this has been a really interesting time. I think a lot of the people in the chat here are going to follow up with this offer here. Use the code MIDNIGHT to check out his show. Such a great program. Connor G says Greg is a great interviewer. Wow. AJob26 says I had the THC Plus a few years ago. Excellent. Anyway, Victoria here says he does an amazing intro for his guests. I've heard many of those. So again, thanks for taking the time. Any closing thoughts before we sign off here for the listeners of the Dark Matter Digital Network?
Well, I appreciate you having me on. I am very fortunate that my show is considered of high enough quality to be on this network, because I value Art Bell a lot. He has been obviously a pioneer and an inspiration, and that's pretty much it. I appreciate those comments from the people who said I do a good job. I really am just an everyman. I try to be pretty humble. I try to say I don't have all the answers, but I'm trying to interview people that do have some. And everybody has a different answer, and they've dedicated themselves to research. I think they deserve to be heard. And all we're trying to do is create a platform of open dialogue with some really controversial ideas. And the mainstream can pretend that these conversations don't happen. I'm fine with that, but just don't shut us down. That's not okay. Like, this is important, and I'm going to keep doing what I do as long as I can do it.
Excellent. Well, thanks again for joining, and I'll be in touch via email after, and this will stream at midnight, and I'll make sure I keep you in the loop about that. Definitely appreciate the time, and I'll make sure that we get everyone to go to your site. And I think if they just read some of the titles of your latest podcasts, they're going to jump on board. Very intriguing content. Thank you again, and have a great week.
Oh, thanks for having me. You as well.
Awesome. Thanks. All right, everyone. That's Greg Carlwood with the Higher Side Chats. If you go to thehighersidechats.com, again, use code MIDNIGHT. This is going to be airing for tonight's Midnight in the Desert on darkmatter.radio, which is the Dark Matter Digital Network. And if you've been a member of the site or a regular listener, you know that it streams every morning, 8 to 9 a.m., the free hour from the Higher Side Chats with Greg Carlwood, where you hear him do these interviews. But the second hour is where they go deeper wherever the conversation leads. And you're getting an opportunity here to go check it out for a week free. And I hope you all become members of the Higher Side Chats. Thanks again for joining. I'm going to return this to the 24/7 stream. And again, subscribe for the notifications. Just go to the newsletter, opt in, and you'll get a notification before it goes live. And you can also follow us on Twitter. Thanks again, and we will speak soon.
Thank you for making Dark Matter your choice for entertaining and thought-provoking podcasts, engaging talk shows, top conspiratainment, and breaking news from the fringe and beyond. Dark Matter appreciates its listeners and wants to say thank you to those who have been along for the ride since 2013. And now, back to the scheduled programming here on darkmatter.radio.
All right, that's Chief Crow, Auto Hoax, or GTFO, bringing us in for tonight. It's April the 10th, 2021. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. This is Infinite Plane Radio, open phones for open minds. We'll just go ahead and start off with this quick shout out to Prince Philip. April 9th is the 99th day of the year.
Prince Philip, you have served me well, but your servitude is not over. I have one task left of you. You will return to the Earth and spread a virus among the people. This is your final.
This is the individual who promised to come back as some kind of virus to deal with the overpopulation problem. And so I think this might pretty much be the signal. Like maybe the big one's coming. Again, 833-311-1984. If someone wants to call in, test it out, and make sure it's not a technical issue. Maybe it's just the triple mask mandate. What states are you calling from? Like, I don't mean to ignore the issue and minimize it. The whole pandemic thing, in my mind, it doesn't really exist. I hardly pay attention to it. I'm not taking part in the pandemic. I never really did. I was kind of observing from the outside. But in some places, it's unignorable at this time. And I've noticed that they don't put it down on everybody at the same time, because then it would probably create a problem. But the way they spread it out, it's like it's easy to ignore. They compartmentalize it. This way they can extend it for 100 years. All right, Bain says, I pointed out that it's the 99th day of the year, 9th day of the month. Exactly. There's your inverted 666. By the way, we called this a long time ago. If you go look at South Pole, you'll see that we predicted a number of things. Like I didn't know Andrew Cuomo was a pervo until Infinite Plane Radio.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, finally, yes. Okay, I fixed it. It was on my end, I believe. Anyway, what's your take on Prince Philip passing today? Real or fake? Contrived? Believable?
Infinitely deeper. Like, who knows? As far as like, I don't want to get into like, lizards and deep, crazy talk. And I say that with air quotes. But I mean, I don't know, man. The more I look at this stuff, the more I think that, they have asset, they have there things available to them that we don't, as far as like, I don't want to get into time travel or deep, saucers and Richard Beard. But I don't know, man. I think they just portals, things, I talk about, maybe he transferred himself into a newborn baby that was coming. I don't know, dude. Super deep stuff. I don't know, honestly.
None of that's outside of reach as far as I'm concerned. It's not the weirdest thing I've heard. But anyway, on this topic, I just think it's interesting that this whole family, that they've been associated with this idea of, the green revolution, going green. And he was the one who even suggested it. He volunteered let me come back as a virus. So it kind of came back to haunt him, I think, especially now. And it's like, I thought they wanted to depopulate, and now they're trying to get us all to triple mask and vax. But anyway, someone points out a few things about the timing, the dates. I don't know how much you read into that. In this case, I haven't found anything too unusual about the fact that an old man passes.
Well, interesting enough, and why not only did I call in to make sure that your phone was working, but I shite you not. I just sent a text message to a very unwoke friend, and I'll spare you the details. But it was. Are you familiar with Gematria Effect, like the channel?
Yeah, Zachary Hubbard. In fact, I read one of his ebooks. I joined his Patreon, and he gave it out free once. I think it was called, was it Number Games? Very, very good stuff. He recognizes many of the same patterns that we discuss here.
Indeed. So my friend's really into sports betting, and I was kind of joking, but kind of not. Like, there's no way Zach knows this much about sports and Gematria that maybe he's not making a few beans around the corner, which nothing against him, man. I mean, it's a rigged system. If he can figure it out and make a couple extra, coins on the side, nothing against that whatsoever. My buddy is way into sports, that believes they're real and believes I'm crazy. And so I just sent him that text, and I kid you not, like, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes prior to it's been a while now, maybe a half hour ago, I threw up a Facebook smart-ass post about the latest whatever helicopter on Mars, and said, if you buy into this, I got a special offer on some magic beans, and something to that effect, super sarcastic. But both of those things came into play, and then you were talking, and then that's why I called. I was like, wow, the timing's bizarre. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I don't believe in coincidences whatsoever. In fact, do you have any comments on the supposed passing of DMX? There's a couple of conflicting things. One, there was the rush to, it was an overdose, which I find kind of, I don't know. It just seems like kind of a contrived. But then the other thing that came out was a family member supposedly claims, oh no, he was just vaxxed. So they threw that in there. But the timing of it with Easter just kind of really struck me. Did you find anything unusual about DMX's passing?
I find this super unusual because you just sent goosebumps down my entire body from head to toe. So the Zach post that I just mentioned on Gematria Effect, all about that, 100%. And I think it was live. It was live like maybe an hour ago, or maybe 2 at the most. And I copied the link and sent that exact link to my friend that I just told you about. And so watch that. Zach's going to be way more informed on that topic than myself, but it is super creepy that you just brought that up, because that's exactly what he was talking about.
Okay, interesting. Well, this thing with the Holy Week, there's always stuff going on, always fires, and the idea that we'd have a high-profile death like this. And one of the things about it, though, is the terminology. This is what struck me, is because I saw the same terminology last year when the president of North Korea was supposedly undergoing some kind of surgery. He was comatose. They described him as being in a vegetative state. And if you look into their rituals around Easter time, they basically show you how they have deified their leaders as personifications of the sun, not unlike the Pope in many ways. I mean, the vicar of Christ, it's like this sun god incarnate, a divine being. And so I'm like, okay, wait, you have this divinated sun king, and now on Easter, he goes through this period of apparent death before he comes back, and it's very spectacular. But while he's dead, or seemingly dead, they call him, or they describe him as being in a vegetative state. And so for the whole week, they kept on using the phrase grave to describe DMX. Oh, he's in a grave state, a vegetative state. And both of those words there, both of those adjectives would actually describe Osiris, or could easily refer to the god of the grave, Osiris, in his vegetative death state before his resurrection. And the connection here would be one, Easter, and there's plenty of things specifically with X that has to do with Osiris and the cross and this death thing. But anyway, I'll be interested to see what he has to say, because the timing of it just makes me think very ritualistic.
So, and more timing to it, man. I mean, I'd consider myself like a lukewarm Christian from the time I was, really, really young. And then as time goes on and parents pass and life happens and what we're dealing with, which is obviously more to it than ritualistic face muzzles and everything that's going on, and the cure is going to be the cause. And you look at this stuff, and I've been wrestling with the whole, what you were just mentioning, like, okay, what's the deal, man? I came to the point where I don't believe Christ was a white guy, but was he? I still believe he was real, but like, how and what and did this? I'm wrestling with that, man. New Testament, was it concocted and messed up? Where's the 22 books that were left out? Like, I really don't know, honestly, man. Like, I'm trying to figure that out. So it's interesting that you brought that up, because I'm at a point where I'm kind of wrestling with that. I'm a huge truth seeker, and that's all I got, man. I'm in the middle of trying to iron that out, man.
Well, later this month, and probably next week, in fact, I'll be speaking with Micah Dank again. I've been interviewing him over at the Dark Matter Network, and he is someone who has gone really, I think, further than anyone in decoding the Bible as more or less an astrotheological book, that every verse, every section of it correlates to essentially the stars and their positions. And essentially what we're talking about here is a story, but it's based on the framework of the zodiac. And he has a book series which goes into detail about it. So I find that to be far more interesting than the idea that he was actually a real person who was killed in this way. And there's still a lot there to actually look at objectively and analyze, whereas theology is very subjective. So I'm interested in the aspect of it that ties into the astrotheological more than the actual theological.
Okay, man. I'm all ears, man. I'll pay attention to your channel, and I'll check it out. But then you get into the diet at 33, and I don't need to get deeper into that number. You know what I mean? But it's like, yeah, I don't know, man. I got some questions. I'll tell you that.
Well, I'll tell you this. One of the things that we've been doing on this channel is we've analyzed many events over the media in the last 100 years or so, 113 years back. And I'm noticing that the number 33 is constantly being correlated with not just Christ, but with the concept of the divinated Sun King. And you'll see it correlated with the laurel wreath of Apollo, the crown of thorns, but specifically like the crown chakra. And it probably correlates to the vertebrae in the spine, the fire snake, the rising sun, and the phoenix. You see all these things correlated. And to me, it just seems like, and if you look back, you'll see the figure of Christ is pretty much interchangeable with the phoenix, interchangeable with any number of these essentially personified sun deities. I don't think Jesus is special. And I don't mean that to be offensive, but I don't see any reason to assume it to be real when we find so much to support that it's merely a personification of a cycle.
Well, and not to be devil's advocate or to be argumentative or anything, but coming from what I told you, what I once believed and still deep down sort of do, like if evil's as bad as it is, and people will lie and corrupt the entire world for an end game of a one world communist, corrupt one world digital trackable currency, 247-365 police state, no privacy, no joy for the average goyim, if you will. Complete and total one world, and let's keep going, false religion in the end, and Christ does return. Like, that's the part where I really wrestle with, like, yin yang. Like, if there's evil that bad, including adrenochrome and horrible stuff that and rituals and awfulness, worshiping a dark side of, we'll call it Darth Vader for easy purposes, versus, the other side, the light, then I just think there has to be, something equally as special on the other side. And maybe, we're all corrupt and sinful, and there really was a perfect God man, Christ, that came down to offer.
Well, hey, this is great. Actually, I appreciate. I'm going to continue to discuss this throughout the night. I have a couple of other callers, but yeah, call back anytime.
Sure, man.
Infinite Plane Radio.
I like sugar and I like tea, but I don't like blue.
Okay. I think I cut it off before he said anything that might get us censored or whatever. Okay, so now, yeah, about the other thing he was going to bring up, like, it's how would you not believe in that? And I'll tell you what, if somebody shows me evidence of adrenochrome and all of the bad things we've heard about, whatever it happens to be, Satanism in high places, if I can see evidence of it being, a real thing and not just speculation and conjecture, I'll be very open to there being the complete opposite. But I don't know if our world is perfectly divided within this Christian framework of Jesus versus Satan. Like, I think that might actually just be a very dualistic. It's because it's night and day, and it's personifying the two. I don't know. We'll see. But the idea that we have an account, a historical account, no, I don't think so. And in fact, I'm really inclined to go along with Joseph Atwill's book, his idea with Caesar's Messiah. His interpretation is that it's the War of the Jews, and Flavius Josephus, here it is, 66 to 70 CE. What he suggests, though, is that it was more or less like a contracted piece of propaganda, that the Flavians needed to deify themselves, so they kind of backdated some myths, and they kind of superimposed themselves onto this Sun King. And it just kind of suggests that they made it up. And I hate to say it like that, but I mean, how much in the news do they make up? And again, I kind of look at the news media as mostly, more or less, just the spokesmouths for the power elite. It's not really there to report anything. And then you go back a little bit further, I'm like, well, is history any different than mainstream media? And how much of what we're told about history is even all that reliable beyond a few? I mean, look how much the left and the right fight over recent history, over who was pro-civil rights, which party is really racist. Is it the Democrats? Is it the Republicans? Did the racist Democrats move to the Republican side? All these different arguments over history. And it just seems like, well, history is just whoever has the money and the power gets to write it. And it's flexible. It's almost like the Mandela effect's a real thing, where you've got people who it's completely subjective. Even now, just watch with this Derek Chauvin on trial. I mean, they keep on saying George Floyd trial, but it's like, well, no, that's to make people mad. So Derek Chauvin is on trial, and you have this discussion. Well, is his knee on his neck or is it on his back? One side sees it one way, the other side sees it the other way. Then you have like Crowder was like, well, no, his weight's on his heel. It's on his foot. It's not on George. And I'm like, well, they're very selective in their interpretation. And then it's, well, no, he died because his heart stopped. Well, maybe his heart stopped because, you see what I mean? They've been playing semantics with reality itself. And nothing new here. This is how it's always been. So it's really a matter of consensus, reality by consensus. Commenter says, there's a news report from Eastern Europe about a gang taking adrenochrome, mainstream news. Now, when they say taking adrenochrome, this is another one of these things. I would need to see evidence for it. Let's take a look. Adrenochrome in the news. This is from Bulgarian journalist, TV presenter, died in a major road accident on Easter Sunday. His car had been waiting at a traffic light and it was hit from behind. Okay, apparently, according to this story, he was going to report on something. I wouldn't.
Сатанинският наркотик.
A satanic narcotic, a satanic drug. It is known as adrenochrome or just chrome. Now, this stuff all definitely has. It's very much, to me, it's almost like an extension or a new iteration of the old blood libel stories. So the people who are inclined to believe that will believe this. Which to me, I'm like, well, I don't know. Evidence first, but it is kind of strange that like I'm on my adrenochrome right now, my Adreno graphics processor, Chrome browser, and people point out that yes, it does look like it has a 666 in it, which it certainly does. But I just don't have any direct information or evidence of blood drinking elites, but more myths. It's like the Satanic Panic. Do you remember back when the Satanic Panic thing was a big deal, where it was believed that there were satanic cults and they were taking over the daycare centers? Same stuff. But then somehow people forget about it. It gets debunked. It dies away from lack of evidence. People get the attention they wanted, the traffic they wanted, whatever. And it kind of goes away, but now it's kind of back again. Commenter says that's 100% intentional, all the 666 logos. Okay, so we've got the adrenochrome with the 666. Someone pointed out CERN. Okay, so we can connect that one. Very similar logos. WEF, and both of those have Lord Shiva. So there's no doubt you see that. Now let me point this out. This is something I saw earlier tonight on my Twitter account. So Elon Musk actually tweeted out a 666 on, well, less than an hour ago. April 10th, 2021. He says, soon you will feel a strange desire for Zune. Now Zune is some kind of a music player or something. But my point is, the tweet has a cartoon of Bill Gates. And Bill Gates is pointing at a vaccine. And he says, we are here, mandatory vaccine rollout. And this follows shutdown and social distancing, information control and censorship, and then fear. So he's showing the rollout of the agenda, like on a scroll. And Bill Gates is, this evil genius pointing to number 4. The next one is 666. Zune relaunch. Now, this is coming from Elon Musk, so make of it what you will, but you have to remember that he is one of the figureheads of one of the major organs of this mass deception, and that would be SpaceX, and even the Boring Company and everything that they're involved with. It's a major part of this program. So it's interesting that he would be tweeting out a joke that plays into the vaxophobia and the Bill Gatesophobia. So now, I followed that up. The next tweet, he says, this is actually happening. So now, ostensibly, he's talking about Zune, some kind of digital media player or something. But if you just look at it at face value, this meme does actually accurately describe the scenario as understood by people who are looking at the bigger picture. And then this does follow a couple of strange comments he's made about vaccines. This is from NDTV News Desk. Elon Musk weighs in on vaccines again and gets mixed reactions. Not going to get into it much, but he said something like, if you have a bad side effect, you can just shoot up some EpiPen or something. Okay, here's something that was caught by History Buried. So there's a news story about a 150-foot iceberg passing through Iceberg Alley near Newfoundland. And someone had found out that this is the same exact iceberg from 2017. It's kind of like those NASA clouds that never change. 60 years later or whatever, it's like, okay, wait, do the clouds ever move? They have time lapses for 24 hours where the clouds don't move. But apparently, and if you compare the two, this is accurate, the icebergs never change. I mean, what are these, big chunks of styrofoam? It's the same exact icebergs. 2021 and 2017 even has the same little nub on the top. Icebergs arrive, first icebergs of the season. You see, there's this theory that icebergs are a hoax or some kind of manufactured phenomenon. Interesting theory, and I think it actually there might be something to it. And it may have something to do with scaring people off of the uncharted waters of the world. And that's kind of the same kind of fear they're playing into with asteroids. I think it's the same basic story. And by the way, there's an incoming asteroid going to pass between the Earth and the Moon, and it's the size of a football field. So let me see if it's going to kill us. You know how many times they death threat us, these Chicken Littles over there at NASA? How many times have they told you in your lifetime that you might die today because of an asteroid? And it's always in the background, just a suggestion. And I like how they can never show us photos from space and nobody complains, except for the flat earthers. It's like, why don't you just show us a picture for once? It's cool art, but technically I would describe this as religious art. Now, as NASA's OSIRIS-REx bids for farewell to Bennu, now this is all really interesting because OSIRIS-REx, King Osiris, and then the asteroid Bennu. This is the thing that it goes out there and it knocks, it actually went out and it took a chunk of it. If you want to believe any of this stuff. You got these little probes that go millions of miles away and send back little clips for Instagram. Like, what is it with this Mars helicopter taking selfies? The Mars rover taking selfies. The Mars rover was there before selfies were invented. Anyway, it says here, on April 10th, the asteroid 2021 GT3, the length of a bowling lane, is due to pass between the Earth and the Moon. For reference, the average distance, okay, so it's not going to kill us supposedly, but they did say it's potentially hazardous. And then I saw something else that seems equally more like preparing people for something, and that is this. There's a near collision between a couple of private satellites. Like, that's new. Space junk is pretty much a new thing, and you should keep that in mind. That's it wasn't something that people saw regularly until pretty much this year. Also, this is something I'll have to add to our overall meta script, but we're always talking about these patterns, these numbers, and we were talking about Stanley Kubrick, and they brought up his movie AI, and how AI, of course, if you look at the numerical value associated with those letters, A is 1, I is 9. Okay, so turns out that the Japanese carrier-borne attack on the U.S. Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor was actually called Operation AI. So that's kind of consistent, and it's actually rather interesting when we look at it in context, because 9/11 was preceded by many examples of predictive programming and foreshadowing throughout mass entertainment. And so these 9/11 style events are all very well integrated. So it's kind of interesting that this 9/11 style event that was referenced during the PNAC talks with regards to maybe America needs a new catalyzing event like Pearl Harbor right before 9/11. So it's kind of interesting that it would be Operation 19, considering 9/11 had the 19 hijackers. And then 19 years later, you've got C-19, the comet passes, and then COVID-19. Very, very interesting. If you ask me, that's the code name from World War II. Now here's another one. This is something we've talked about before. This is World Order, let's start World War III. So since we started talking about Pearl Harbor, I thought, well, let's revisit this for just a moment. World Order, let's start World War III, March 11th, 2018. So this video came out on 3/11. It was one of these videos we analyzed with regards to all of the symbolism. And so we were looking towards the date, at the date 3/11 in advance as the date that would trigger whatever would bring about a one world system. And that's pretty much what this music video is about. It's called Let's Start World War III. It really starts off with these Trumpers who are all for America, and they have the American flag in the back. But throughout the video, which all takes place in Seattle, which is significant because this is where the pandemic started, this is actually ground zero. So they're at ground zero for the pandemic, talking about starting World War III. And towards the end of the video, there are fires beneath Trump, perhaps even signaling summers of 2020. But then by the end, the American flag is replaced by a quilt of all of the flags of the world, and it says, "We are all one." And of course, the group is called World Order. And so World War III, my interpretation, is what started on, 3/11. So you can kind of see here just some of the predictive programming pointing at this, again, this date, and the same repeating symbols at use here. So again, referencing this because World War III, I think, may be something that has to do with outer space or something along those lines. And I'm finding more and more to support this. In fact, in our analysis of the work of Stanley Kubrick, it does seem to be the case. And we'll probably get more into that in a few. Leaked video shows unidentified objects swarming Navy warship. A lot of UFO sightings, asteroid sightings, all just acclimating the public for something. And personally, I think that they are staging World War III to be some type of a space war. Stuff falling from the sky. This is the reason why I think there was a near collision in space recently between a Starlink and another satellite. Now, I don't believe anything out there is actually orbiting, but this is part of the story that the masses are being told, and whatever they could be made to believe will become true. OneWeb and SpaceX satellites dodge a collision in orbit. Red alerts of a potential disaster were sent to the companies. Now, this is a ridiculous picture. This is from Getty Images. Starlink satellites visible in the night sky, April 2020. So, looking at these pictures, some people might be inclined to think that these are real, time-lapse or something, but I want to just point out, if you can see the stars behind them, then it means that you're staring up into a column of darkness known as the Earth's shadow, which extends 870,000 miles into space, if you believe all this. So these Starlink satellites that are a mere 185 miles above your head are well within the umbra of the Earth's shadow. And if you can see the stars and you're in the shadow, then my question is, how can you see the CubeSats? They have no lights. The only way you would see it is if it were reflecting the sun. But the nature of the Earth's shadow at that height is such that you wouldn't be able to see the sun from even that height. So I'm saying that these shadows are all, these sightings are all fake. And as soon as we started calling it out, and this is, you can actually look back at the timeline on this, we called this out for a while. We said, hey, look, Elon Musk didn't account for the shadow of the Earth the way the ISS does. And the ISS is higher, and they actually show it going into the Earth's shadow once it passes the Terminator. But take a look at this. As soon as we drew attention to it, suddenly they introduced sun visors to reduce brightness, where they claimed that visor sats are now attached. And it says, our objective is to make our satellites invisible within a week to minimize their impact on astronomy, Musk said. So they call these the dark sats. So they turned off the lights back in April of last year after we drew attention to the inconsistency. Really, they ought to pay us. All right, going through comments. Bain says, Elon is like Mark Zuckerberg, completely fake genius, just a fake government enterprise pretending to be private. That's true. He's a character created, written mostly by Von Braun, but I do believe he's also kind of a mix of Tony Stark and Willy Wonka. Right now they're emphasizing the Tony Stark, but it's even a couple of years ago I noticed this when he was doing the Boring Company and he started getting to Boring Candy. He bought Gene Wilder's house. I was like, what's going on here? And the correlation is, well, they're getting into Hyperloops. So between Hyperloops, this Boring Company, and all this CGI, I think you can see where this is headed. and I can give you a hint, in my opinion, I actually think that deep space is deep underground. And Mars is probably a place on Earth beneath the surface. Some Truman Show, but it'll be probably designed to house more than just one brainwashing victim. All right, I'm going through comments here. Tominoid says Jodie Foster's got a good one in Elysium AI, searching through grids 311, authorizing full containment order. The movie has a 113 earlier in the background. Right, Wall-E has A113, same exact meaning. The number 113 has a lot of significance on the world stage, as we've mapped out. November the 3rd has a lot of references. Funnily enough, that whole series of books that seem to reference Donald Trump and his kid Barron and time travel starts off on November the 3rd. All right, let's see. I'm going through comments again. Phones are open 833-311-1984. I fixed the sound. Okay, so the asteroid that's going to kill us, or it's going to come by or whatever, it's the size of a football field. Kind of an interesting comparison. I noticed like during the election it was, oh, there's an asteroid the size of Trump Tower that's going to hit the White House on election day. Remember that? Like they're so flippant in their, what do you want to call these? Predictions. They're predictions. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim, I was wondering if we could talk about the Bible a little bit.
Sure. Which version? And by the way, yeah, let's start with that. Which version, just to get everybody on the same sheet?
I like that you asked the version because that's one of the biggest problems with people is they think all the versions are the same. And I'm particularly interested in the, the Greek Hebrew and Strong's Concordance translations, the direct translations from Greek Hebrew to modern day English.
What's your take on this Josephus character, by the way? He's like the only one that gives us a historical account of Jesus directly or more or less. Do you think he's a reliable witness, and do you trust what he wrote about the historicity of Christ?
I don't know much about Christ. I am a believer in Yeshua, but that's purely based off of personal experience. Actually, I wanted to talk about Genesis because I heard you mention the difference between Yahweh and Elohim before. So I'm really interested in that subject of there being two separate gods, or possibly even a whole pantheon of gods in Genesis.
I get the feeling that it's a group, and I think it makes more sense. And many of the movie allegories that we see, or movies that seem to be based on Genesis itself, like for example the movie The Village, it has a group of controllers over the ignorant children who are born to this cult, this commune, and the controllers are called the elders, and they're the ones who run the psyops and mind control everybody. And I think they represent the Elohim, and it's a group. It's an elite.
Really? Wow. So you believe that the Elohim are on the evil side, and you think Yahweh is more of the moral character?
Well, I don't know about it as being a moral thing. I mean, my interpretation of it, just looking at the story, if I had to be completely objective, from a human's perspective, I wouldn't want to meet any of those characters. I would say that even the God is a very irrational, even narcissistic being. I don't know if it's worship, to murder, or not murder, but, like, for example, Isaac, the sacrifice that he was told to make. And it's like, hey, you kill your kid on the hill to show you love me. Like, that kind of thinking doesn't seem like a benevolent deity to me at all. And I'm just trying to find out, well, where's the benevolence of a guy that can flood the world?
Exactly. And you know what is all that wrathfulness, the flooding of the world, Isaac sacrificing his son, Sodom and Gomorrah being destroyed. What else? Jacob being favored when he like went behind his brother's back or some shit. That was all done by Yahweh. And Yahweh was also the one who put us in the Garden of Eden, which translates to some type of enclosure. All these words translate different. If you're listening to this, if you haven't read the Greek Hebrew or Strong's Concordance, you haven't read the Bible, because it doesn't mean anything close to what these words actually translate to. But from me reading it, it doesn't appear that the Elohim have really done anything evil. They created us first. In Genesis, it says that they created us, and that they created the world, and that they gave us dominion over the beings of the earth. And then Yahweh stepped in and somehow put us into our bodies and, put us in the enclosure and gave us the snake, and basically just sets traps for us and then punishes us.
Interesting. Well, one thing about the Eden scenario as it relates to the village is that it's a benevolent dictatorship. And as long as they remain ignorant of their servitude and the nature of the real world, and knowing how to make decisions, how to think for themselves, whatever it happens to be, because it was basically a benevolent dictatorship, and it's a codependent relationship, and it was dependent upon this wall of ignorance. So you could say that they were maybe not overtly evil, but that's because they had subdued them mentally. Just that's how the story looks to me. It's like, I don't know if you'd call them good.
You're saying that the Elohim could possibly be evil because of why? I didn't quite understand that.
Well, evil, not necessarily evil, but what would you call slavery or ignorance? They're kept in a state of ignorance, so they don't know anything. I mean, that's a sort of a bondage. And I like getting to that movie, The Village, where the elders kept them in a state of ignorance. So they thought it was, like 18th century or something, and they're out in the woods, when it's really the 20th century. But they did it for their own good, to keep them safe from the world. And so it was a benevolent thing, if you want to look at it that way.
Interesting. When you say that, though, I don't really picture the Elohim taking on that role. I see that more as Yahweh's role, because Yahweh, he put us in the physical bodies, and he also recreated the world. He created the world again after the Elohim. So when I read that, I imagine him basically creating a matrix, basically protecting our, what we can perceive. And there's a lot of fishy things with that guy, and it seems like the Elohim step in ever so often to kind of just keep things going along. Like they tap in with Noah with the flood. Like Noah supposedly had favorings with the Elohim. So I don't know, man. And supposedly, so I've been getting really into this channel called Number 9 Nanya, and I've been getting into her channel because she reads through Strong's Concordance. She reads it pretty unbiasedly, and she has this take too, also, that the Elohim aren't so evil. And man, I forgot how I was going with this.
Well, okay, so
but anyway, the reason why I wanted to call it. Go ahead.
No, this is all really interesting. But I was going to ask you really quick your take on, who is the Satan character in this? Is he the enemy of man, or is he a demonized benefactor who was a liberator, as some Gnostic interpretations might look at this? There are different ways that people interpret this thing, but it's just kind of interesting that Satan takes the bad rap when was he in fact a necessary component to the story?
Yeah. Oh man, the whole word Satan. I think so. I think there's multiple evil entities, and Christianity has kind of labeled them all as Satan, because I'm sure you've seen the Kabbalah Tree of Death, and they have Lucifer on there and Satan, all these different names that we attribute to one entity, but really they're multiple. But in my opinion, this character Yahweh could possibly be the devil. I mean, the devil is the deceiver. So the ultimate deception is to make you believe that that he is God, that he is creator. And like I said, so we have all these Christians that they read the Greek Hebrew these days. Like we have Kingdom of Context. I'm not sure if you heard of him, and all these other Christian Rob Skiba, and they read exactly what Yahweh is doing, and they, even though what's the word? They basically just make excuses for his wrathfulness. They say, oh, it's because of this, it's because of this, because of that. But when I think of a divine creator, I don't see them ever being wrathful. I see them more as kind of just doing what the Elohim do, basically, in the Old Testament, which is just come in every note now and then and just make sure things keep rolling.
Interesting. I can kind of see that. Especially when people they take the Bible, however you take it. You think of God as this transcendent being, but none of the characters in the Bible, none of these, at no point does it ever seem transcendent to me. Everything's very human, and the gods are very earthly.
Yes.
And they're not any different to me than the Greek gods, the Roman gods. They seem very much like involved in human life. It just seems like it almost looks. This is why I like looking at these various representations of the elite in movies like Westworld or the Hunger Games, where they are set apart from the rest of us, and they would like to be thought of as gods. And I think that still happens today, where the media exaggerates the power of everything. Really, there's so many things that just simply don't exist, but it's given them godlike powers. Where people believe, Bill Gates can wipe out billions and blot out the sun. That's how much power that they have imbued into these puppets. So I kind of look at the the Bible just looks like a storybook that tells a lot of very powerful stories, but at no point do I get the sense that this was written by some divine being.
Yeah, I kind of look at it as, I guess basically as how us truthers look at history books. Well, like we can look at a history book and be like, there's some truth here and there's some lies here. Like there's half of it's true and half of it's lies. And like Jesus said, we have to divide the word, because like certain things don't make sense. Like I'm not big on the New Testament, but supposedly Yeshua said that you're supposed to follow your government.
Would you clarify for me who is because there's these different names for people who don't know. Like when you say Yeshua, you mean the person everybody thinks of as Jesus who died on the cross?
Yes, I should have clarified that. Yeshua is apparently the actual name of Jesus Christ. What was that going? Oh yeah, so supposedly Jesus said that don't question your government, obey your government or something, but he also was flipping banker tables. He was cracking whips on bankers. So something doesn't make sense. And yeah, just like with the translation things, most people read the Bible, they read the Old Testament, they read Genesis, whatever. They think there's one God there. There isn't. There could be. There's Yahweh. There's Elohim. There's El Shaddai. There's El Yon. There's Eloah. There's like I think it's a polytheistic book. I think it's describing the same gods as in all these other religions and old books, but it's oversimplifying it.
Okay, so I'm looking at something here. Recently, I was that's why I asked you what version you were looking into, because I was looking into King James and what he wrote about demonology, and I'm like, do the people who take the Bible literally also take this other stuff literally? Because you can find some stuff that he writes about werewolves, vampires, magical charms, and astrology. I find all this stuff to be very interesting, but it would be contradictory to not include all this stuff. And I find it really bothersome that these books are so heavily edited. And how can you take it to be an authentic account of any divine being or any sort of an authority when it's been so incredibly edited? And they leave out all this good stuff like possession, fairies, obsession, spectra, werewolves, like I said. Any thoughts on King James? It seems like something of a magician.
I don't know. It would make sense. He's doing all that stuff because, like I said already, the King James version it's a lot different from what it translates through Strong's Concordance or the Greek Hebrew. You know, but the reason why I called in, I keep missing the point. I want to talk about this Nanya chick because, okay, so she looks at us as humans as a product of, genetic manipulation, basically between the Yahovah, because she believes that Yahweh is like a faction and the Elohim are a faction, and we're like this genetic byproduct. And the serpent is actually some type of technology. It translates to some type of beautiful light shaft. And Adam, and this is all through, I haven't read through all, it's very difficult to translate every single thing. And so unless you're going to dedicate your life to this, you kind of have to take other people's words who are reading Strong's Concordance or the Greek Hebrew. But she translates Adam as a race, the original human race, and Eve as this almost like an artificial race. And this serpent technology, it's almost like she describes it like an AI that always existed, but somehow, like, the Eve race is using it, and some people from the Adam race are using it, and they're using this technology to appear beautiful, and it creates almost like an aura around you, and in the end days, supposedly, this technology breaks down, and this is the point I'm trying to get at, is their mouths will look weird. Being close to them, you'll see them. And when I think about this 6 feet social distancing, wearing masks shit, it all reminds me of what she's talking about.
So this would cover up the revelation when the masks come down. Like They Live. The movie They Live was referenced by somebody in the chat here as you were speaking, where in that movie there's some type of signal that's suppressing the appearance of the aliens and it's about to be lifted or something. And it's kind of similar. Very interesting. And I have read some accounts. I think it was something about Eve having known the serpent. Interesting line of thinking there. Do you think that this is likely as an explanation for the powers that be, that there's some kind of a glamour, some type of what do you mean by, do you think that, like David Icke, for example, talks about this? Do you think that it's a different bloodline, or you think it's actually shape-shifting? Because that's what he used to say.
It's tricky. There's like a human race and a look-alike human race, like an AI, I don't know, it's just a different race, right? And this technology got loose, and it's like there's all these different factions using it. And I actually think this technology is what the Templars or whatever back in the day were searching for as the Holy Grail. And the Templars are supposedly tied to the snake or something like that, and the serpent is this technology. It also reminds me of the Kundalini, because like you have your serpent inside of you and your pineal gland can supposedly light up. So it's tricky, but it's almost like this serpent is like also an AI, a technology, a deep fake, because she mentions all this stuff about the mouth. And like, I know that these days, the one thing they're trying to get right with the deep fake technology is the mouth. And she was describing something about having difficulties with the making the mouth appear right. I'm just trying to get this through you because I'm hoping you.
I've seen for years. I've seen images or videos of various individuals. In fact, recently even Elon Musk. But you zoom in on their eyes and you see this like reptilian thing. I've seen that for some time, but more recently I have seen videos drawing attention to mouths. In fact, I sent one to Metabunk. It was where Joe Biden was speaking, but it looked like he had 2 rows of teeth. I seen another one with Alex Jones, and it's like, why does his mouth look like, kind of reminded me of like a shark or something. Like there was something off with it, and I figured it was just the lighting. But is this sort of what you're describing? Because I've seen it.
The lighting in the mouth. the lighting in the mouth. That's supposedly what the problem is they can't get the shadows right inside the mouth or something like that with deepfake technology. Dan, that could be the reason for the fucking masks. Like maybe this serpent is just some ancient AI that they're trying to bring out, and it's like it speaks through deep fakes, and like they need the mask because they can't get the fucking mouth right.
Well, that's as plausible as anything else. I mean, we certainly know it's not for the stated purpose. So what is the reason for it? I mean, I know it's pretty much a good symbol for the censorship and the silencing of thought. But as far as covering up faces in preparation for some kind of oncoming shift, I've actually heard that a couple of times. It's crossed my mind, but now that you bring it up, I'm going to continue to look into that direction. And 2020 too. I do get the feeling 2020 was the year that the scheduled revelation would start. They write these things in advance. Like, I'm convinced that 9/11 was planned at least before the towers were constructed, maybe 10 years prior, if not further back.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. And there's some more stuff on the bounce off here.
Well, one more thing here. You brought up the snake. Okay, everything about the Templars, everything about the Masons has to do with the number 33. And that does correlate with Corona crown, the crown chakra, and the Kundalini serpent, the 33 vertebrae. And this is why we constantly see this number. And so you're right about that. And the Templars are constantly being referenced in the media in various ways, as well as other factions of this clandestine cult that apparently runs the place.
Yeah. I wanted to run this other part by you. So people, from the whole astrological perspective, because I don't dismiss that from the Bible. So people say that the Old Testament is Saturn worship, the New Testament is sun worship, and Islam is moon worship. So if you look at the days of the week, that's Saturday being the Old Testament, Sunday being the New Testament, and Monday being Islam. So now we're in Tuesday. Tuesday is Mars. And now we're going to Mars. And we have like this Mars worship basically with Elon Musk and all that.
Yeah, let me comment on that really quick. If you read the writings of Aleister Crowley, it was all about how the New Age was going to be the age of Mars, the age of Aries, the age of Horus in particular. He called it the age of Horus, which is Mars. And they worship this sun god in the form of the falcon. So it is interesting that Elon Musk is all about Mars as we enter the Martian age, and his rocket that's going to get us there, the Falcon 9, was a big part of it. But the occultists, the New Agers, the Theosophists, they all believed in this succession and that there would be a replacement for there's a succession of the dominant god of the time, and we're moving into Mars. Now, in their description, it wouldn't be Mars, the war god, right away, but it would be more or less a child, which is how they described it. And I'm like, well, it makes perfect sense because they have been fomenting something of a youth rebellion with the environmentalism, the gun grab between your Greta and your David Hogg. You can kind of see that Martian energy they're drumming up, and I think you're right about that.
Oh yeah, they're definitely trying to conjure it. The thing I'm wondering is, I strongly believe, I learned about my total detailed astrology recently, like, about where all your planets were, and you've probably heard about it, right? Like you chart with all your houses and everything.
Yes, it tells you where the moon was when you were born, etc. Yes.
Yeah, so it gives you like a super detailed, summary of yourself, and I read through it and I'm like, wow, this is crazy. This describes my relationship with my mother and my father, exactly like what motivates me to travel. So I think that we are strongly influenced by the stars. I question sometimes how much free will we actually have ever since looking into that stuff deeply. And what I really want to know is, what age are we actually in? Where are we actually going? Because I don't see the mind control is breaking down. Like, I'm a young guy. I keep up with all these predominantly black youth media outlets, just because that seems to be where most of the propaganda comes out, and I try to, get in there and look in the comment sections. And this vaccine shit is not getting through. I saw a post today from space of like New York with a curved fucking horizon, and people were saying flat Earth all over the place. Like people of Facebook, vaccine Asian live shit on the comment section. People are not having it, so it's falling apart. So where are we in the age of Aquarius? Are we waking up?
I think that now I don't write this stuff, but they do, and I can point to many things that show that we're correct here in our analysis. Not a coincidence. The sun set at 8:46 on the day George Floyd was killed after being kneeled on for 8:46, correlating with 9/11 starting at 8:46 a.m. All of this stuff is definitely timed. And on 12/21/2020, in December, we had the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn, and it creates the Bethlehem star, which they said we haven't seen since Christ was born or whatever. So you go by that storyline, which they evidently do, it would suggest that this would be the reset year. And they were constantly talking about the reset and introducing this concept of starting over. And that's what it means with the new age. And so the last time we had the Bethlehem star, the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn on the winter solstice, was when the year starts over at 0. So I would say, yes, this would be the beginning. In fact, I've also, just by looking at the predictive programming and the way they use the numbers, I kind of think that we can pretty much extrapolate from that we're pretty much there. They've already created this one world religion. That would be COVID. The introduction of the virus as universally accepted, it's the new sin. It replaced sin, just like your carbon footprint and all that. So I think we have the one world religion. We have a one world view, and I think it's done. Like, it's mission accomplished, and now it's time for the next age.
Okay, so you're saying, so it starts this year basically because it was 12/20/20, right? So basically 2021 is the new shit.
Yes, that's
right?
that's exactly how I would look at it. And I kind of think it's going to begin based on, again, we have been on this channel, we've been looking very closely at the works of Stanley Kubrick and his relationship with Tom Cruise, who's about to go to the space station this year. And I happen to think that whatever comes next, whatever is going to signal or really inaugurate the next age, this Martian age, is going to be something involving outer space. And I think it's very interesting, too, that the whole New Age movement for a century, since 1904, in fact, has been talking about this coming age of Mars. And it does seem like mission accomplished to me.
So, okay, so I'm a little confused. Are we in the age of Mars or the age of Aquarius, or is it both?
Good question. If you look at the different ways that people describe it, you usually hear Aquarius. That's the norm. But I'm just going off of what the actual, I'm just going straight to the source. And the reason I'm going to the source is that I happen to think that the space age is the new age. That the way the new age is manifesting is actually going to be dressed up as science. And I think that they've replaced all of the old aspects, the template of the older religion, with a science fiction version that's the exact same thing. And a couple of other things. One thing, if you look back at the Babylon working, we talk about this a bit with Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard. The woman they were with, who they said was to incarnate the Antichrist, she's actually the first person to ever report having sighted a UFO. And it was actually 2 years before Roswell. So I think that the UFO narrative has everything to do with the coming New Age.
Oh, yeah, no, that definitely makes sense with the Messiah and all that. Damn, I always forget the fucking next question. I always had some big question I want to ask you. There's so much stuff I want to run by you that I forget.
Well, we were talking,
so the whole 12/21 thing, dude, I'm telling you, we don't have free will. We are governed by the stars. Because even when you said, I saw that 12/21 thing in my astrology shit, and since that date, I've been so introverted. Like, I used to post on my social media all the time. I don't post at all. I've been super like just doing like foundational work, like I've been trying to start a business. So I've just been doing like back end work, like not being me at all. So I totally buy that, but I see they're destroying themselves right now, and I think it's on purpose, bro. They're overplaying their hand, and I'm not sure if it's to destroy, like a controlled demolition, or if they're doing it because like most of these people getting the vaccine right now, I think a lot of them are getting it in spite of someone that they were arguing with, to be like, oh, I got it and I'm alive. And I think some of them even question if it's safe for them. And when you think about that, that's kind of like consenting to your sacrifice. These people that are getting vaccinated, these stories are getting out of people getting hurt, of all the weirdness around the development. So we've put the information out there. If you get the vaccine at this point, you're consenting to your sacrifice. And yeah, like I said, I think these people are questioning it. And
great point.
I think everyone else who doesn't go along with it is they're the smart ones, right? They're we saw through it, and we get to go on. It's almost like a sorting of the wheat in the shaft.
Fascinating take on it. I mean, look, earlier we talked about religion, the Bible, whatever, Jesus, and I said it's all just allegory or whatever, but it is true that if you're completely objective about how things are being presented, it does have all the appearances of being some kind of a metaphysical choice almost, where you have this Bill Gates character and he wants to inject you with the mark of the beast, and all the terminology and the nomenclature is there to support that if you want to look at it from that perspective. And I'm like, why would they have it dressed up this way? And then this guy makes jokes about the final solution, and he's like, by the way, I'm going to blot out the sun.
Yeah.
So yeah, I find that to be really curious to me. And about the self-sacrifice thing, that's absolutely true. Putting on the mask was to help others. It's like I'm wearing the mask to help other people because I'm sacrificing myself. I'm inconveniencing myself for everybody else. And I even think that the ritual jab, I don't think it's about what's inside of it. I think the ritual jab is initiation into the cult, like a little bit of blood to show your solidarity with everybody. And I think it's all psychological mostly. I think it's just a prop. But as far as is it separating people? Certainly. I mean, the mask and the compliance and the social distancing, it certainly has been a revelation in its own way.
Yeah, it sucks, the separation, man. I used to be so connected I used to be the most social guy until this happened. And then I just fucking went nuts. But yeah, it's a revelation of the method. I think that's why they have to show you the method, because you really have to be consenting something to this consent. We're all consenting, just like with voting and shit. You never sign a petition. I mean, I don't have to tell you this. I'm telling the listeners. Don't ever sign a petition or vote. I live in Southern California. They told us we couldn't go to the beach. We went to the beach. Then they opened it, and they tried to pretend like it was their decision. They closed the restaurants down. The restaurant owners eventually opened up. Then the governor said, okay, we're opening the restaurants. They try to pretend like they have the power. No, we're making the decisions. They're pretending like they're making the decisions. You don't have to vote. All you have to do is educate other people and be effective at it. That's the difficult part, is you have to be persuasive and effective at convincing people. You need to have sales skills and yeah, I mean, that's really it. Oh, and civilly disobey. There's no war. We're not going to fight anybody. There's not going to be any guns. We just civilly disobey. These tyrants in power, they might be cold-hearted, but after a certain amount of people that don't ever fight you back or are giving, you can't ticket 10 grannies for walking on the beach, you know what I'm saying, or eating brunch.
Well, I actually have an example I want to bring up on the screen here of, there are people who are fighting against this or whatever, burning their masks, etc. And then you have the anti-vaxxer versus the vax thing. this is all really fascinating how it's playing out, just watching it kind of more or less from the sidelines. But there is, I want to put a link here in the chat. I do know someone who spoke out against the masks last year before it was all that trendy, and the small town he was in, they actually swatted his house over it. Interesting thing, though, just to see this stuff go down. But the main thing that really kind of surprised me this year wasn't really how eager various governments are to seize power, but it was the snitching. The people telling on each other, just calling the authorities. I'm like, wow, when did that happen? And when it first started, they had to introduce the 311, that number again, for people to call because they didn't want to flood 9/11 with people reporting their neighbors for coughing.
Yeah. But did you say you knew the person who got snitched on? Or
Yes. Actually, I know someone who was basically speaking out against masks, and then later, they also the other night actually had a caller from Canada who also kind of butted heads with authorities over these things, but they like to make their examples, that's for sure.
Wow, I was worried about the snitching thing too. I went to a few parties and I was trying to promote them, and I was worried about that. But recently I was having an idea, I've only seen this in the media, and if I was in power and I wanted people not to do shit, I would try and make them think that everyone's snitching. But you're saying that these people really were ratted on. That's very disgusting. But
well, one in particular, the Canadian yoga instructor was live, but the thing is, he was live streaming, which you can, he was live streaming a party. You can judge that as, ill-advised given the conditions where he was at, but it was the local news media who were actually watching. So it's like, yeah, definitely some targeted individuals out there. But, I kind of got past the whole vaxophobia thing. I broke it down last year in my own mind. I'm thinking the most likely thing here is that it's about money and power. And if you look at the function of it, it's so perfectly divisive politically that I don't think there's anything in it other than a schism. I think it's a mind war weapon, and it's very effective. But I don't have any fear about the future depopulation or anything like that. What about you? Do you still hold out the notion that, like the anti-vaxxers do, that there's going to be some kind of a culling?
No, I don't think it definitely wouldn't be something immediate because it'd just be so obvious. But honestly, this vaccine, I'm not sure if they would even try and fuck with us on the first one. I feel like this one is the point of it is to get past the point of it being questionable that the government wants to get something in your body. I think they could put nothing in us this time, but now it's set in history. It's like, oh, we already did this. Now when we want to do this again, it's just like everyone's gonna be like, come on, dude, we already did this. Just take the fucking jab. We're already doing this now. It's like this is our reality now. The government just does this every few years. But you're definitely right about the money thing. There could be absolutely nothing wrong with the vaccine, and there's a lot of money to be made because unlike prescription drugs, vaccines are mandated in most cases, depending on your school, the military, whatever. And so when something's mandated, it's like insurance. You can make a lot of money, So, but do you watch Del Bigtree on the High Wire? Do you watch that?
I do, and one thing is this: the distinction between, and I like a lot of the work he does. I remember when this thing first started, he was one of the first ones to question the official narrative. But I feel like a lot of these bigger channels don't go far enough because they don't say there's no such thing as a virus. And unless you're willing to go that far, I think you're always going to be in the controlled dialectic that they set up on the world stage. To me, I don't even think that there is such a thing. I think that they had to find a way to reinvent sin to control people globally. But atheists don't believe in sin, and all the different religions have different concepts of what constitutes sin, because this is all a tool to regulate behavior. So I think they took that construct and they attached it to science with the virus, and they reintroduced it. So I think it's a salvation issue, and it's really about the saved and the unsaved. and it's all basically a ruse, just like the religious counterpart. So I don't even believe in the virus. I think it's a prop, a hobgoblin. It's a devil. A devil the atheist will accept. Just like the atheist doesn't believe in a wrathful God that will flood the world, but they certainly believe in global warming.
Mm-hmm. You saying you don't believe in any viruses, or you don't believe in the COVID virus?
I don't believe in.
SARS.
Okay, I don't believe in the pandemic model. Like, so whatever they're saying is the virus, whatever. I don't think it matches their models. I think that the level of pre-planning pretty much proves, at a minimum, that this is not a real thing, this event itself. But I don't even believe in the pandemic model. I think it's as flawed as the global warming model. Like, in other words, I don't
Greeting.
Hey, what's up, caller? Sorry, the last call, I think I have 2 callers on the line. Let me go ahead and politely disconnect from the previous caller.
Oh, you can keep them on if you want. I just wanted to pop in quick, Tim.
Okay, yeah, by all means.
Yeah, so you're exactly right about a virus. These are the destroyed fragments of your immune system attacking things. So, like, I would use it as a like a simile or a metaphor. Imagine you go to a house that was burnt down by a fire, and you say, "Look at what all the ashes did to this house." The virus is like the ashes of a fire. So when your body goes through a seasonal change, or, you know, it fights something in general, who knows what it is, like what we call a cold. When your T cells destroy everything, those T cells are like, you know, like cannon fodder. And your body has to get rid of them. And that's what we detect. And they're trying to pin that as a virus. But no one has ever got a slide sample with an electron microscope and seen an actual living thing called a virus.
See, that makes a lot more sense to me. That sounds objective. It sounds like, whereas we're supposed to believe that there's this possibility that some undercooked bowl of bat soup is going to get person A sick, who gets B sick, and then it's like dominoes across the whole world, and one person is a threat to the whole world. I don't believe that. That's the main stretch.
Right. And we don't even know. It could be bat soup. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be the one who says absolutely not, because I don't know all the facts. But what I do know is that every year, a certain percentage of the people get sick when the climate changes. You know, one of the biggest recorded sicknesses in the world was the Spanish, quote-unquote, Spanish flu. What else happened at the time of the Spanish flu? Think back in history.
Why don't you...
you know, not only World War I, what happened? We had the introduction of radio to people across the planet. It wasn't just like Marconi with his little rig set up. It was... people created these radio transmitters and started plopping them down within 600 miles of everywhere. You know, when radio first came out, you had a couple of stations in New York City. Then you had a couple of stations in Buffalo. Then you had a couple of stations in, like, let's say, Poughkeepsie, and then a couple of stations in New Jersey and, you know, Florida. But basically what would happen is if you lived in Ohio, you would either tune into a New York station, which would barely come in, or you would tune into like a Canadian station, which would barely come in, because you let's just say, well, Cincinnati might have had one station. So you could listen to your local station, and on the other end of your dial, you could tune into something from 300-400 miles away, because there was no radio wave pollution. The only waves that were coming out were the actual AM radio waves. And when they started loading these stations all up against the country, human bodies reacted to that. And then you built up an immunity and you got used to it. You know, it's like you think about like even like when you work in like auto body, for example.
The first time you paint a car or you smell lacquer thinner or anything, you get high, you feel weird, you feel sick. But you talk to people who've been doing auto body work for 20 years, it doesn't bother them because their body adjusted. It's the same thing with electromagnetic interference. So I believe, like people say, oh, it's the 5G causing it. I don't know if they're entirely wrong and I don't know if they're right. But the fact of the matter is we added a new wavelength of electronic pollution around us, and then your body reacts to it, and then you know what, you're swimming in it for the next 100 years and you'll have children and everything and they won't even notice it. When Wi-Fi was first introduced into classrooms, kids were getting headaches. They were seeing a spike in ADD and stuff like that. It's very possible. We are actually walking antennas ourselves, and we pick up temperature, we pick up radio waves, we pick up chemical smells, fertilizers. You know what I mean? If you live in farm country, and you live by cow farms, your whole town smells like cow poops. But you know what? The people who live there don't smell the cow poop.
Right. Excellent points here. And I've been very dismissive of the 5G thing because it just seemed like such an easy setup to censor people. But, for all we know, whatever it is, anything that you're suggesting makes more sense than the official story. And one of the reasons I can't accept the official story is that it was predicted. This exercise 201, every bit of predictive programming showed that, no, this was all just a media event. The media carried the mind virus, and that's all there ever was for this. But I definitely appreciate your explanations for what you think would explain.
And I feel like the last caller was dead on because it's like a litmus test. So this vaccine, it could be harmless. It could make some people sick. Some people may get sick if you inject them with saline. Who knows what happens? I'm not saying that this vaccine is harmless, but I'm also not saying that it's the genocidal injection across the country. But what it does do is it clearly shows you the mindset of the people who are blindly trusting of the government and the media 100%. Like, I want to cut the line and roll up my sleeve and get an injection. And who are the people like, I don't give a F what you say. I'm never getting this injection. And you get to sort, in the government's eyes, you get to sort the wheat and the chaff. The wheat would be, who will be on their side, and the chaff would be who's going to put up a resistance. That's like what we were talking about before on your show about the Garden of Eden. He was saying the Elohim and then Yahweh and stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's like a test. It's like all these things through history, thousands of years. The story keeps on repeating on the test. So God told you, do not eat of this tree. The snake comes by, is like, hey, you want to be like a god and live forever? Have a bite. You know what I mean? It's the way we've been set up. Everything we do, even children at an early age, you don't realize, like, schooling today, it doesn't seem to be about making people smart. It seems to be about who will blindly repeat names, dates, and facts, and who is a free thinker. And what they do is, when you're a free thinker, they're going to say, you know what, you're not really cutting the bar on passing tests, and maybe you got to go to special ed, or maybe you need some ADD medication, or this or that. And that's the way I tend to see it. I could be wrong, but that's the way I see it. I see it's like a filtering process. You know what I mean? We're going through coffee filter.
Yeah, that was definitely my experience, and I do think that we are seeing people being separated into the saved, the unsaved, the salvageable, and the unsalvageable, the reprobates. It does seem like a world religion.
That is why a show like yours is so important to be on, and a mentality that we share is so important. If we could just respect each other for not having to be carbon copies of each other, and what is in my brain, and what is in your brain, and what is in our listeners' brain, and even the government's brain, as long as you're allowed to respectfully keep that in your brain and don't force that upon other people, we'll be doing great. But this whole, we got to be cookie cutted into the same identical cloned being and mindset, that's terrifying.
Oh, yeah, it's not even human. And I think that's what we're seeing. We're seeing human beings being converted into insects for the new age. The spacesuit to me looks like an insect. And this lead up to it with the masks and the social distancing, the PPE, that's like they're conditioning us. We're now aliens in our own environment. We need to be protected from it. And we look like a bunch of bugs.
Yeah, I'll give you a really quick story, like under a minute. So my wife's dad died. And we went out to Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and cleaning up the apartment and everything. And there was a lady that lived downstairs from him we didn't get along with. So anyway, long story short, they used to feud. He called her a fat bee and all this, she called him whatever. So anyway, he's dead now. It's like, hey, lady, you won. So I'm cleaning out this apartment, and I don't have a mask on because I'm not going to sweat and carry bags of garbage out of this apartment and faint. You know what I mean? So she's like 14 feet away from me, and she's like, oh, how's John doing? And I'm like, he died. And like, oh. So I had no mask on, and I took like a quarter of a step forward because I was just balancing because I was tired. So like my foot came out in front of me to off-kilter myself and bring myself back. She took a quarter of a step back. She was like dozy-doing with me to maintain the like 16 feet distance from me. And then I caught it on like the second sentence, so I took a step forward, and she took a whole step back. And I was like, anyway, have a nice day. And I turned around and I went back up the stairs. But it hit me like, wow, this lady is fully in the Matrix, man.
Oh, wow. Yeah, absolutely. She drinks the Kool-Aid. She drank it, overdosed. I mean, that's bad. They're literally hypochondriacs or something. That's how else would you describe it?
Hyper precog contracts.
Yeah, exactly. And I kind of think this is all, again, conditioning everybody for the space age. And I think that part of this space age thing is the new uniform where everything is through a screen, through a visor. You never physically touch anything, getting rid of property. It's all conditioning. And yeah, we can see who's going along with it. And that's why I keep this.
I'm going to guess you're about my same age, right? Do you remember they used to have these rides in the mall where it was like 3 rows of seats, looked like a spaceship. It had a projection TV in front and hydraulic shocks on it that used to move it. And it would be like, we're taking off now, and you'd see the stars and everything, and the thing would shake. Or they would have other ones where it was like a video of a roller coaster, and the hydraulic shocks would move you back and forward, and it would link up with your brain where you really felt for a split second like you were on a spaceship or you were on a roller coaster.
Oh, yes.
Do you remember these things?
Simulations like Star Tours at Disneyland, yes.
Yeah. So like, just think about this. You put people, like you say, in a tube. You tell them that, like, now they're doing that with airplanes. They're saying no more windows on the airplanes. We're going to put TV screens with cameras that let you look out and look at a screen, right? Now, just imagine 10 years down the road, they're like, oh, no, planes don't have windows anymore, and you get used to flying like that. Now they're like, we're going to Mars, like you say. And they put you on this rocket with all TV screens, shake you around with the hydraulics, change the temperature, make you feel like you're really flying, but you're really going into an underground prison. Oh, my God.
I know. It sounds... It's diabolical, but it's like that's what I've concluded that they're actually doing. And the thing is, people will pay...
We can't let you out of the rocket on Mars and let you walk to the sealed base. That's dangerous. So we're going to, when the rocket lands and the door opens, you're going to be already safe inside. Didn't you see it on the screen when we pulled into the Dome City? You know what I mean? That's it. That's all you have to do.
And then it'll be 1 or 2 generations underground while they terraform the Earth. Then you can go up and enjoy the Earth. So it's going to give them plenty of time, I think. You have a completely captive audience. Maybe even, it's like that movie, Total Recall, where you can see the Martian sky. And what do they have, red glass or something on the dome? So easy. So easy.
Carl Hagen, give the people back the air.
Yeah, exactly. And now that's fascinating. I'm glad you brought that up because Arnold Schwarzenegger, along with Skull and Bonesman John Kerry, are part of this World War Zero initiative where they want to cut the carbon in half by 2030. And I'm like, wait a minute. That's all about cutting the air, cutting our carbon footprint. But the fact that movie was all about the air and conserving the air, I'm like, man, the elite don't like us breathing, and that's one of the reasons for the masks.
The most expensive thing to do would be exercise in the future. Also, I want I want you to think about this. A little bit of Einstein. Now, I don't know if he's right or wrong, but matter cannot be made or destroyed. It can only be converted. So when they talk about carbon cannot be made or destroyed. It can only be converted. And the number one way to convert carbon would be to plant trees. Because if you take a tree and you plant it, when that tree grows to 100 feet tall and weighs 900, 2,000 pounds, whatever it is, if it's a hardwood or whatever, 30% of that is water. 20% of that is cellulose fiber or something, but the majority of the atoms in that tree are carbon. And until that tree falls down and either naturally decays or you burn it for firewood, that carbon is locked into that tree.
Right.
So when we were young, they used to have Arbor Day, plant a tree on June 14th or whatever it was. They never talk about that anymore. Or you'll buy toilet paper and they'll be like, if you buy this brand of green toilet paper, we will plant 7 trees because you bought this toilet paper for $3 more. We got 9 billion people on Earth, they're trying to say now. All right, how about this? Every person every year should get a pine cone, a seed, or something like that, grow 3 seedlings, and plant them. And every year we agree to do that. Every person on Earth will plant 3 trees, and that should take care of everything. There's no carbon tax. There's no eliminating fossil fuels. There's no anything. Another ridiculous thing. They had a story the other day about a woolly rhino was found in Siberia permafrost, nearly perfect. And I read the comments and people are like, what a disgusting way this planet is, that the permafrost is melting away. And then we get these discoveries. But listen, 20,000 years ago, that thing was walking in a tropical climate, eating vegetation in Siberia. And then something came by and quick froze it. And what I'm saying is, what John Kerry and Arnold and everybody is trying to do is we are trying to preserve the end effects of an extinction event.
Yes, yeah, that would be one way of looking at it. What is your take on Bill Gates blotting out the sun? I mean, they're doing that because the Earth is heating up. I mean, doesn't that seem like...
Well, here's what I know. There is an executive order made in around 1996, and what they said is it is absolutely illegal for the United States government to perform medical tests or scientific tests on the population without permission. And then if you read the law later on, and I will email this to you when I find it, but later on in the law they say exceptions. And what the exceptions state is for any purpose of medical or scientific testing allows you to make an exception. So me and my wife are together since 1996, and I remember hanging out with her, looking at the sky by Manhattan, and this plane goes by, and it's drawing a line. And I said, that's so weird that like a skywriter would just draw a straight line. And then another one, and the more and more time went by, I'm seeing tic-tac-toes and stuff in the sky by like 2000, right? But before that time, I've never seen that. So I don't know what they've been adding to the jet fuel. I know that they've set themselves up to be able to do it legally with the exceptions clause in this law that was passed in 1996, that the military is not allowed to experiment on the population without permission. And then in the exceptions clause, it says for scientific research, for medical research. Oh, the third one was riot control.
Interesting. Riot
so
control. Okay, so
if you think about Black Lives Matter things, right? Now this is technically a riot. So now they could go out and try hypersonic weapons on people that give you headaches and stuff. And technically, you're not allowed to do it because of the Nuremberg Code and other things like that, and that law that they passed in 1996. But you know what? There's a riot going on, so we're allowed to do it.
Right, a national emergency, and that's one of the patterns here. They create these contrived
Here's
situations.
another top secret thing I'm sharing with you for the last time. If you ever want to look at these riots and demonstrations that they have, especially when they walk in Manhattan or other big cities, right? When the police are their escorts and allow them to walk, like, let's say in Manhattan, they'll go from like 42nd Street to like 13th Street and like Canal Street, and then they'll turn off. The cops have like a parade route for the people. There's a certain point on this parade route where you'll notice two giant box trucks parked on the sidewalk. One on the left side of the sidewalk and one on the right side of the sidewalk. They look like regular unmarked moving trucks. These trucks contain what's called T-Gate technology. That's basically a radar system that allows you to X-ray everybody who walks between the two trucks. And they actually scan everybody for weapons. Who has a gun on them, who has a bat on them, who has what. They know it all when you pass the two trucks. And nobody's supposed to know that. But I want to say this to your audience, because when this Derek Chauvin trial is ended, and they will let him go, the riots will start because they need the riots. But I want you to see when they have different cities, I want you to pay attention to where these controlled police escorted riots lead them down a very long block, and there's these two trucks they walk in between. Just notice it. And with that, I'm going to toot my hat to you and say goodnight, Tim. Thanks a lot, brother.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the call. Appreciate it as always. Excellent. Many points raised here. Controlled police escorted riots. That's exactly how I would describe these riots, the ones that are upcoming as well. By the way, they changed 8:46 to 9:29. They added 43 seconds. So 9:29. There's still a 9/11 in there. And by the way, the George Floyd Act was passed on 3/3. And 3/3 is also the anniversary of the Rodney King beating, who was beat for 119, 1 minute 19 seconds, hit on the head 33 times. Of course, his name, Rodney King, King, Crown, 33. Same patterns all across the board. And the 1 minute 19 seconds, a reference to 9/11 before it happened. Just like George Floyd, Derek Chauvin, this event had many correlations, connections to 9/11. All this stuff is engineered. BLM chanting all cops are bastards, 1312, reference to the Templars. So if you ask me, hands up, don't shoot is also very Masonic, the kneeling Templar. So it's all controlled opposition on both sides. That's why I don't advocate activism. I advocate, if anything, inactivism. We're remaining off the world stage to observe what's happening. So a commenter here says that the next pandemic is a cyber attack that will wipe out all the cryptocurrency. He goes on to say that it's going to be called Polygon, that it's the next Event 201. So I have a couple things to say about that. So the Event 201, which was the war game that became coronavirus and the pandemic, we're now going to have something similar, and it's going to be cyber-based. And I think that's accurate. And the reason why is this. As I say, everything that we're looking at in the news, it has some kind of predicate in the mass media, predictive programming. Well, here's a couple of stories that really stood out to me last year. Well, actually in December of 2019, that I think might be foreshadowing what's to come. So before the callers, I was talking about Pearl Harbor being called Operation AI. And I was referencing this music video. Let's Start World War III, Seattle. The video came out on 3/11. Well, here in December 2019, at the Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard, there was a shooting. And again, this was in December 2019, and this basically was big news that day because of the date, December 4th. And so it was like, okay, this is all bit of a deja vu, and I just thought, okay, some theater. But then the other side of it, then you had a few days later, Pensacola Beach, Florida, you had an attack at a military base. And this time it was just like 9/11. It was an inside the base attack, and they were flight school students, and they were connected to ISIS or something. So you had these two attacks, Pearl Harbor revisited, 9/11 on a military base revisited. And after the Pensacola attack, and this is what I'm getting to, there was a cyber attack that shut down the 311 customer service and this 311 information lines. So I took note of this then. We had this back-to-back reference to Pearl Harbor and 9/11, and then you had a cyber attack, and again with the 311 being connected. All of this is very significant to me if World War III is going to kick off with a cyber attack. And I think, and I've made this correlation before, space war and cyberspace war go hand in hand. If the space station, which is a symbol of international solidarity, if that goes down, so does the internet. That is the Tower of Babylon, uniting man in a mission from Earth to the heavens, one language, one objective, and then it gets taken down. It's kind of the metaphor they're using here. I think that they're actually using biblical meta scripts. By the way, someone points out that World War I ended at 11/11 on the 11th. Doesn't surprise me. Look, their symbolism is everywhere. We predicted it on 3/22. We're like, oh, it's Skull and Bonesman Day. Again, Skull and Bones, if you want to get into the symbolism of it, you really have to look at the correlation between the skull and crossbones and the Masonic pillars. Very, very interesting because it connects to everything. Really quick here, in fact, the twin pillars, twin towers, this all ties into the significance of the planes hitting the towers as it relates to the kneeling both of Derek Chauvin on George Floyd and the kneeling of BLM, kicked off by Kaepernick. So much ritual theater going on around us. And it's undeniable. But anyway, we predicted on 3/22 that there would be some major event. And yes, Boulder, Colorado, King Soopers, and listen, I mentioned a minute ago, Rodney King hit in the head 33 times. This stuff is all significant. King Soopers, store number 33. We had that shooting. And there were 33 employees who were part of the union that day. So they let the shooting happen, all staged, obviously fake. They bring him out looking like a Masonic candidate with one pant leg up, his leg painted red, shirtless between two cops. He's being led out at 3:30. So it's so redundant. Ron Sheckelson says, is this live? No, that's just a coincidence. It's actually pretty startling considering the timing of your comment and the fact that you're hearing me answering someone else who asked the same thing on the recording that you're hearing. No, I'm just kidding. It's live. Hey, look, this is a reference to what I said about North Korea, the Day of the Sun. So they celebrate Easter for 3 days. And listen to this. The Day of the Sun is an annual public holiday in North Korea on April 15th, the birth anniversary of Kim Il-sung. Now, the eternal president of North Korea. So he's still the president, ruling from above. It says here, again, that during this 3-day period, the leader is essentially celebrated. But listen to this. It's the most important national holiday, and it's considered the North Korean equivalent of Christmas. Kim's birthday, which has been an official holiday since 1968, was renamed Day of the Sun 3 years after his death. The name takes the significance from his name, which is Korean for become the sun. There's quite a lot about this, about the fact that, or the significance of Easter correlating to this solar festival that takes place over 3 days. And what's more, you often find, if you look into the symbolism around North Korea, you do find many obelisks, which is like one of the main symbols. of the solar cult. But I would also suggest that beyond their obsession with obelisks, that the rockets you're constantly seeing being paraded around North Korea, which are fake, as NASA rockets are, these are not ICBMs that will eventually at some point destroy us. No, we're actually looking at just obelisks, more sun worship. You know, in fact, something that's kind of funny I note here is that the news media is always happy to call out how fake his rockets are, how it's fake footage, fake launch, doesn't really have it. And if you look at the stuff, it's just as fake as everything we see from Blue Origin or SpaceX or NASA. But they would never call that fake. Ron says it sounds like Jesuit sun worshippers. Yeah, I would say 100%. I would say it's an astrotheological cult. They call it a cult of personality, but you know, it's an imperial cult. There's, for example, the way they celebrate Christmas. I think it's celebrating the leader's mother, her death date, mother of the revolution, on Christmas. And I think his this leader that they named it after, when he was born in a manger, a new star appeared in the sky. I mean, they really did just kind of reinvent this whole religion, I think, in this other context. But the timing of everything gives it away. Ron Sheckelson says the only buildings to survive Hiroshima were Jesuit owned. Well, interesting point there. I don't believe in nukes or any of that stuff, but I want to point out that the anniversary, the 75th anniversary of the Hiroshima blast, was attended by explosions all over the world. There's this one here in Beirut on the 75th anniversary of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. I believe we had 2 full weeks of inexplicable explosions all over the place. And to me, it's all just theater. I'm not sure what it all means, but this week in pictures, Beirut blast, Hiroshima 75th anniversary. Does anyone still believe in nukes? And whatever happened to the anti-nuke activists? They all became anti-5G or... Commenter says they use directed energy weapons. Could be. Could even just be movie magic. You know, I tend to go with the simplest solution on all of these things. I don't want to overstate or exaggerate their capabilities. Like, I don't believe there are any buttons you can press that will blow up the world as much as they would like us to think so. Okay, whatever you think about Alex Jones, you've got to see this. This is from jamesfetzer.org. There are celebrations online about the way that he's basically being reamed by the courts over this Sandy Hook thing. And his new explanation is pretty interesting. He claims now that his discussions about Sandy Hook were really just wargaming various theories. Interesting case, though. Jones was penalized in 2019 for refusing to hand over documents as requested by opposing attorneys. I'm not sure how you all feel about this whole case, but I happen to think that it's Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, how's it going?
Just going over this thing here, the Supreme Court refuses to hear Alex Jones's appeal in the Sandy Hook case. What do you think? You think that Alex Jones is playing a role in this thing, or you think he's actually being persecuted?
Oh, he seems to be getting a pass everywhere, don't you think? Especially with the January 6th stuff. He's such an influencer, but nobody's going after him, and he's got this big story that, you know, they wanted to look into him and all that. That's just, he looks like a puppet.
Right. Yeah, agree. Totally. Playing along.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, exactly. It's like he's Mr. Untouchable in the truth community, even though he's could be an instigator in the event because of how he was encouraging people to, come there and all that and promoting it all. So.
He did even threaten Biden, and I'm surprised they didn't go after him for that.
Yeah,
so
exactly. And they're attacking everybody else for next to nothing, right? So.
Yeah, if I said what he said, I would have Men in Black at my door tonight.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, everything. It's all so contrived and fake.
Right
but,
on.
About those Mason fires in Vancouver, I found that quite funny. Hey.
Oh, you mean Benjamin, Orion, Carlson, Coleman
Yeah.
burning 3 lodges on?
Oh, how
330?
does that name add up like that? Like, wow.
Well, I talked to a friend of his who thinks that the guy snapped because of COVID, which I just don't find that very plausible. I don't believe that people just snap and become arsonists overnight.
Yeah, and what did it accomplish, right? You're going to burn down buildings, so it's a free insurance claim to a society that has money beyond, comprehension. So what does it even matter to them? And all it was a good hit piece on anyone who, doesn't follow the mainstream. So.
Right, and they specifically said that he was a flat earther arsonist who was obsessed with pointing out the 33s in the news. And I'm like, man, I almost feel like...
And they lumped them into a lot of other communities, too, because they went into, like, the nanobots and the New World Order and all this. And, like, they just lumped it all into one big category to take out everyone as a hit piece, right?
Exactly.
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 But he's not... He has a point, though. Vancouver is steeped with events and symbology going right back to 1942. I mean, there's 2 lions that sat outside of the Vancouver courthouse that were blown up one night by... what was said to be a short man in a velvet hat. And the first thing that came to mind was, was that a Shriner doing a hit piece, before they had the crisis actors going on back in the 40s? They used to do it themselves, right? Like, and
absolutely. Absolutely. I think this is the stock in trade. I think it's all ritual theater. And this individual, Mr. Coleman, I mean, Coleman's the name of a lantern. The fires, by the way, were spectacular. One of the plumes was just such a perfect mushroom cloud. I think it's theater, and again, the timing of it. It's done on 3:30. Was that a joke?
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, I could point you to another fire that happened if you want to go do a quick search on it. Go to New Westminster. That's just outside of Vancouver, and it was back on September 15th. 2020, and it was on a 3-acre site in New Westminster, and the pier was the park was rebuilt for $33 million on a 3-acre lot. And if you go and you look at the monument that they had built there, it's this W, but the pier around it had caught fire, so they soaked the ground, from trying to put the fires out. And basically the reflection that this W makes is basically the compass and the square, like the Freemason symbol. It's quite impressive.
Well, look, this is the funny thing about it is that agent or not, deranged or whatever, Benjamin Coleman had a point. And he was accurate.
Yeah, it's all throughout Vancouver, and it's been all the way back to the 40s, right? Like, it's always the 1942 is when the Lions were blown up. Like, there's your 42 in Vancouver, right?
Oh, he was 42 years of age, by the way, when he did. He's 42 right now. Benjamin Coleman. And by the way, today the St. Vincent volcano blew up, and the last time it blew up was, if you care to guess, how many years ago? If you had to guess.
Oh, 33?
Close enough. 42.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's always got to be one of those numbers. They have, like, the grouping that never goes away.
I think I've cracked the code here, actually. I believe 42 is Saturn. That's the main thing. And you can even create the glyph of Saturn, the astrological symbol, by taking the number 4 and putting the 2 on the bottom of it. And the 4 is the cross. That's what it represents. And 33 is the sun. And between Saturn and the sun, you have the 2 poles, like the most distant, and then, of course, the closest. And then as far as the myths go, it's very consistent in how they use this symbolism. And I'm constantly seeing the number 42 to be associated with darkness and with things falling. Very interesting how these correlations go. So when I saw that this was the 42nd anniversary of that volcano, I thought, okay, it's probably going to, blot out the sky over there or something.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And then they tie in that kind of symbology all over the place. Yeah.
So,
well, I'm going to let you go.
Yeah, okay. Hey, thanks for the call. I'm going to go through a few other things here. Appreciate the call back anytime, and I'll look up that fire that you pointed out because these things are all worth examining in context. Because
that's the CBC. They did the hit piece on it, and it's like they throw it right out in your face. It's all 333s, and the fire happened on September 13th. It's like the stuff has been going on in Vancouver. So whatever he says, it's like they're trying to run the hit piece on it because there's so many correlations in BC. It's crazy.
God, that makes me think
no
about
different than the States.
Yeah, it makes me think about blackouts too. There was the famous blackouts in New York City happened on 42nd Street on. They were 42 years apart. Happened on July 13th, and this last time they even said it put 42,000 people in the dark. So this coded language around these contrived emergencies and staged events, it goes back way back. I mean, it's probably as old as government. Anyway, thanks for the call.
Yeah, no worries, man. Have a good night.
Okay, let me see what else we had here on the list of things to discuss. Satellites colliding, don't believe it. However, the masses will, so they're conditioning everybody. Alex Jones, probably just an agent playing along with something. Also, I want to point this out. Joe Rogan had 42 podcasts deleted. And the significance of it, of the 42 here. Look, Spotify deletes 42 Joe Rogan episodes. 42, as I said, is being correlated with a falling. And I happen to think this might be iconoclasm, where you create this character, you build him up, and you sacrifice him on the altar of political correctness, where even the biggest podcaster with the biggest contract can't speak his mind because the mob is more powerful. I think we might be looking at something of a sacrifice here when it comes to Joe Rogan. Again, the number 42, and I can go through the mind map. If you're interested in what I'm talking about when I reference these mind maps, go to themetascript.com, and I have a growing list of these breakdowns of mass media events that show you these correlations and how we arrive at these interpretations. And again, Joe Rogan getting the 42 doesn't bode well for his future. I can go through some examples here about how that's been used. I have to add to it, though, the one about the volcano. But really, it has to do with the death it involves the death of a sun king, what we're looking at here. Osiris being chopped into 42 pieces, but consistently being associated with this falling, the death. And of course, Elvis died at 42. The man who fell to earth. Here's one. Here's a really one. Prince. Prince. He died at 57, but his death was reenacted by an acrobat who actually fell 100 feet to his death at the Mad Cool Festival in 2017. The guy was 42. Isaac Kappy, high-profile death, falls, 42. Very consistent themes. And by the way, 42 years ago, Skylab fell. Very interesting, considering that this is the year that I'm suggesting that the space station's probably going to be terminated. And Tom Cruise is going to go up to the space station very soon, and he's going to film the first movie in space. That's how they're describing it. And he has completed 42 films, by the way. There's a story that's being told that's unfolding as we're watching, and I think it's going to be completed sometime in the next couple of months. I'm suggesting that the sky is probably going to fall. And this Operation AI, if you just got here or if you weren't here at the very beginning, it turns out that the Pearl Harbor event, the Japanese carrier-borne air attack on the U.S. Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor, was actually called Operation AI. Again, AI, 19, think COVID-19, 19 hijackers. Very interesting that a 9/11 style event that predated 9/11 would have that all over it. If you've been following the drama with Pizzagate, Matt Pizzagate, it turns out it's probably more engineered drama. Also at the very beginning, I brought up that about an hour and a half ago, Elon Musk tweeted this, which is a meme that has Bill Gates looking at a scroll of the rollout from fear, censorship, shutdown, social distancing, vaccine, to Mark of the Beast, 666, Zune relaunch. Now he has if you watch his Twitter feed, it's pretty eccentric, but I'm just pointing this out that if you just look at, just take it very literally, just like what is he actually sharing? Well, he is sharing a meme that shows Bill Gates as essentially the devil about to complete his plan. And his very next tweet is, "This is actually happening." Now that tweet is not available anymore. Don't know why, but yes, apparently this tweet has been deleted. Going through some comments. Are people with insurance covered by instances of space junk damage? Right. Well, just wait until the same experts that tell you to get the double swab, the double mask, and the vax are telling you to wear helmets. Like, we're going to laugh at it. But the people who are fully into this program now will look at you like you're crazy and foolish and reckless. Like, what are you, a daredevil? Leaving your house without a space junk helmet on?
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Look, you extend your range of vision with long-range telescopic lenses. You can bring it back in. So that's just a misperception. But anyway, this individual, Mark Gall, is planning to raise money to bring somebody up, and I brought your name. I said, of anybody, I've got a couple of names.
Right.
And so if I get in touch with Quincy Carl, ask him, hey, would you be willing to take a flight as a passenger with Virgin Galactic? Thank you for joining. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. Where's the curve? Questions still unanswered. There have been explanations handed to us, but they all failed to pass the reality test. Tonight's live stream is called Twin Pines, Twin Cities, Twin Explosions, Twin X's, Infinite Plane Radio. This is again April the 12th, 2021. Thank you for joining. I'm going to open phones right away, so if you care to interject, argue, add to, whatever, it's 833-311-1984. And we also have Skype, if you need to. The Frog King says the Earth curves approximately 6 feet in 9 miles. Okay. I mean, I would love to take your word for it, but I look out my window, and 85 miles away I can see some turbines. And 104 miles away I see a peak that's, I think it's maybe 5,000 feet. But my point is, I've done the math, and I kind of think that even if I'm able to see the turbines, which are 270 feet tall, from this distance, they ought to be leaning away from me, at least a little bit, but they're not. They don't lean. So I'm like, well, where's the curve? Is it a gradual descent? Is it just a slope? Doesn't quite make sense. Now, I live in a place that's concave. The city I live in, and I don't want to dox myself, but the place where I live is in fact concave, and I could probably talk myself into the hollow or concave earth thing, but it's just a really big valley. Okay, so let's go ahead and go through these topics. You're going to find many of these connections very, very interesting, especially if you've been following along for the last couple of days. So let's go ahead and start off with this in context. So I think last night we started talking about the event in the Twin Cities involving the police shooting. And I haven't looked too much into the storyline, but there is something about a TV show that predicted the same scenario, where they mistake their gun for a taser. Okay, anyway, sorry we had an issue there with the sound. It's very windy outside. I had to shutter the window there. Okay, I'm going through comments again to see if I've missed anything. The Frog King, yeah, he asks me, do you think the new shooting is staged? Well, let me just explain where I'm coming from with this. Okay, so yesterday, and I don't want to have to go back through all of it, but the mother is describing in particular how he was put on the ground at 1:47, and she must have reiterated that 3 times. So I thought, well, we all know how 8:46 was a very significant number, symbol, now movement, rallying cry. Even though they've adjusted it to 929, it's still 846 is that number. But what's more, on this one, they put 147. So immediately I'm thinking, there's got to be some code in this, because I don't immediately assume anything to be fake unless it's extraordinary or timed very appropriately for some agenda. Nor do I assume it's real if it's coming from the MSM. Everything has to be parsed, especially if people are going to war over these types of things. So I'm drawing attention to this 147 thing because as we have been analyzing on this channel, we take into account this concept which I call the metascript, the idea that there is a larger story guiding events on the world stage, and the world stage isn't just a metaphor, it's a real thing. It's not predestination coming from a divine source, if you ask me. I think Arthur C. Clarke said something about any sufficiently developed technology would be indistinguishable from magic. And I think that media is so developed right now as a technology that it's indistinguishable from magic, and people are under a spell. So I don't trust anything. So anyway, I look into this 147 because in our analysis, I'm talking about Infinite Plane Radio and the way we look at news events. And the news media, if you research, everything I bring up will validate and verify what I'm saying. 1968 was used as a framework for interpreting 2020. All last summer, there were many references to 1968. Even that Spike Lee movie, The Five Bloods, that had the individuals kneeling. Before BLM started doing it, this Spike Lee movie was set in 1968. And that's just one off the top of my head example of dozens of things. So 1968 was used, in my view, as something of a template. And I first caught on to it when Donald Trump said, when the looting starts, the shooting starts, which is a statement that comes right out of the segregationists. So it was a phrase that was, he claimed ignorance, that he didn't know that it had any significance, but it has some very specific significance. So whoever filled his teleprompter put a clue in there as to how they were framing the events of last year, which are, of course, we're in the 3rd week of the Derek Chauvin trial, and the events of last year are far from over. And so now here's where it gets interesting. So we have an event where Daunte Wright is shot by a police officer and put on the ground at 1:47, and he's left on the ground for hours. Now there are so many little things, little clues that came out the first day, but let's focus on this. I thought, well, what does 1:47 have to do with it? Well, it turns out that in 1968, and again, 1968 is very pertinent here, in Philly, there was an event. It was a massive twin explosion. And of course, the twin thing is very significant because we're talking about, one, the George Floyd, Derek Chauvin event, which was in the Twin Cities, and many have already remarked on all of the symbolism, correlating that with the Twin Towers. And this is something we've gone into in depth. So this just kind of adds to it. So it turns out there's a documentary called 147 that explores a massive explosion that devastated downtown Richmond in 1968. claimed 41 lives. So that was the first thing that stuck out in my head here. I'm like, another seeming reference to 1968 involving twins. And it turns out that this event, this shooting, happened down the street a few miles from the Derek Chauvin, George Floyd psyop. So that's part one. Here's a description. Dante Wright was shot to death during a traffic stop about an air freshener obstructing his mirror. So this already struck me as strange because his mother, in addition to talking about 147, kept talking about the air freshener. All he wanted was an air freshener on his mirror. Well, in the symbolism and in this occulted language, which we have been analyzing, the twin symbolism has also been applied to specifically pines, the pine trees. If anyone looked into the Back to the Future movie series and its references to the Twin Pine Mall, the Twin Pines were used as a reference, referring to specifically the Twin Towers and their impending demolition, because that movie came out, of course, long before. So this, again, I'm bringing this up, this is another tie-in to the George Floyd story in a couple of ways, and this is very interesting how they've done this. One, George Floyd, his whole, the slogan of the movement, I can't breathe, this reference, and it's all this idea he was asphyxiated, he was lynched, I can't breathe, which we've also discussed the specific meaning of that term in a broader context, especially when you break down its anagram and how it seems like it all ties into the same World Economic Forum Great Reset agenda. But to stick to this specific event, air, I can't breathe. It's a reference to that. Last year, that was the main thing. COVID takes away your breath. Debates about the mask because the Karens couldn't breathe. So the breathing, the breath was a big thing last year. So now he's got an air freshener that caused him to get pulled over. And I thought, well, there's another reference to air. And this is down the street from where George Floyd was. And you'd have an air freshener, obviously, because you can't breathe. You know, maybe not literally, but I saw a picture of the air freshener, and it turns out to be an evergreen tree. So now I'm like, wait, you got an evergreen tree blocking a mirror. So now you have the mirror, the reflection, the twin trees. And I had just looked up this other article that had showed up earlier that day, where this Portland school had banned evergreens because of their associations with lynching. So again, this is just, I believe, I'm calling these meme props. And these are some of the things that appear to look like synchronicities, but I'm suggesting that these are props and that we're looking at PSYOP language, very scripted language. Now here's where it gets more interesting, because this occurs down the street from the George Floyd incident. Well, we're talking about 63rd. And so I suspect this. If you followed the story and all of its connections to 9/11 with Derek Chauvin, it's fascinating, because the 846 correlates to the time that the Twin Towers were first hit. It refers to the time that the sun set in the Twin Cities that very day. But after this, Derek Chauvin goes to court. He has a hearing on September the 11th, 2020. So to me, that's provocative. Why would you have him in court on the anniversary of this terrorist attack that started at 846? Meanwhile, he's being protested by protesters with masks with 846 on them. And nobody seemed to notice that this somehow had, I mean, this is all weird to me, but we're analyzing this stuff critically. But meanwhile, all across the nation, people are outside of their houses at 8:46 a.m. waving flags for 9/11. So I'm just saying, these are some conspicuously timed public events. So not only was he at this hearing on September the 11th, but when they actually release him, I'm talking about Derek Chauvin, it's at 11:22 a.m. And of course, this is all stuff they publish, they put out there, and I'm like, 11:22? That's the date that Lee Harvey Oswald, who's easily as hated a figure and as hateable a figure as this Chauvin, Derek Chauvin, of course, his name, obvious tie into Western chauvinism. He's an engineered villain, if you ask me. So they release him at 11:22 a.m. And I'm like, that's very close to a JFK reference. Of course, JFK was, if you remember, 46. So was George Floyd. But I'm like, all they're missing is a 63 in this little puzzle, and I'm looking at this almost as a puzzle some of these days. It looks like it's kind of what a good mystery is. It's clues or something, because you can see how it integrates. So now here we are, full circle, third week of the trial, and 63rd Street. So here's the end of it, 11/22/63. It seems to me, this is what it looks like to me, that Derek Chauvin, 9/11 America. That's what that event was. It was another 9/11. And now, seeing this other number showing up in this context, I'm really getting the feeling that we're going to have, or perhaps witness, another JFK level travesty. Now, I'm not going to speculate much beyond that, but those of you who have been following our mind mapping of these world stage fake events, you'll see why I've arrived at the conclusions I've arrived at. Again, just to reiterate really quick here, we have the pine on the mirror, twin pine reference, 147 ties into the 1968 twin explosions, and one of the first pictures of George Floyd, in fact, had pine trees on the front of the hat. Now, this is all tying in, interestingly enough, to the Suez Canal, Evergiven, the Evergreen thing. Even the Noah Green, who was recently killed while plowing his car at through the fence at the White House or whatever, trying to. But the conspicuous use of green is another one of these things. So I think we're looking at a lot of symbolism, and I think the air freshener is an illusion. It's a reference to Floyd, and it happened down the street. So I think this is a twin psyop, more or less. That's how I'm interpreting this. Going through some comments. The Frog King says the Chauvin name sounds not real. Well, clearly it's Western chauvinism that was on trial. In fact, the Western chauvinist Portland prayer patriot J. Aaron Danielson was shot in the chest at 8:46. All of this is, I think, very well scripted. Tominoid says Dante Alighieri was the Italian poet, writer, philosopher, divine comedy. Yeah, I was wondering if there was any connections there. Not right. I'm not really quite sure what yet, but worth looking into. It's a great story. I got 2/3 of the way through. I got stuck in purgatory. I think I had the one on Paradise, and anyway, there's some interesting scenes in there, and it's definitely good writing. The concept of the world, though, in the Divine Comedy, it's not a ball. It's not heliocentric. I think it's geocentric. But it has this construct where the ascent to heaven and the descent to hell, it's kind of interesting how it works. It's like climbing a mountain, is sort of how it's described. All right, commenter says they love their gematria. Right, I'm not a believer in any of this numerology and stuff, but I am a believer that I know that we're looking at highly scripted events, and it's important to discern which ones are totally fake, which ones are organic. And generally speaking, I would say that if it's extraordinary or if it ties into a broader agenda, it's probably fake. So to answer the question, I think this one is fake, just to put it bluntly. Now, I want to continue on this. On the volcano, the St. Vincent volcano. Now, this is a very interesting story. I talked about this. So someone here mentioned they watched Tom Hanks's Inferno. I'm glad you brought up Tom Hanks here. So here's where I wanted to go with this. When I saw that there was a volcano threatening to erupt, I started paying attention because I saw the last time it erupted was 42 years ago. And the number 42 has been correlated with blackouts and stuff falling for quite some time, explosions. So, for example, Starship, they put a big 42 on the engine on the one that fell in front of everyone and exploded. The 42 year blackouts, 1977 and 2019 in Manhattan, that put 42,000 people in the dark from 42nd Street on. 42 years to the day. July 13th. So those are just a couple of examples where you have these major league psyops, and I'm considering these to be planned events. They're planned and timed astrologically. That's the thing. That's really the key. If you want to understand the obsessiveness with their numbers and the timing and the numerology, that's what it is. And you can break down any major transformative psyop and you'll see what I'm saying is rather accurate here. I mean, the fact that George Floyd was killed on a day that the sun set at 8:46, you think that's a coincidence? Absolutely not. So I see this volcano story and I predicted for everyone here, I said, look, you're going to see blackouts and darkness. Like, that's the obvious. That's going to be the memes being pumped out there associated with this event. And sure enough, this event becomes more popular because now they've used this to create a perfect dilemma, perfectly engineered, where they made the case that it's not women and children first, it's vaxxed first. So if you're not vaxxed, you may not have a seat on the escape vessel. And this is an argument they've used to get people to adopt the global warming narrative that we gotta cool it here or we're gonna have to escape. And I've always figured that by the time they get people ready to vacate the earth, you're gonna have to go through all of their programming. It's not just about being vaxxed, which I don't believe is even an issue. I think it's mostly psychological. But I think you have to be properly psychologically processed to actually go through with what they're gonna put you through when you go into space travel. But here they gave us a perfect example of this vax as salvation, as conformity as salvation. The people who play by the rules, they have their seats secured when we have an apocalypse, whether it's climate Armageddon or the next pandemic. And in this case, it was a real world example of the consequences of not following the directions, because you have the volcano erupting and they said vaxxed first, which means what? They get on the ships, the cruise ships, these floating paradises. And what happens to the people who don't get on board? They get the lava, the lake of fire. So the vax is correlated with salvation. And I've said for some time, it's nothing more than an injectable communion wafer, just connecting you with the world church and everybody in it. Everyone who believes and conforms to it. And if you do, it's your choice. I'm not pro or anti. I'm actually pro-anti and pro-pro. I'm open to entertaining arguments from both sides, but I'm actually something of an inactivist. What we're doing here is commentary. So, we're way above that kind of lowbrow political hate speech. Okay, so let me continue on this point, though. So I'm looking at this volcano story, and sure enough, they had what they have called a, quote, explosive event, which is a new term. And it has to do with, they had a blackout. It says they're on the verge of disaster, another eruption. They're covered in a thick layer of ash from this eruption on Friday. But one of the phrases that came out of this was explosive event, that it was some kind of new explosive event. And that term, explosive event, and then the blackouts, here it is. St. Vincent hit by power cuts after an explosive event. Caribbean island blanketed in ash following the biggest eruption since 1979. Massive power outages. Like I said, this number has been associated with blackouts. That's why I wasn't whatsoever surprised by this. I think it's purely agenda driven, and this is the part that I can't prove, and this is merely speculation, but I wouldn't put this past the powers that be. I think what we're seeing is some spectacle, some kind of munition. I don't know, bombs, explosives, I don't know what. But I think they're basically falsifying eruptions for the purposes of, socially engineering people. So now, even the most staunch anti-vaxxer is going to be like, I can't afford to not have my family get on the escape raft. So they're at least going to get their kids vaxxed. I mean, excellent, well played, the storyline. Now, I was looking into this again the other day. We were talking about how these big news stories appear to follow certain patterns. And it was remarked on that Joe Rogan is being canceled. And we talked about him yesterday and the cancellation of Joe Rogan. But if you look into the story, the headline is that Spotify has removed 42 episodes. Not 40, not 41, but 42. And this number, as I said, has been correlated with falls, darkness, blackouts, and a few other things. But in this context, my best interpretation is what we're looking at is an act of iconoclasm, bringing down the paragon of toxic masculinity in front of everybody and saying, you can have the biggest podcast in the world with a $100 million contract, but if you offend a couple of snowflakes, we can shut you down. Like, I kind of think that's where it's going. I think that he's more or less a willing sacrifice. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. And it got me thinking about, on the side, Joe versus the volcano. Yeah, that was a Tom Hanks movie. The volcano in this case, though, would be the collectivists, who are really at war with free thought. I mean, ultimately, that's what this is about, if you ask me. Robot Plague says, how long has the Infinite Plane radio been streaming? We started at 10:30. If you want to get live stream notifications, go to infiniteplanesociety.com and sign up. You get the newsletter, all the links, and also full access to the Metascript.com. Restless Bear says, I heard Facebook is going to start labeling pages or posts so people don't get tricked by misinformation and satire. Oh, yes. That's one of the things I noted, though, is that a lot of my work and comments and memes get banned because of jokes or satire. I talked about this today with the Fakeologist, about how it appears to be the case that they have an AI that goes around, and if you say Q, or you say flat, or you say hoax, they flag you. And then a human has to respond, possibly. Or it might just be automatic. But I've had 3 channels that were taken down, brought back to life after informing them that I was only kidding. So I don't think the robots sense humor or satire. So I'm wondering, is there a bit of code that we can put in? Like at the end of my video, just /S for sarcasm. Just mark everything as sarcasm. I actually have a plan for long term, which I do believe we have an umbrella for free speech here. And my plan involves essentially that, making the ultimate case for free speech based on the idea that, well, you have the right to be wrong, and if you can't be wrong, then we can't even make jokes. If we can't make jokes, then we can't be human. I mean, what do they want? There's that movie, Equilibrium, with American Psycho, where they take away everything from the culture that might excite an emotion. So everybody's bland. They ban art. It's all in black and white. But it's for our own good. Okay, I'm going through some comments. Frog King says, in the Larry Crown movie, the girl gives Hank a nickname, Lance Corona. Right. Lance Corona. Tom Hanks is also known for Instagramming pictures of his typewriter. Like, he was sending pictures of his typewriter before he announced that he had corona. All right, now they don't want emotion, you're right. And I actually think that the mask might be part of a conspiracy to deaden people's sensitivity to micro expressions, because they get rid of them. I mean, we don't just have a face. You have faces. It's always in flux. And you have so many micro expressions. There's a lot of communication that they've just eradicated. And I don't think we get that back. But I do think that they probably think that we can just make do with emoticons. I'm waiting for somebody to invent a mask that has a digital display that just shows your emotions. You know, mad, sad, happy. State-approved emotions, of course. No sarcasm. No winks. All right, let me go ahead and go through the rest of the notes for tonight. Okay, here's something else I wanted to bring up. This is something I think is interesting because we're looking at, like I said, the bigger picture. And really quick, I'm just going to go to the metascript.com. Check back frequently if you want to see where I'm going with this. I'm doing my best to map out all of these major world-shaping, world-changing events to show you that I think that there is an order in the apparent chaos here. And I think we've made that case, as you will see as the weeks go by. But listen to this one. So there's something of a countdown. So it's been, and this is all in the last couple of days, it's been 60 years since the first man in space, 40 years since the first shuttle mission, 20 years of the International Space Station. 60, 40, 20, and now what? So I'm like, are they counting down? I kind of get the idea that, not quite sure what yet, but I thought that was interesting. There's a pattern here, and I kind of interpret this as a countdown. And I have some sort of, I'll just say, expectation about the space station this year. I have a feeling, and I'll explain why really quick here. I just found out that Pearl Harbor, the sneak attack on Pearl Harbor, which was, this is kind of a side note, but if you really look into it, a lot of the footage is rather dubious. A lot of it was recreation passed off as documentary. But let's just, the official story, assume it to be true, Pearl Harbor was actually called Operation AI. Significance there, A1, I9. You have this 19 associated with it. And you look fast forward to the PNAC, where they openly spoke about a catalyzing event that would be needed to move things forward. You know, Dick Cheney's little cabal. And at this point, they talked about another Pearl Harbor. So another Operation AI, Operation 19. And what was the other Pearl Harbor? 9/11, 19 hijackers. So then 19 years later, we get COVID-19. And now the World Economic Forum is talking about some kind of AI God that's going to basically, I don't know, make our lives better if we just pray to it. So I'm seeing this AI thing, this thing just repeating and repeating as like a theme here. I mean, there's more to it too. You know, like the C-19 comet that preceded the corona. But my point is the AI, Operation AI, very consistent going back. Elon Musk is the Imperator of Mars. Okay, so he's got himself a few new titles. I thought he was just a techno king. No, we've been calling him for some time, actually. We've been calling him Pope Elon. But he is the commander.
Imperator.
Where did he get this from? Star Wars? Says, nothing in particular seems to have prompted the move. It's unclear what he means, but the term refers to a commander-in-chief of the ancient Romans. Is he taking martial control over the Red Planet? Will his space company declare martial law? Anything's on the table. Now this gets interesting too. It might be a nod to the film Mad Max Fury Road. That's the name of Charlize Theron. Interesting. The significance here is that Mad Max takes place in 2021. And again, Elon Musk, could he actually declare martial law? Could he even pull it off? I would say so. Because listen to this. A little while ago, I was talking about the blackouts in Manhattan, 1977, 2019, 42 years apart to the day, and 42,000 put in the dark, and how that number is constantly being associated with darkness and blackouts and things falling from the sky, and even Elon Musk's rocket recently, and you can look this up. He tweeted a photo of the rocket with a 42 on it. I don't know why he put the 42 on it, but it seems to me maybe it related to this purposeful explosion, which is what I think it was. So this thing explodes. Just kind of reinforcing the point here. So the reference, though, if you didn't catch the reference, if you haven't looked into Musk's weird obsession with the book Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the reference it has to do with, interestingly enough, an AI god. This supercomputer at the center of the universe. And the main character asks or learns, the meaning of life and the universe. And this AI gives them the answer, which is 42, whatever the heck that means. I mean, I think the characters in the movie are actually very disappointed upon learning this. But this is where you get the number 42 and Elon Musk's, or Pope Musk's, obsession. But it gets worse, because if you watch the movie, it starts off with our world being destroyed and the main character being told, don't panic. So if you recall, he sent his Tesla Roadster into space with don't panic on the dashboard, a clear nod to not only the story, but the fact that when the Earth gets destroyed, he's already got his escape pod. That's what it tells me. Because the way the movie starts is this. The Earth is surrounded by these cube-shaped UFOs, and they simultaneously bomb the Earth, blow it up. So again, the number 42,000 people in the dark, I want to remind you that Elon Musk is putting 42,000 CubeSats in space. Again, CubeSats, 42,000, cube-shaped craft blowing up the Earth. So I think you can see a pattern here. I'm not accusing him of being a megalomaniac, but he's certainly capable, I think. And it looks to me like this might actually be the plan. I don't know if that's how it's going to go down, but it's a strange set of circumstances that an individual with this particular obsession with that particular movie is going to have 42,000 cube-shaped things above heavily populated areas. Robot Plague says the Emperor card corresponds with Aries and Mars, and we're still in Aries. I'd like to know more about that, about the precession of the equinoxes. Where are we? We have so many conflicting accounts. My opinion is the world ended in 2020. So it makes sense that he would be referencing Mad Max, which takes place in 2021. Now it says here, we've learned over the years not to take his mutterings at face value. I actually would, 100%, especially when he talked about indentured servants. How if you don't have the money to get to Mars, you can probably take out a big loan and get yourself there. And then you can work it off. And it's a one-way trip, so it's like, okay. Yeah, it looks a little like indentured servitude. I have a few other things I wanted to go through on this list, and I'll go ahead and open phones, and I believe I have some voicemails. So I got into this concept that Elon Musk is going to blow up the Earth soon, based on what he's telegraphing with his own moves. But we got into this talking about that number, how it correlates to the volcano and the explosive events. And I brought this up that there's a countdown, it appears to be 60, 40, 20. Wondering what it is. Okay, something else. This is another side note with regards to the Daunte Wright case. He had a court summons. He missed it. There was a warrant out. This started the whole thing. Well, someone had brought it up that Kyle Rittenhouse recently had the same situation where he was not at the house where he was supposed to be, and they refused a warrant. So they refused a warrant for Rittenhouse, but they didn't even try, but this one they did. So you have this double standard, just showing you how deep these psyops go. Kyle Rittenhouse is another invented character, based, I believe, partly on Chris Kyle, the Navy SEAL sniper, who supposedly saw looting going on in New Orleans, climbed on top of that dome, and shot 30 people. It sounds crazy, right? You would never get away with that today. But Chris Kyle Sniper. I'm going to read to you what's in the story, what's been reported, because I happen to think that we have an invented character, Christopher Scott Kyle, United States Navy SEAL sniper, served 4 tours in Iraq. Okay, so here's the part that I'm suggesting that this whole character is just fake. They call him the Devil of Ramadi, Tex the Legend. But I want to scroll down to where I think they were borrowing this character. Okay, here we go. Kyle stated that after Hurricane Katrina, after hearing about civilian strife in the area, he and another man drove to New Orleans to assist in the situation. With sniper rifles, they traveled to New Orleans and positioned themselves at a vantage point on top of the city's Mercedes-Benz Superdome. There, Kyle claimed they started shooting a number of looters, who they identified as making trouble. Some reports stated that Kyle shot 30. It was never verified. Anyway, my point is, this is insane. This guy claims that he murdered 30 people. And this was, again, after Katrina. Now, he's not alive to own up to this. But it's kind of funny how times have changed and how you could have bragged about murdering 30 people who were looting. You could have bragged about that 10 years ago, apparently. but I happen to think that Kyle Rittenhouse's story is very similar, where he goes to a place that he doesn't live at because he senses trouble, so he's a hero, and he starts shooting all the evil snipers. And again, that event was very well covered, very well televised, but everything about it seems contrived. If you didn't know, the skateboarder that was shot in the chest was friends with Jacob Blake, the individual whose shooting prompted the whole riots in the first place. I mean, very small group. I just don't think it's real. Although I found the scene where he shot Grosskreuz's arm to be very, very convincing. They call those squibs. It's like more or less, it's like a balloon, just a little blood pack that explodes, usually remotely. Very convincing. All right, going through some comments. N. Welsh84 says, nobody listens to me when I start talking about the coming AI God. No, please do. If you want to call in and let us know, because like I said, the World Economic Forum is talking about bowing down to the AI, and I don't know what they mean. Like, what exactly do they mean? Are they turning over world governance to, I don't know, some type of, like HAL 9000. That's kind of something else that figures into the story as a character. If you look into Space Odyssey and this introduction of this HAL 9000 character. Now, as far as like these ages, the world ending, or into that stuff, the world's never ended. There's been so many predictions, and there's big money in calling the end of the world. Ask, Al Gore. The whole environmentalist thing has been a doomsday cult from the beginning. And most religions too. If it has an eschatology, it's a doomsday cult. They have to have that end. They can explain the beginning, but they have to know how it ends. And the ones who can credibly claim it, like the ones who have the scientific backing, get the most money today. So I think we're in a doomsday cult, but definitely it seems to me that there's a high level of manipulation of the news and of history. And I think that 2020 was designated as the end of, the end of whatever came before, whatever you call this thing, because they decided this is a reset. So now we're on the other side of the reset, in my opinion. They already hit the button. They hit the reset button on March 11th, 2020. Now, Aleister Crowley and all of these Satanists and wizards and all that, they all believe we're going into the age of Horus, the Egyptian sun god with the hawk head. And I take them at their word. Okay, here's what the World Economic Forum has to say. It's a revolution. They call this the Industrial Revolution. The fourth Industrial Revolution, to make AI work for everyone. So this is where I find it interesting that AI and its correspondence to 19, to Operation AI, as in Pearl Harbor. Very consistent template here. Lately, we've also been examining the 20th century and 21st century in the context of this Metascript concept. The idea that it's a big story, a big production, and you really can't separate it from, Kubrick, Space Odyssey. And we were looking at the connections between Space Odyssey and what may come next. And one of the things I'm constantly pointing out, just because this is, I think, one of our best clues. If I had to point to one thing to say, that would maybe suggest that we're looking at perhaps the next major 9/11 event being something from space, and it would be this. This is my main clue. 2001 Space Odyssey's image of the spacecraft approaching the twin wheels of the space station. And the image is just a perfect, more or less, composition. It's almost a perfect analogy for the 9/11 attack. It looks like a plane flying into the Twin Towers. And so this theory that Kubrick scripted 9/11, that he came up with how these events would play out, what time the building would hit. I think it makes perfect sense looking at just the artistry of it. But I'm putting this up there in case anybody was curious. The site's called chartword.com, and the article itself is called Stanley Kubrick's Faked Death and 9/11. And you really ought to see all the interesting connections between Ground Zero and several of Kubrick's movies, and how all of this actually correlates to Eyes Wide Shut's star Tom Cruise's movie of 2001 called Vanilla Sky. Overlapping storylines. Very intriguing. And the Metascript.com is the site where I'm putting a lot of the connections we're making in one place, because we have a body of research we've built on for several years here. There's a map here I'm working on called Space Age Sacrifices, and I'm going through the sequence of these events that we've been discussing, the ones that even Ronald Reagan talked about, the strange coincidences in the timing of the Challenger and Apollo 1. And we can move that forward to some recent events that correlate to these things. But I've been putting all this together, space age sacrifices, and it turns out one of these events I talked about, which was the Falcon 9 that was blown up January 19th, around that same period of time of all of these other similar accidents. It was blown up January 19th, 2020. That particular event is one I want to dig into a little bit, because it shows, again, the 119 reference. That reference has been used quite a lot with stuff falling from the sky. This is also something that we see within the whole Donnie Darko movie, which has to do with stuff falling from the sky. And that movie, released on 119, has a lot of interesting connections to the 9/11, that time period. So many of these movies around 2001 actually are probably worth examining right now in this context, because they're all using the same exact types of symbolism. This Donnie Darko movie, the reason it came to my attention recently was we had those plane parts falling in February in Colorado. And they fell in a way reminiscent to the way that the plane parts fell in that movie. And moreover, they landed on an Elmwood Street. Like Elmwood? The Elm Street. The connotation here is Nightmare on Elm Street relates quite a lot to Donnie Darko, in that Donnie Darko is a sleepwalker and a lucid dreamer whose dreams are, his dream world is inhabited by a character much like Freddy Krueger. His name is Frank, and it's this skull-faced bunny rabbit. Many allusions to Alice in Wonderland, Time Running Out. By the way, that Donnie Darko movie has many clear references to President Donald Trump and even the Pizzagate stuff, before Trump was even in office. References the corona. In fact, that was one of the movies where 2020 was consistently referenced as, quote, the end of the world. And all of these breakdowns of all of these movies that have been driving us towards this singular conclusion are all being mapped out on this site. And there's a lot of people who are, who have noticed these things, who have brought these various details and these subtexts to the surface. But they all correlate. Like, so many people are already familiar with The Truman Show. The basic idea of it, how it might pertain to the average individual waking up to a world of lies and secondhand information and misinformation. But there's another level to it that has to do with the esoteric significances of various props in that film. And if you've watched it, you know what I'm talking about. Specifically the stuff about the dog star. The thing is, the props and symbols in that movie are related very much to the props and symbols in real world events like September the 11th. And they also correlate to the same basic set of symbols and ideas and subtext in other movies as well. So what I'm suggesting is that we're analyzing here a consistent storyline that's spread across many years. I want to bring this one up. This is kind of interesting. On September the 11th, the dog that was in the tower, one of the towers, a dog was killed. His name was Sirius 17. So Sirius 17. 17, I believe, is more than likely a reference to the tarot card, which has the star on it. But whatever the case, so you have this dog that dies on September the 11th. So then on 3/11, which is the day they declared a pandemic. So the 3/11, in my view, is the 9/11 of this particular generation. Same psyop, just bigger in scope. Same thing, really, if you get down to it. And we can talk about the similarities and the parallels between 9/11 and 3/11 in the post of each. Post 9/11 and the changes and how they correspond to the changes post 3/11. That's another very fascinating topic when you get into the nuance of how perfect this programming is and how divided people are along these lines. It's really an incredible work here. But so Sirius the dog dies on September the 11th, Sirius 17. The first dog to die after 3/11 was a Pomeranian who was 17 years old. And another level of significance here is that if you go by the 7 years is a dog year and you multiply it, well, 7 times 17 gets you 119. And there are so many references between referring to these two different events where they're constantly referencing one another. I've been speaking quite a lot lately about the Derek Chauvin, George Floyd event and the correlations to 9/11. But there's also other events that we should probably bring up in this context. So, for example, before 9/11 happened, we had, because look, the way I'm framing this, Derek Chauvin, 9/11 to America. That's how they wrote this script, this psyop. But before 9/11, we had the Rodney King event. Well, the Rodney King beating took place on 3/3, on March the 3rd. The George Floyd Act was passed on this past March the 3rd. The thing about the Rodney King beating is, and you can look this up on Wiki, 1 minute and 19 seconds. That's how long they're beating him. Gets hit on the head 33 times. His name is King. Now again, the name King, Crown, Corona, these are really just symbols that are grouped together, as you'll see. There are symbol complexes when we start really breaking down major media events to show you that these patterns are not coincidences. And I think we've been programmed to not see the coincidences. They tell you, if you see the coincidences, you're paying too much attention, you're drawing connections that are obviously impossible. And I'm just suggesting, no, it's their stories that are impossible. This is not real life, it's a facsimile. The world stage is in fact just a construct. And we're looking at this thing objectively. So many correlations, like I said, between these numbers. Not a coincidence that 1968 was the year that 9/11 became the national distress number, emergency number, and the year that the Twin Towers construction began, leaving 33 years until it was brought down. The 33 is constantly being correlated with this stuff, as you'll see. Going through some comments here. Again, if you have anything to add, feel free to call in. I don't want to get too lost in the weeds here. However, I'm just suggesting that there are patterns that pre-exist 9/11. Like, for example, there was another 3/11 event I wanted to bring up tonight. It was in the news today. It's the Fukushima disaster, which was 3/11/2011. Here we go. The other 3/11 event. And by the way, on this channel, we had predicted that ground zero for this next major catalyzing event would be in Seattle on March 11th. And you could extrapolate this just by watching Netflix. Okay, Japan to release contaminated Fukushima water into the sea after treatment. So this is the first release of water will take place in about 2 years, giving plant operator time to begin filtering to remove harmful isotopes. They argued the water release is necessary to press ahead with the complex decommissioning of the plant after it was crippled by a 2011 earthquake and tsunami. Again, this is just another 3/11 event. I don't want to get too deep into the numerology here, but I have this breakdown called Coincidence Theory 113 that goes deep into many of these things. And it really is, I think, the case that you would have to be a coincidence theorist to write all of this stuff off as mere coincidence. But, it just fell into place this way. So here's just a little bit of information on this. So the quote here, the mother of Dante Wright, next to her friend wearing the Twins jacket, is saying, he's been there since 1:47 this afternoon. Reiterates that several times. So here's the blurb. The Richmond, Indiana explosion. Here we go. Double explosion occurred on 1:47 Eastern Time on April the 6th, 1968. The explosions killed 41 and injured 150. So there's a documentary about this, but two things about it. One, it took place in 1968 in April. So again, 1:47 is the time he was on the ground. It's April right now. This took place in April, so we're like this anniversary of this twin explosion from 68. Very, very interesting. Also considering that his body was on the ground not far from where George Floyd was ostensibly killed, allegedly killed. So you can kind of see what I'm suggesting here is that we're seeing a twin event. And not a coincidence, this happens, of course, during the third week of Chauvin's trial. Look, they play with numbers and dates and symbols, and it's a psyop. I mean, that's really the best word for it. And psychological operations know how to trigger people to get these responses. Lee Dion says, if you see the scripting and symbols, then you're a nut, and you will go burn down Masonic temples. Exactly. I mean, I think I did a follow-up. Let me see what they've done with Benjamin Coleman. Alleged arsonist faces more charges in connection to North Vancouver Masonic Hall fires. Benjamin Orion Carlson Coleman, arrested in Burnaby, 42 years old, dressed in black, burns these 3 lodges. I know somebody who knows him, and they claim that he's a nice guy. I would beg to differ. He bragged about it, and the reason why he burned these lodges and bragged about it online is, well, one, I guess he's under the impression that they are the bad guys, they are the target. But two, he said he doesn't want to be tracked. He doesn't want to be tracked by nanobots. And I'm like, that's strange. For a guy who doesn't want to be tracked, he's sure quick to post his crimes on Facebook. So I think it's entirely contrived. His name even looks very phony to me. Benjamin Orion Carlson Coleman. I mean, Coleman lanterns. You can find arson in Carlson. Orion. You know, Orion still makes me think Orion's belt. And here you have 3 fires in the night down the street from one another. I think it's a ritual. He probably got paid well. But I did a follow-up to see if he's going to disappear or are we going to have a follow-up story. And nothing yet. But he's going to face a few more charges. But I took that one personally. Because this one's obviously contrived. And I thought, well, who are they targeting with this? You know, they're trying to create a new devil for the public to fear. Fear the conspiracy theorists. Fear the flat earthers. Fear the, whatever it is, fill in the blank. But now they're adding to it the ones who pay too much attention to patterns. So when I saw this trend, it inspired me. I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to be that guy with the papers all over the wall and the lines drawn and these bizarre conclusions like Trump was Elvis or something. I'm not going to be that. And I do think that we have shifted the burden of proof if you just examine the facts as reported. And I say as reported because I don't believe many of these things to be true. But the patterns speak for themselves, and we're just scratching the surface with this whole thing. In fact, I'm doing one now. I'm doing a mind map chart here about the parsonage and Laurel Canyon, where Robert Heinlein had a book club, kind of a literary club, and how this connects to our, well, the think tanks that dreamed up Mars. And Mars is, well, I would call it a utopian dream. I don't think it's a tangible thing. And if it is, it's not what people think. All right, I don't want to get lost in the weeds here with the Metascript thing, but as you'll see, I'm referencing real world events, and I'm showing you how the correlations we're making here were put there by them. They're in the media. We didn't write this stuff. I didn't set the sun at that day. I didn't have all these very significantly timed deaths on these days. And the storyline speaks for itself. I want to reiterate this, though, one more time with regards to this recent event. So Derek Chauvin had his hearing on 9/11/01. His release time was 11/22, which really had me thinking about Oswald. Because like Oswald, he killed a 46-year-old in a Freemasonic killing of the king ritual, which again is very much reiterated by the Rodney King connection here. But again, I'm just looking at these things and I'm like, well, 11/22, all that's missing there is the 63, and I've been waiting. And sure enough, this event right now, this twin event happens on 63rd Street while Derek Chauvin's on trial. So I'm like, this to me is a puzzle piece. And so I'm thinking again, just to reiterate, because I'm making a prediction here, and I think it's bold, and I could be wrong, but I hope you see where I'm coming from. By the narrative as I've interpreted it, as it breaks down, it appears to me, like I said, that Derek Chauvin 9/11 to America, and now the invocation of the 112263, of the specter of Lee Harvey Oswald. I think it's foreshadowing another atrocity, something as shocking and graphic as the JFK. I have some predictions about this. If you're subscribed to my website, if you're a member of the site, you'll hear it first, and I publish it there first. But there are some things I prefer to hold back because the truth will get out there. You know, if we're right, if the world stage is as phony as we think, well, it's gonna pretty much be obvious to the people who already know. But there are people who aren't gonna be broken from their spell. I was watching some footage today from some of the riots right now as a result of this event. And I mean, if you understand where they're coming from, it makes perfect sense because they're coming from a place of total belief in the MSM, in what comes out of the monolith. And this is what Kubrick was talking about in all of his films. You know, the purpose of Kubrick, the purpose of the monolith. And by the way, there were monoliths cropping up all over the world last year. This is why, you know, the monolith is the screen. It's the one world vision. It's the unification of the entire world under a singular ideology, a single religion, which we have. And it's not a Bible because you can't consolidate billions of people's, you can't get everyone's attention on one Bible. You can't get everybody's attention on any holy book or philosophy or ideology. People fight. However, they all agree on the basic premise of what comes out of that monolith. They don't disagree on the fundamental facts of life and history as they're presented, except for those of us on the fringe, or what they call the fringe, those they try to exclude from the conversation. So if you're a total believer in the MSM, you're going to fall for everything hook, line, and sinker. And we've been talking about these activist groups, how they're all controlled opposition. And you can see the puppet strings. When you see them throw their hands up, don't shoot. That's the grand hailing sign of distress. They're acting out Hiram Abiff, King Solomon's architect. They don't even know it. They're playing into a Masonic theater. Every time they spray paint 1312 or ACAB on a building, or they chant all cops are bastards, or they put in the hashtags, they're actually referencing, in my opinion, 1312, the year the Templars went underground. And underground, the meaning of it, in my opinion, is they continue to operate, but they do it in a clandestine manner, so they have more power. They have so much power that they can completely fabricate events, and they can control both sides from above. and get them chanting slogans that give away who's really in control without having any clue. I think it's very sinister. I think the real meaning of the kneeling will totally escape all of the people that do it, except for those at the very top. All right, I'm going through some comments. Now, the MSM's take on all these things, that they always run with the most salacious, and they always do whatever they can to demonize their enemies. And for some time, it seems like the media has had a hate affair with the flat earthers. And like, what a harmless target. There's not that many of them, and nobody believes them. So why does the media hate them so much? To where now they describe this guy as a flat earth arsonist. But if you actually read his posts, if you had to come up with a description for the guy, I don't think you would put those two together. Robot Plague says, I think there's a possibility that none of King Solomon's temples existed. I don't necessarily take any of it to be literal, but the storyline is important here, to them anyway. The Freemasonry as a scapegoat, that low-hanging fruit. It is easy to arrive at that conclusion, but I think it's more multifaceted than that. I would say that's one head of a hydra, if anything. Last night I brought up Batman and how his great-grandfather started the Skull and Bones Society according to the television series, episode 33 in 1966. And they said, yeah, Batman's great-grandfather started the Skull and Bones Society. Kind of an interesting little side note. And if you look at the origin of Joker with Victor Hugo, and I think the story is called The Man Who Laughs, you can find how old these archetypes are and how they are, in fact, I think, very symbolic archetypes that may actually have to do with some of these clandestine cults. I mean, the predictive programming in these Batman movies is amazing. Just the fact that they use the bat as Phoenix, very, very telling. Like, they knew, if you ask me. One of them was, there was a scene in Dark Knight Rises where the Robin character without a mask says he doesn't need a mask. And Batman says, you don't wear a mask for yourself. You wear it to protect the people that you love. And I thought, well, they just borrowed a phrase from 7 years in the future. And then after, Batman throws what looks to be a big old COVID-shaped grenade as a smoke bomb, and it blows up with a mushroom cloud. And we had all kinds of mushroom clouds starting on the 75th anniversary of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Remember? First 2 weeks of August 2020, mushroom cloud, mushroom cloud, mushroom cloud. Yeah, the significance of the burning bat is simply that the phoenix represents the reset. And the phoenixes represented in movies like The Crow as a raven, same story. Or more recently, there was a movie called, was it Birdsong? Where they used a song, or Songbird, about COVID-23. But various ways that they represent the same exact thing, different types of birds. In fact, the origin of the phoenix is something we were talking about earlier today. But my point is, they have been using the bat as a phoenix for some time here. Yeah, the movie's called Songbird. So the bat as a phoenix in the Batman movie is like a burning bat. In fact, if you look at the poster, let me start with this. Dark Knight Rises. If you look at the poster of the movie that was released on the eve of the Aurora shootings in Colorado, and this would be the eve also of, I believe, Sirius rising that night. But this is where I first started to notice it. And I looked into the art director, and he's an interesting character. I believe he's dead, buried in a cemetery near Sandy Hook. But the art director who worked with Christopher Nolan, there's some interesting connections there because these movies have alluded to some of the biggest psyops of the last 15 years. I mean, coronavirus, the Boston bombing, Sandy Hook, all referred to and referenced in these movies in very direct ways. So if you look behind Batman, there's a bat in the shape of the explosion behind him. So this bat as a phoenix is something we've talked about before. But it's basically this. The phoenix represents burning down, building back better. So in this case, what was the catalyst for the burning down so they can build back better? Well, they burnt down our system with the pandemic, the COVID, which started from what? A bat. The undercooked bowl of bat soup that started it all, that was the domino. I also want to point this out, just since we're talking about this. The bat quarter, just some sick joke, courtesy of Big Brother and the Metascriptors. So last year, our quarters all have the bowl of bat soup on the back. I mean, you could say it's just two bats in a circle, which kind of looks like a bowl, but no, I'm saying it's a bowl of bat soup on the 2020 quarters. Not a coincidence. Not a coincidence that if you fold up the $20 bill, you get the Twin Towers burning. And it's out there in the public record if anyone wants to check, but I know myself and a few others involved here, Tim Truth, we were looking very closely at all of the predictive programming looking at Seattle and the Space Needle. And we were looking very closely at the Space Needle on 11/3/2019. And it turns out that a Space Needle is depicted burning if you fold up the $100 bill. So we were like, well, let's see what happens. Anyway, there was in fact a burning Space Needle on November the 3rd, 2019, but it was in Turkey. It wasn't Seattle. And you know, there were 3,000 people on that live stream. 3,000 people on Tim Truth's live stream, and we were watching the Century Stadium and the Space Needle, and we're waiting to see, are we going to watch the next 9/11 happen? And I don't know if they pulled the plug on the tower being nuked or burned or something and burned the one in Turkey, or if that was the plan all along. But 3,000 people expecting something to happen, I don't know. I don't know. But the existence of predictive programming, media manipulation, history fabrication, beyond dispute. You know, this is the age we live in. And if you don't know, then you're probably visually illiterate to it. I believe right now we're living through something of a counter-reformation. Like, in other words, the internet and the decentralization of media, of education, of perception itself. This has been something of a reformation, like the movable type press, but it's the internet this time. And the counter-reformation is the attempt to get control, regain control. And that's why YouTube was this massive honeypot. It was a great place. You could express your mind, make friends, talk, think, educate yourselves, learn. And then they steered it back right into, now it's just another extension of the mainstream media. It's a counter-reformation, I think, that we're living through. I mean, that's kind of how I've been framing all of this stuff. We're looking at the mass media and its attempt to reconsolidate control over everything. And that's a big part of this reset narrative. If you notice, they're burning down the media. Look how much stuff they destroyed. Look how many videos, content creators, I think they bragged over at YouTube and other platforms. There's been a major purge behind the scenes of a great amount of content, and also the ability to find content. You know, not a coincidence that they actually blocked the filters on YouTube to prevent people from finding videos where unauthorized people are talking about flat Earth. I mean, isn't that absurd? If flat Earth is just a joke, how come the only people allowed to talk about it are mainstream media pundits and those outlets? I mean, that's some serious idea control. Like, we're not allowed to be wrong. What if we just think it's funny? What if we just thought that flat Earth is the funniest joke in the world? I'm not allowed to joke about it? Like, what shape can we joke about? I see a lot of memes of the Velociraptor Earth. Is that forbidden? Robot Plague says, I think Chris Nolan is a kind of a modern-day Kubrick in a lot of ways. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for here. I'm trying to find the source. And you can find the sources. If you just look at the predictive program we speak of, it does lead places. And it does seem that there's some very select interests who are ultimately behind this. Jordan says, I watched it on November the 3rd. It was fun. Yeah, wait until we do a breakdown of the date November the 3rd and its significance from 1906 to the present day. Very, very intriguing stuff. Tominoid says, Nathan Crowley received the Academy Award nomination for The Prestige, The Dark Knight, and Interstellar, and is a descendant of the infamous black magician Aleister Crowley. A descendant. Now, Aleister Crowley, whatever people think about him, he is a major influence here, especially when you talk about the modern space age and the modern paradigm. I do think that we have a new singular world religion, and they've merged some things together here. And Crowley's a major figure in this. More specifically, his American counterpart, Jack Parsons. And that's something we're going to talk about very soon, because Jack Parsons has some interesting connections with the world of science fiction that I want to get into. We've talked about his occult connections, the Babylon working, the attempts of Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard and Marjorie Cameron to give birth to the age of the Antichrist or whatever. And by the way, Marjorie Cameron, the woman who willingly took part in these rituals, Marjorie Cameron, turns out, was the first to see a UFO. And it was I believe it was in 1945. I'm trying to find a few more sources for this. I found some interviews where she was talking about it. But it's very significant that prior to Roswell, before the saucer landed in Corona Field, Marjorie Cameron, who was involved in the Babylon rituals, had reportedly seen one. There's a couple of other things about her that I think figure into this narrative. One, she was the star of a movie called Inauguration of the Pleasure Dome, where she played the role of Babylon again, which is the New Age version of the goddess, Crowley's version of the goddess. And this character, the director, the filmmaker who created the movie that starred her, and he chose her for this reason, is someone who actually has, I think, a lot of insight into some things. Kenneth Anger, who was a Mickey Mouseketeer. So you got this grown-up Mickey Mouseketeer working with a woman who was attempting to conceive the Antichrist, the first to ever see a UFO. And then he goes on to co-found the Church of Satan in San Francisco. And later, this individual, Kenneth Anger, you could find pictures of him associated with Alfred Kinsey. So some very disturbing connections, and we'll go there. A few years ago, I was actually working on a map before I ever came across this mind mapping website, which makes it a lot easier. And I was just finding some fascinating connections between the Satanism and the Satanists of the 60s and Hollywood and some of the more prominent serial killings and the Manson thing. All worth looking into. 420, Ian Partier, 69, says, Hollywood in recent years has been awarding directors with long continuous shots and crowd choreography. Why don't you call and explain? 833-311-1984. By the way, we are on Odyssey. So Odyssey, it's ODYSEE.com. They have started allowing people to live stream, but you have to get approved first. So if you want to help with that, you can tweet Team Odyssey at Twitter and tell them you want Infinite Plane Radio on their platform. Apparently they have more live streamers now than DLive. 420 says, check out the transvestigation of Aleister Crowley for some gravy. Is that the theory that Aleister Crowley used adrenochrome to extend his life and passed himself off as Barbara Bush? I don't find that one plausible. I mean, I couldn't imagine being Crowley, going from the wickedest man in the world, top of the Illuminati pyramid, sacrificing goats or whatever they do, to becoming the first lady. There's some people who put pictures together like that, and it's humorous, I guess. It could be true. I'm not going to rule it out, but I'm not going to I'm not going to defend it. Okay, hey, let me see. I think I have a couple more voicemails. Let me go ahead and play those before we go any further.
Hey, Tim, this is Bill, Incredibill, whatever you like. But I left you a message months ago when I was heading to Costa Rica. I believe just talking about having a press pass, and I just thank you so much for providing those first. But also, I just wanted to send out just truly all kinds of love and joy to you, because you bring so much joy to me. And your intelligence and your wit and just your fortitude, brother, is spectacular. And just wanted to give you a big air hug and let you know that there's someone in Carmel, California that's thinking about you and loving you up. And one of these days we'll talk.
Cool. Carmel, California. Appreciate that very much. Yes, we have listeners all across the plane, or ball if you prefer. On the other side of the wet spinning ball. I saw a couple of comments I have to address here. Someone says something here. I don't know if I want to go there. There's naked pictures of, quote, him. Interesting anatomy. Okay, interested to see if you can send me pictures of Aleister Crowley. I'm pretty sure if he wasn't, I mean, look, the guy had a very public record. He was a very, I don't know, he's admittedly some kind of a deviant by standards then, probably even today, especially if you read about some of the stuff that actually went on. Somebody would have noticed. Now, this is an interesting connection. Kenneth Anger worked with Bobby Baselli of the Manson family. Okay, now, this is a major connection, and this is one of the things that I was alluding to earlier in my research, these interesting connections that you have to map together to see. But yes, so Kenneth Anger, the one I said who was associated with Kinsey Gross, associated with Marjorie Cameron, first to see the UFO, possibly even the mother of the Antichrist, co-founder of the Church of Satan. He worked with Bobby Baselli of the Manson family, and they did the soundtrack for a film called Lucifer Rising. Strange films. I mean, I think I've probably seen most of them, and you can find them all on YouTube. But the soundtracks are also very interesting, and the director himself, I think he tried to recruit, was it someone from Led Zeppelin? All kinds of stories there, but the common theme is black magic and film, and that's kind of what I was getting to. That when you get into this area, you find like the minds of people like Kenneth Anger and even Anton LaVey, who founded the church with him. They were all about this notion of Lucifer being like the patron saint of film, that somehow they were doing magic quite literally by using imagery and sound and doing it through film, where you're essentially controlling time. But they openly spoke about the use of film in this sense of it being some type of a magical technology, for lack of a better term, which we'll get into all these characters and their connections. Very fascinating. Also noteworthy is just the fact that I think it was the Nightcrawler, Richard Ramirez, actually went from El Paso to San Francisco and allegedly attended a ritual at the Church of Satan where he claimed he felt the devil's touch or something. And then later he went on this killing spree. That's kind of unusual. And then the priest's daughter and her boyfriend hanging out with that guy in jail. Very strange. 420 says, Anger wrote the book Hollywood Babylon about scandals. James Dean, Fatty Arbuckle. Yeah, he also wrote about his time as a Mickey Mouseketeer. And he had some really disturbing things to say about Walt Disney. Nothing that would be shocking to anyone who's looked into Disney or Walt. Is his head actually in a freezer somewhere? Didn't Walt have himself cryogenically frozen? That was one of the subplots to this movie we've been analyzing lately, the Vanilla Sky, where the main character is actually in a freezer, cryogenic. and his mind is interacting with software. So he thinks he's alive. For like 150 years, he's basically in a morgue, living in a simulation. And then he decides to come back. And so he has this pre-arranged situation that he gave to the company called LE, or Life Extension. And this pre-arranged thing was, when I jump off this building, I want to wake up in my body. And so he wakes up 150 years later at the end of the movie, presumably restored, youth maintained, benefiting from medical developments. But before he wakes up, he has to jump from the building. And this all is an interesting tie-in, by the way. The Vanilla Sky movie has many tie-ins to both Corona, to some of the Stanley Kubrick movies that we've been discussing, but also to 9/11 itself. And his jump from the tower is, I think that might have been brought up in context, because that movie, by the way, came out 33 days after 9/11. You know, that movie and Donnie Darko both had a little bit of controversy about their release times. Donnie Darko because it was about plane parts falling from the sky. Imagine trying to market that around 9/11. And its original release date, by the way, was 1/19. We're talking about the Donnie Darko. And just let me give you one example when I say that this movie predicted Donald Trump. So it takes place in 1988, which, 33 years before the 2020. This is, again, the year that Joe Biden actually ran for president, but he got caught plagiarizing or something, so they pushed him back or whatever. But it takes place in 88. So you have Donnie Darko with a sweatshirt that says Triumph, and he's watching a football game. On the screen, you see a jersey 17, and he's got the Triumph. So here already you have presidential election year. You have Donald, Donnie is Donald, Triumph, Trump. Donald Trump, and then, of course, the 17 is clearly a Q reference. And if you take the word Triumph, and you remove the I, and you remove the H, and, of course, this is a 9 and 8, or 17. So you get Trump Q kind of built into it. And then part of the movie is he sets a fire that inadvertently reveals that one of the characters played by Patrick Swayze and all these others were involved in some kind of a deep state-like QAnon pedo ring. So that is also one of the things that is exposed there. Also, the constant reference to the end of the world and the eclipse that is the corona. And there's a few things in that movie, a few little sections that have this kind of like a motivational speaker having people chant, I can't breathe, or I can breathe again. If you go through these, and we have in detail, you'll find that many popular movies have nuanced references to future events. Again, this isn't conspiracy theory, it's not paranormal, it's just well-established fact. Even Snopes has to give in and agree once in a while that, yeah, there were 911 days from the attacks of September the 11th and the Madrid subway bombings. And look, I go to Snopes because they're the ones who debunk everything. But, there are some things that they just can't, as much as they would like to. 911 days between Madrid bombings and September 11th. So the 3/11, 2004. So here's another 3/11 connection for you. So 3/11, 2004 is exactly 911 days from September the 11th. Another connection between the two that I think explains their relationship even to some degree is the character Neo in the Matrix's passport, which his date of birth is 3/11, but the expiration date is 9/11. So I look at 9/11 as the expiration date for, well, what we have here. America was the target of 9/11. That's when it starts. But I kind of think that the new age, the post-reset, 3/11 is the starting date. And both of these are inculcated into this movie and many others. Tomanoid says, the Spider-Man Twin Towers trailer was pulled in 2001. Donnie Darko's actor appears in the last Spider-Man, which Marvel lists as Phase 3, Movie 11. I was talking to someone about Colony recently, the series Colony on Netflix, and in that one, Season 3, Episode 11, 311, it's about this group called it's the Phoenix Organization, and it's this revolutionary group against the system, because what's happening is it's almost like quarantine. Towns are under quarantine. Big cities are under quarantine. It's in the future, so we've already wrecked the world. It's already post-reset. Cities are under domes because of climate change and probably space junk. But the premise of it is aliens have taken over, but you never see the aliens. Like you never see any of the things that they scare us with. But people bow down to it anyway, and the aliens take over the government. So the resistance to the government is called the Phoenix Organization. Well, there's a scene in Season 3, Episode 11, where they're talking about how they're trying to rebuild. And they say, quote, Seattle is ground zero for the reboot of civilization. So reboot of civilization sounds like Build Back Better. Sounds like reset. Sounds very consistent with everything else we've seen in recent months, like the Saturn-Jupiter conjunction on 12/21/2020, which they called a Bethlehem star. I mean, that's got to be like the biggest reset reference of all. That's when you start the year back over at zero. That's what you do after the end of the world. That's one of the reasons why I say the world ended in 2020. We're in a different one now, moving forward. So the building back better, the reset thing, that again is more or less a reoccurring theme. I also want to point out the World Economic Forum, Build Back Better. This is all stuff that was planned long, long ago, even though they say they're taking advantage of a recent situation. But in this TV show, The Colony, they talk about Seattle being ground zero for the reboot of civilization. Well, what happened last year? On 119, there's that number again, patient 0 shows up with the symptoms. This patient is in Seattle. They declare the pandemic on 3/11/2020 because of that. So ground zero was in fact in Seattle for the reboot, for the reset. And then it got a little more interesting when the riot started and we had the events with the AutoZone being demolished by a cop to spark the destruction. And then you had the autonomous zone open up. And again, I was just looking like that's the blueprint for the new system. But it actually has pretty much tracked along with the movies, with the predictive programming, as we call it. And what it is, because sometimes it's not all that far in the past. Like sometimes they have things that are parallel with real-time events. I think they use the entertainment to mold you emotionally for the way that you're going to respond to the stuff that they bring you on the news. If you're emotional, you're not going to be critical. You're going to be looking at narratives, not facts. Facts that go against the narrative tend to be, ignored. Even, when people are trying to be completely honest, it's just human nature and they play upon it. Nothing new here to anybody here. Okay, let me see if we have anything else. Just to kind of reiterate, we're just seeing a lot of patterns here. And the air freshener on the mirror on this latest shooting is a prop. I'm calling it a meme prop, air freshener, a reference to the need for air, the I can't breathe connection, also the connection to lynching, and the fact that they're banning evergreen trees. All kinds of interesting connections here that are suggesting that there's a correlation between this event and the George Floyd event, which, by the way, happened down the street. It's a twin event. He was put on the ground at 147, and I looked into 147 because 846 happened to be very significant to the George Floyd event, and 147 references a 1968 twin explosion that killed 41, injured 150. And again, 1968 is a year that has extreme significance for the Twin Cities. And all of this rests upon the notion that these are planned scripted events, meaning that nobody died and nobody cried. But, good luck, making that case when people have already decided. Now, I don't know if this is predictive programming, but if you remember the movie Demolition Man, in Demolition Man, it predicted a future of social distancing, where the social distancing is in place, everything is done virtually. You also have a future without toilet paper, strangely. And finally, the only restaurant in the future is Taco Bell. And I was like, okay, this is kind of fascinating, because again, this is more predictive programming, and people have talked about how that movie had references to 2020. So last night, I'm looking over at Brooklyn Center, where the rioting is happening in response to the Daunte Wright PSYOP. And I'm comfortable calling it a PSYOP until I get some more evidence. But I'm watching last night, and I was watching a McDonald's getting broken into and smashed up, completely in the dark, overrun, pretty much done for. I don't know if they burned it, but they destroyed it. But then across the street, the protesters are forming a line for Taco Bell. So Taco Bell is fine. Long line of people grabbing food in between looting stores while McDonald's gets demolished. And I'm like, man, that's right out of Demolition Man. Commenter says, is it possible some of these coincidences happen organically, influenced by the cosmos? Okay, at the very beginning, I referenced Arthur C. Clarke. And let me make sure I read it perfectly right, because I think this relates to media. In his 1962 Profiles of the Future, Arthur C. Clarke said, quote, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. So when you start asking, is it possible these coincidences are being influenced by the cosmos, by magic, by God, by something, by some divine agency? I would say you'd be falling into the God of the Gaps divine fallacy, where you don't have an explanation, so you assume it's something that is beyond our understanding. And what he's saying here, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, is, I think, the case that media is so sophisticated, so pervasive, so controlling, that what we're seeing here looks like magic. It would be magic to be able to coordinate all of these events and all of these lives and all of this spectacle for generations. It would have to take an act of God. I often wonder, is the demiurge, is the devil the metascriptor? Have we found evidence of predestination? Are we reverse engineering a living Bible that has yet to be, that's kind of what I was thinking. Are we experiencing some sort of collective synchronicity? Or is this something else? I'm open to the possibility we're wrong about everything and it's all coincidences. And if that's the case, then this has been a very complex work of collective storytelling, which is also very interesting. But I'm leaning towards Arthur C. Clarke here, given that he helped write and create the modern paradigm more than any other science fiction writer. I would say that no, our concept of media is completely wrong. It's not about reporting. It's about conforming, and it's about religion. It's about regimented worldview. And how do you regiment billions of minds? How do you synchronize them? The monolith. And the concept of the monolith to me is synonymous with the idea of like the eye in the pyramid. Like they want one director on the world stage, one vision. Okay, let me go ahead and see if I've missed anything else on the forums. If you go to infiniteplane.media, we have a pretty active forum there. Yesterday we talked about the DMX and the video by Conscious X suggesting that DMX is or has been playing dual roles on the world stage and may not be dead. So I usually expect that kind of speculation, especially when you have a high profile death occurring on a specific date, like of all dates, Easter. Something else I want to point out, if you go to darkmatter.radio, where we have this mirrored, something that I've recently added is we have a chat, which is deliberately made very large because we have a cross-platform chat room so that the people who are there listening can see now. Well, there's all these different options where you can go listen and you can find other people who are in these different chats. In fact, I can see some of you are already there. So darkmatter.radio, we do have a 24/7 live stream, and sometimes there's overlap with what I'm doing here. So Infinite Plane Radio is there right now. You can catch the Fakeologist there. In fact, I called in earlier today to the Fakeologist's live show. He's there from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. Mountain Time. And then John LeBon's Apostasy Show is there on Sundays. These are all live shows. So darkmatter.radio, if you sign up to the newsletter there. I tend to let people know over at the Infinite Plane Society servers, but a lot of live shows, very scheduled. I mean, very organized on these schedules. And the programs are printed in advance. Lloyd Miller says, Monolith Insight is great. Yeah, the monolith thing is key here. Because I'm suggesting that what we're looking at with this great reset is the end of a long-term plan, or rather, maybe it's not the end, but it's a significant end point. And that the plan is to create a singular, one world, harmonious vision without all the fighting. It might even be a good thing. Like, I don't know. You know, people have this idea that they want to kill us all, but sometimes I just think, well, maybe it's just the fact that we have shepherds that handle the sheeple. Maybe it's out of necessity. Maybe this is what's required, and that they have to enlarge the scope of their monolithic mind control systems that keep everybody on the same sheet. And monolith, same sheet. The new Bible that could synchronize everybody is the screen. It's the monolithic worldview that we all agree upon. Even if we fight about which sides we take in the various skirmishes on the world stage, we're all on the stage. That's why it's so important that they get rid of the people who refute basic facts or things that are accepted to be basic facts. Like, if you don't believe in the moon landing, you're a problem because it destroys the narrative. And this is one of the reasons why Stanley Kubrick is such an important figure here, because if he was indeed the technical advisor behind that and other significant events, then movies matter more than we would think. You would think of entertainment as something separate, a diversion. And I'm saying no. This is what I mean by our concept of media has been totally distorted. You think you're getting entertained. No, you're at church, and you always were. You think you're watching a scientific exploration into the cosmos. No, actually, you're at church, and they're selling you on heaven, where the streets are paved with gold, pearly gates. Oh yeah, we can go to space. There's $1 trillion worth of nickel in that asteroid over there. I mean, they've repackaged heaven. In fact, recently, there was a 33-year-old coffin maker. Now, I don't write this stuff. This is all world news reporting, so it's a fact. A 33-year-old coffin maker in Sumatra who was not doing well. He was low on money for some reason, which makes no sense. Like, if anybody ought to be banking during a pandemic, it'd be the morticians. So you got this 33-year-old coffin maker who finds a meteorite. It falls through his roof. Joshua Hutagalung, coffin maker, has an offer of $200 million for a meteor that fell through his house. So he turns out to be a canny negotiator. Man becomes millionaire after a meteorite falls through his roof. A 33-year-old coffin maker. Now, this story, by the way, came out less than a week after, on this channel, we were making fun of a story from 1965. Because there's a story, and I use the word story advisedly, how a meteorite ruined an Alabama woman's afternoon 65 years ago. Okay, I just know that if somebody dropped a bowling ball on me, I would be having a very bad day. Well, here's a woman in Alabama claims that a meteorite fell through her roof is 8.5 pounds. burst through the roof, bounced off a radio, and struck her, leaving a large, dark bruise. There's pictures, so if you're someone who's easily convinced and that's your standard of evidence, then this is true. This is why I'm glad that I'm a skeptic. I don't have to accept some of these bogus, ridiculous stories. You're telling me a 9-pound rock fell from space through that hole, hit a radio, bounced, and hit her hip. And I looked at the wound, and it looked like makeup smeared on her leg. So we were just pointing out that at least we don't have to believe this. But if you're someone who believes we're going to Mars next year, then you probably accept this as a fact. Even though we have evidence of fraud where, I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy if you think about how they get away with this stuff. But do you remember when Buzz Aldrin faked the moon rock? It wasn't just Buzz. A moon rock given to the Dutch Prime Minister by the Apollo 11 astronauts in '69 turned out to be a fake. So it was valued at 308,000 pounds. Like, this is significant fraud. What, I mean, what, grand theft is like 1,000 or something? 308,000 pounds. Moon rock given to Holland by Neil and Buzz was fake. How come they haven't arrested Buzz Aldrin? I mean, can he be charged? I mean, is there a statute of limitations? That's a significant fraud. Turns out it was what? Petrified elephant dung? But nobody cares. So anyway, I brought up this story. The next day, the story comes out about this multi-million-dollar meteorite from heaven. Okay, I'm going through some comments. Tomanoid says, an Ellen Moore interview, he talks about predictive surveillance state in V for Vendetta. Yeah, V for Vendetta has been referenced with regards to coronavirus because supposedly it takes place in 2020 after St. Mary's plague wipes out America. And sure, the movie does have masks and a lot of other things. Alan Moore's movies are very predictive. In fact, I would say even as comics, like recently I was having a conversation over at the John LeBon website's Discord server about this, about how Alan Moore had a publication. It was from the Watchmen comic series that was turned into a live action on HBO. So the issue called She Was Killed by Space Junk, which was published in '86, was on TV 33 years later, and it aired on November the 3rd. And this is just one more example of predictive programming involving people dying from space junk and tying in to the number 113 or the date November the 3rd. By the way, the Challenger blew up at 1 minute and 13 seconds. Like, it's astounding how often 311 and 113 correlate to this theme. Like on March 11th, this past March 11th, NASA dropped the largest piece of space junk of all time, a 2.9 ton battery, which will probably kill a whale or a village. They could have thrown it into space. I mean, this doesn't make any sense to me still. You have a bottomless trash can that way, and you have the only place in this infinite, vast, bottomless trash can where you know there's life and it's fragile. And what do? You throw your toxic waste down there. We ought to shoot the space station down for that. No, I'm just kidding. It is going to happen, in my opinion, though. It is going to take a fall. And I'm just saying this in advance, just so you don't get caught up in the drama. When they pull off the next Challenger, you should know it's all just a movie. This is why it's so interesting to me that Tom Cruise is going up there. Nobody has spent more time in front of green screens with harnesses in fake space environments. No one has spent as much time as the astronauts than probably Tom Cruise, a lifelong actor. 42 movies so far in his career. 42. 33 years elapsed from Top Gun to Maverick. And I mean, this guy is very much like every other world stage actor, largely a prop in a bigger psychodrama. Thirst for Truth says, a quarter can kill you on the sidewalk if dropped from a skyscraper, but a rock hits you from space and you survive. Right. Interesting points there. Now, the rock from space, I mean, even it would be, well, let me see, because they say it breaks apart. I can get some speeds. I'd like to know how fast it was going. But the thing about coins falling from skyscrapers isn't technically true. I was at one of these, I don't know, it was one of these towers. I think it was in San Antonio once, where I accidentally dropped a penny or a coin or something, and they fall for about 30 feet, and then they just kind of flip around. They don't really accelerate. They don't crack sidewalks. They just gently fall to the ground. But the idea of stuff falling from space, kinetic weapons, that's something they can do. In fact, I think they call them rods of God. And this is what I think Elon Musk might be up to. So the rods of God, Air Force rods from God. So it's basically a telephone pole sized, 20 foot long, 1 foot diameter tungsten rod dropped from space. Hyper velocity rod bundles. Kinetic bombardment. So how hard would it be to attach a bunch of these tungsten rods to, I don't know, stratospheric balloons disguised as CubeSats and position them all over the world, and then suddenly have the power to press a button and end everything? Because I think that's the kind of power we're giving Elon Musk. Well, the kind of power he took. Now, I don't think they're actually falling from space. I just think it takes a great height. But there have been some similar things proposed here. Probably fake, though, when they talk about the actual effects. But we'll see. I have a feeling that if there's going to be any kind of a space bombardment, it's going to happen very soon. Now, listen to this, though. Remember I mentioned Robert Heinlein? How the parsonage with Jack Parsons and how he was affiliated with this Laurel Canyon-based literary club? It was at the house of Robert A. Heinlein. So listen to this. In the mid-60s, popular science in orbital mechanics led to a number of science fiction stories. Among these was The Moon is a Harsh Mistress by Robert Heinlein, in which the citizens of the moon bombard the Earth with rocks wrapped in iron, which are in turn fired from an electromagnetic launch system at the Earth. So everything that you see, everything that you're going to see, it has a corollary in the fiction. They've already put it out there. It's all war-gamed. And Robert Heinlein, though, very key figure in this new age, in Mars settlements, and in the life of Jack Parsons. And then the Laurel Canyon connection there is very interesting. Says in the 70s and 80s, this idea was refined in science fiction. Again, science fiction and CGI. It's where it all takes place. We live in a Disney universe. In the 80s and 90s, references to these weapons became a staple of science fiction role-playing. Role-playing? I think that's what they're actually doing. I mean, the astronauts, in my opinion, are a bunch of LARPers. But just giving you a heads up, this is probably what's coming or what will be simulated on TV. And, you know, I mentioned the spellbound nature of the masses, and there are people who believe that the events of 1/6/2020 constituted an insurrection, that it wasn't just bad performance art, that it wasn't a photo op. So at this point, there's no critical refutation of any of these mainstream propaganda events. So I just say enjoy the show, because you're not going to be able to change people's minds. And, you know, about 6 months ago I said they could manifest Godzilla and people will believe it if they see it on their screens. And that's probably one of the main reasons also for the quarantine and the lockdown. I think they wanted to really establish a new normal for people, where the new normal is your life lived through the monolith. Okay, anyway, this is great. I want to say thanks to everyone for hanging out, for leaving comments. Appreciate the voicemails. We had a very nice voicemail from someone today. Not quite sure who, but someone out there in California. Feel free to call in anytime live, and if I'm not live, just leave voicemails. If you want live stream notifications, go to infiniteplainsociety.com. And also, if you're interested in this project, so this is a project. We're not going over the edge here. We haven't lost track of reality. That's the masses, really. It's the mainstream view. It's completely a doomsday cult. It's completely separate from reality. Rush Limbaugh used to call himself the mayor of Realville for this reason. In fact, he was one of the first ones to call out the water on Mars as probably a Democrat hoax with money as the objective for making the claim. But anyway, if you're interested in this idea, or this approach rather, in this project, it's called themetascript.com. We're putting a lot of our research together and showing how there are events that are, in my view, way too perfect, too many coincidences to be real, and I'm making that case here. So if you go to themetascript.com, you can follow along with this project as it unfolds. It's still pretty new, but we've had a couple of years of research built into it, but the site's new. Anyway, thanks for joining. This is Balaam by Allergic to Bullshit. And stick around for the 24/7 music stream and replays.
Do you believe the things that you hear on the news? Are you just another masked fool? Don't be so obnoxious, man, don't be dumb, 'cause you'll end up unconscious. You can get my Sunday bun. We're all being held hostage, but I'm on the run. It's just so exhausting, it's just for fun. You gotta use your optics, take a good look around. Don't be an ostrich if your head up from the ground. It's the new orange, it's the one, the number they're calling 311. It's the 311. 311. It's just not logical. Dancing nurses in hospitals. I never thought it could be possible. The lie is astronomical. All I hear is Black Lives Matter, that's a motto. The sheep bleed on repeat like there's no tomorrow. The elites lead and you follow. It's like everything they feed and you swallow. The pain caused like a sorrow. I'm on a case like a Poirot. No hassle, just watch as I unravel the glory. Stop finding the coffin shores of Floyd. The moral of the story. What if I told you that nobody died? And it's all a ploy. They're trying to get you to submit to a color. Ain't no black and white, everyone ain't my brother. Race is a motherfucking lie. It's a social construct, yeah. They had us long for, yeah. You get knocked unconscious, yeah.
Blue Ridge, that big Illuminati, get the VIP, cause I'm a 33.
All right, thank you all for joining. It is April the 13th, 2021. Phones are open, 833-311-1984, Infinite Plane Radio, open phones for open minds. Last night we talked about many of the bizarre coincidences involving twins, twin cities, bizarre correlations between events that are mirrors of one another. And just to jump right into this, strange coincidence, it turns out that Daunte Wright's aunt comes out saying that George Floyd's girlfriend was Daunte's former teacher. Small world. Take a listen.
Family has connections to this man, to this family. His girlfriend was a teacher for my nephew.
So close connections, not just proximity, and not just with many of the symbolic and ritualistic links that connect the stories, but here you have relationships within the family that are close. And this reminded me of another related story that connects to this one, which somewhat indirectly, but with Kenosha. The police officer who shot Jacob Blake is now back on duty, and they've ruled no wrongdoing. This information just came out. So if you know the whole story about Kenosha, the Kenosha hat trick, Kyle, in my opinion, it's all staged. But here we have Officer Shesky. Strange name. He's the one who shot Jacob Blake 7 times in the back, if you want to believe that story. All of it's very dubious, if you ask me. There's way too much there, which we hyper-analyzed this last summer, and I'm definitely going to revisit many of these things. One of the curious connections, though, in this one that reminds me of the connection with the Darren Wright, George Floyd thing is this. Jacob Blake was friends with Anthony Gruber. Anthony Gruber was the one who had the skateboard, who hit Kyle before he was shot in the chest. I'm going through comments. Oh, by the way, let me go ahead and bring this up. We are now live on Odyssey. I mentioned it last night, and I said, please email them or text them or whatever on Twitter. Tweet them and ask them to approve our channel. So yes, Infinite Plane Radio is now streaming live on Odyssey, formerly known as Library. One of the only platforms where we actually are truly uncensorable. There's another site that I could recommend that you will probably never have to deal with any kind of censorship, but I almost don't want to make it public how good this site is because they'll go after it. Freedom Free for All says, so good to hear you on Odyssey, Tim. Yeah, any comments that are posted on Odyssey, since they're not showing up in the cross-platform chat, I will make a point to go back and read them at the end of each evening. So again, you can find us on Odyssey. Just go to infiniteplanesociety.com or get on the newsletter, and I include the link with all of the other links. So I'll get back to that chat later, just to let you know that if you are over there, we are paying attention. So I'm just talking about these instigations leading up to the conflagration or whatever's going to happen this summer. I wanted to make another connection here. So I was talking about how, as with the George Floyd incident from down the street, this Darren Wright one had a very conspicuous number attached to it, 846 with Floyd. This one, though, has 147 attached to it. And I'm also seeing all kinds of throwbacks. I mean, this is a film, more or less. If you look at the way, it's like reality TV is taking control of reality. You have that lieutenant being pulled out of his vehicle at gunpoint, and his hands are up. And I'm like, whoa, hands up, don't shoot. And then they leave this kid right on the ground for 5 hours. Michael Brown again, same thing. Young, inexperienced cop, scared, inexperienced being brought up. And again, this is all, I think, part of a long, drawn out psychodrama. So here, the mother comes out and insists that he was on the ground at 147 and reiterates that several times. So I search up the term 147, and it turns out that there's a documentary by that name, and it relates to, and this is interesting, in 1968, there were dual explosions in Richmond, Indiana, which killed 41 people and injured 250 people, or 150 people. But anyway, 41 people were killed by this twin explosions. And so I've been talking about the twin symbolism, twin cities, and all this stuff. And also, again, George Floyd was described as a twin by Stephen Jackson, 42-year-old, which is an important point we'll get to later. So again, there's a documentary about the 1968 explosions. And one of the things that we focused on this channel is how 2020 was largely templated off of 1968, including, as a nice touch, monoliths being deposited all over the place, straight out of Space Odyssey 2001. But these relationships, these parallels, are intentional. So it is interesting here that, and I didn't notice this last year, that there were actually these twin explosions. So I find this to be really noteworthy again. Because 846 has to do with what? That's the time that the Twin Towers were hit. The first of the Twin Towers, 8:46 a.m. In addition to the time that George was knelt upon, and in addition to the time that the sun set that day. My point being, twin explosions, 2 towers go down. 1968, 33 years prior, at 1:47 p.m., twin explosions. And now, one more thing. So last year, 2020, how I said 2020 was largely templated off of 68. And this is with regards to like how this scripted world stage production is played out. I mean, it is largely scripted. Mark Twain said, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. And I certainly see quite a lot of that. Now, last year, if you recall, on the anniversary of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, there were explosions in Beirut. Explosions around the world, but there were twin explosions in Beirut that killed 73. So we had these twin explosions last summer, which actually did kind of mirror the twin explosions of 68. Again, just these repeated themes. Another repeated theme here is the mother insists that he was killed, quote, over an air freshener, that he was stopped because of an air freshener. And I can't breathe, air freshener, is a common theme here, and it has to do with this sense of lynching, and that's essentially it, asphyxiation. It's all very coded, but that's one of the ways that this story is woven together. A couple of other related things, just people throw these headlines, and I appreciate all the people there in Discord who share these links. So I was talking about how Floyd was the twin of Stephen Jackson, who was 42. Article comes out today, 1 in every 42 children born are twins. The rate at which twins are being born has reached an all-time high. Just a coincidence, I'm sure, but worth mentioning. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. Mary Smith says, caught your dark matter program where they were discussing sensory deprivation and thought the one eye patch delirium, and I thought of the Black Eye Club. Right, the one eye symbolism is something we did talk about. In fact, last time that Micah Dink was on, we spoke about so-called Illuminati symbolism and the meaning of that. So if you're up early tomorrow morning, you could ask directly if you have any questions about any of that stuff. All right, here we go. I want to talk about this again. Connections. George Floyd's girlfriend was Dante's former teacher. Parallel events. Here's a nice coincidence. I've been talking about how the next major event is going to be stuff falling from the sky, and how only recently they've introduced actual space junk as just they're normalizing space junk if you haven't been paying attention. In fact, the first time I started really paying attention to this whole topic was when Neil deGrasse Tyson, a made-for-TV scientist and astrophysicist, who says that you can take a wormhole to paradises on exoplanets trillions of light years away. He's talking about how there's so much junk up there that we might be locked here on the Earth if they don't clean it up. And it's been a reoccurring theme. And in this interview, the interviewer, Joe Rogan at the time, had actually said, has anything ever been hit by space junk? And Neil drew a blank. And I think they just hadn't really pushed that part of the agenda. There weren't enough sightings. So it's not a coincidence that meteor sightings are up 3,000%. I've been following this. UFO sightings are also supposedly up. But I'm watching something really, kind of a side note. I've been watching UFO debunkers who will spend all day taking apart someone's footage purported to be some kind of unidentified craft. And they'll find out quickly what it was. Like they're pro at it. And yet they look at something from the ISS and NASA and it's 100% real. They lose their critical faculties. So I've been thinking, NASA showed us something last year. Actually, I think it was in 2020, just before the lockdowns, where the ISS was trailed by a UFO. I believe they said 26 minutes. Yeah, fleet of UFOs followed. No, this is the one. NASA captures UFO. There's so many of these things. Here we go. February 25th, 2020, NASA films mystery UFO following the ISS for 20 minutes. So this is going to be a conundrum, and I haven't really done this yet, but I've been thinking, and this will be an interesting test, a reality test. And I'll explain what I mean by a reality test, because we have these professional UFO debunkers who will determine, oh, well, that's just an airplane, or that's actually just Jupiter. They can easily figure out when something is clearly hoaxed. But like I said, they don't want to call anything from NASA hoaxy. They'll make excuses for bubbles in space, for shadows that are clearly not from a distant sun, but from a local spotlight. So they make excuses all day long. Well, now they have to own up to the fact that NASA's putting out fake UFO footage. They're actually producing this stuff. And in this one that was from last February, and it got drowned out, I think, because of the Corvid, as Don Petit from NASA calls it. The Corvid-19 stole the headlines, but this was like a big reveal. And nobody was paying attention. And basically, it looks like a turtle shell, this mystery object. It looks like a turtle shell. It literally follows the space station. And then it goes up with some kind of light from the bottom of it. So there's no visible propulsion. There's actually a video that shows this thing. And the thing is, this isn't like, I mean, unless you believe the thing's real, this isn't all that difficult to deconstruct. You're looking at a CGI insert, and especially at the end, it's kind of pathetic, I have to say. But I want to know, will the professional UFO debunkers accuse NASA of perpetrating a fraud? Or will they say this is real? So I'm just going to put this out there. I'm going to actually send this to Metabunk and ask him if he can comment on it. Some of these professional conspiracy debunkers, because they're so selective on what they debunk. And I just want to see, can you be consistent in your analysis of trick photography? And so let's see, Mick West, can you debunk this? Will your... No, we're not going to accuse him of being a shill for NASA. Can you debunk this? We'll see what he says. He's an expert because he's left, like I said, it's a conundrum. He's going to have to accuse NASA of committing a hoax, and he's obviously sympathetic to them. Or he's going to have to walk away saying, well, we have proof there's a UFO. So it's problematic. None of Your Business says, 12 months ago, I've seen all sorts of shooting stars and weird stuff. Now, there's an important concept that I discuss in my new book that's coming out very soon. It's taken forever to edit because I'm doing a lot of side things, but I'm adding to it every day. And the concept is fakeability. Is it fakeable? Like if you're going to say asteroids are a fakeable phenomenon, it changes the conversation because people assume, well, it has to come from space. How do you know? Could it be fabricated? And this is an important thing when you're considering media, and I discussed this last night, how media is so sophisticated as a technology that, like Arthur C. Clarke said, it's indistinguishable from magic. Like people just don't know how it works, so they assume what they're seeing is real. They're fooled by the illusions. And so it's important to know how sophisticated it actually is. So now we know that there are companies that can simulate falling stars. Sky Canvas technology, we're talking about man-made shooting stars. They say it comes from orbiting satellites from space. I don't buy that. I think they drop these things from balloons. There's no reason to assume anything extraordinary here. But they can, in fact, realistically simulate falling stars. So I'm just bringing this up because there may come a time when the TV tells us that there's an alien invasion, and we're just going to be swept up in the tide of utter credulity. It doesn't matter what we know. What matters is what they, the majority, believe. Okay, now, again, I said that this is a new phenomenon, that we haven't really seen falling stars or space junk. That's one of these things, it's just, they talk about it, they show us in the movies, but they just really haven't had too many examples in real life. But recently, I've noticed this upward trend. Well, just the other day, a TV anchor, quote, accidentally captures a meteor. So he's just there doing his job, and he happens to catch a meteor on film. I mean, what are the odds? You've seen these things, right? And you have plenty of time to take your camera out, aim it at the sky, focus it, hit record. TV reporter Jay O'Brien was midway through a Facebook broadcast about a senior housing complex when a meteor shot across the sky. Right, you're going to do a story about a senior housing complex outside at night. So anyway, I saw the animated GIF of it. It looks like a light hits the ground and then the whole sky lights up. Totally fake. And it has people suggesting it's a meteor or a piece of space junk. Again, we had the space junk display in Seattle and it was over Portland, courtesy of SpaceX, and nobody ever accuses them of endangering the public. Yep, TV reporter captures meteor near miss. Again, it blows up in the sky. My question to you would be, is it fakeable or do we have to just default? Yep, that came from space. And somebody in the MSM, bunch of trustworthy witnesses there, happened to catch it. I find it very difficult to believe. And look, I mean, this is 2021. If you still trust the news, good for you. It's your religion at this point. CNN director admits that they engage in propaganda. He talked about this, and we all know this to be true because both sides do it. But now they just brag about how they influence public opinion, how, well, they just show Biden when he's jogging or when he's got his glasses on. And they show him when he sounds crisp and sharp and vice versa. Both sides do it. But here you can listen to him talking about it like he invented it. But look, it's like the only people who don't know the media lies are, I don't know at this point. You'd have to be so tremendously naive. Listen to this.
I said Biden, our president. Like, I want to just, like, literally, I just want to, like, take care of him and make...
Now, this is Project Veritas, by the way.
Definitely the whole thing of him running during the entire run for the campaign, showing him jogging was obviously a deflection of his age. And
So, I don't want to bore you. This guy's from CNN. But he just says that obviously to deflect the age, they have him. I mean, it's like Wag the Dog, the movie I constantly reference. They show him looking young and vibrant and wide awake. And it is exactly like Wag the Dog. And if you remember, back in October, when Hunter Biden's laptop was being discussed, it got kind of sidetracked by Joe Biden's leg injury, his twisted ankle. And then Joe comes out talking about how he twisted his ankle. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, but he claims that he was in the shower naked. Look, Biden says he broke his foot after a shower where he pulled on his dog's tail. President-elect Joe Biden revealed he broke his foot tripping on a rug after a shower when he chased one of his dogs. It's a strange story. This is from the New York Post, and he talked about it. They didn't stop him. But he says what happened was, this is from your president, your holographic president. What happened was I got out of the shower, I got a dog, and anybody who's been around my house knows, little pup dropped a ball in front of me, so that's his syntax. If it sounds like word salad, it's Biden talking. And for me to grab the ball, I'm walking through this little alleyway, presumably still naked, to get to the bedroom, and I grab the ball like this, and he runs. And I'm running after him, and I'm joking, and I grab his tail. And then what happens was he slid on a throw rug. It sounds like Disney, like a cartoon. And then I tripped on the rug that he slid on, and man, not a very exciting story. So then he comes out with this big black boot on his leg. So I'm like, okay, this is the weirdest story in the world. So the president is naked and slippery, out of a shower, chasing his dog, grabs it by the tail, and it slides on a rug and twists his leg. So what I take out of that story is simply this. It's Wag the Dog. Wag the Dog is the movie where they prop up an illusion through mass media propaganda, that they just tell the public what they want the public to think. And to me, that's exactly what they did with this particular story. They didn't want the public talking about Biden's son and his laptop, so they wagged the dog. They created the twisted ankle, and that had people talking. And I think they had this little story here about him tugging on his dog's tail to literally convey that they are literally wagging the dog. Did Joe Biden wag the dog? December 5th, 2020. It's when we talked about it. Now that's a movie that's worth watching. The phrase is used to indicate when attention is being diverted from something of greater importance to something of lesser importance. The idiom stems from the 1870s, but the movie from 1997 is basically about the media as, well, work as a handmaiden for government, just working straight up for the government, making stuff up. So this is all about Dustin Hoffman, Robert De Niro, these characters shaping public's perception using media. Nothing new here. There is something interesting about it, though. I think the department that is in charge of the deception is called, they're called the Men of 303, which might be a clue here. Okay, I got off track a little bit there. I didn't want to talk about Biden. Okay, we're getting back to the meteor story. Yeah, this is an important one, if you ask me. They're normalizing stuff falling from the sky, space junk. I thought something was coming back in February when they had the space junk falling, or rather the airplane parts falling on the houses in Colorado. Lean Dion says, space reality show called Space Hero filmed on the ISS. Okay, that should be interesting. Space Hero. I'll get that link here. Now, Tom Cruise is going up to film the first movie in space, but there's a Russian company trying to compete with him. And their competition is a new space race. And they're calling it the Challenge, which I think is a really grim kind of reference to the Challenger. So we'll see. Nunya Business says, I'm sure shooting stars are fakeable, not sure how it works, but comets seem to be on a cycle. Yeah, that's an interesting one there. How are they fabricating such things? Or what are they? I mean, to me, these are all open questions I don't claim to have the answers to. I do find it curious that C-19 was called Atlas, greenish color, just like the movie Maximum Overdrive, Stephen King. But this idea of this green fog taking over all the machines in the world, really just if you ask me, it's all just, if nothing, I guess it's kind of trying to suggest that capitalism will destroy us and the green revolution is going to be the future. I assumed it was a communist subtext. But anyway, here we have this C-19 comet. And some have suggested, or were suggesting, that COVID-19 came from the thing. And the fact that it's called Atlas was really interesting as well, because, of course, Atlas Shrugged is a book where the end of the book is the world being plunged into darkness, everything getting shut down. But one of the things I wanted to bring up here really quick, and I mentioned this a couple days ago too, is that World War, well, let me bring this up. It's called Operation AI. So I think it's pertinent to where we are right now. So Operation AI was the Japanese carrier-borne attack on the U.S. Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor. So it just turns out that you have this World War II code name for this action, and it's called Operation AI. So AI is another way of referencing 19. A is 1, I is 9. So AI for this Pearl Harbor, 9/11, obviously 19 hijackers. Another Operation AI, if you ask me. Another catalyzing event. I think it's their code. I mentioned this before, how at PNAC they talked about Pearl Harbor in this sense. So now we have COVID-19. I'm suggesting COVID-19, Pearl Harbor, 9/11, that these are all similar catalysts, catalyzing events, world-changing, transformative psychodramas. So I've been looking into this 19 thing, and again, this is all their coded language. And now you have the World Economic Forum talking about AI, like every single day, as the solution to the world's problems. So putting this together, and I've talked about this before, but how recently, like it was in December of 2019, we had the attacks at the Pearl Harbor base, the shooting, which was followed by something at Pensacola in Florida, which was followed by a cyber attack, shutting down the 311 info lines. I'm suggesting these things are all connected, and that we were being telegraphed, maybe not we, but the people on the inside, that the next 9/11, in addition to being some kind of space war provocation or event, will involve cyber war. That cyberspace and outer space, for the purposes of this PSYOP, are going to be sort of the same thing. And I've said this before, that the internet and the space station These are areas that represent some level of international cooperation. It's our Tower of Babylon. So I'm just suggesting here that the next major event, and it all ties into this meteor thing, may have to do with space wars, space junk, perhaps, maybe even stuff being shot down. And we'll see here. Nunya Business says, why do so many YouTubers clickbait videos of asteroids hitting the ground? It's obviously fake. If they see it on a dash cam, they assume it's real because it seems realer. This is, to me, Project Bluebeam. For years you've had this thing called Project Bluebeam, all the conspiracy theorists will talk about, where someday they're going to have some sophisticated holograph technology to project spaceships in the sky. And it's going to convince the whole world that we are being invaded, and then we will agree to whatever. And it's a nice idea and plan, and it would probably work. It really would. They could just do blimps and put little lasers on them, and it would probably work the way people are today. But my point is, you don't need that. You don't need specialized technology like that to convince people of anything. It has to just come through the TV screen. And so people see these viral videos of asteroids hitting the ground, space junk, and it just becomes part of their reality. Just like Project Bluebeam, but without the special effects. At least not out there in the world. Because now people, of course, are being censored through the monolith, the screen. I kind of have taken to calling the screen the monolith. I do think it's the universal worldview shaper. It is the Bible of our times, and it is the one thing we all agree upon. If it comes to the screen, it's real. So our shared monolithic worldview is what comes through this screen. I think that's the underlying message to much of what Kubrick was telling us or conveying in Space Odyssey. And that's why it's so significant that they actually put that monolith style Millennium Hotel at Ground Zero. And this is all very significant. I wanted to talk about that Millennium Hotel and the significance of that phrase and how it correlates to the bigger picture. But, like Millennium Falcon and Star Wars, these are all very important concepts, and it has to do with this new age. And the Falcon, of course, we've discussed, SpaceX reference, everything to do with Mars. Going through some comments here. Tominoid says, Man of the Year is a 2006 American political satire starring Robin Williams, same director as Wag the Dog. TV host becomes a president due to a glitch in computer voting. Now that's a very interesting point there. A TV host becomes a president due to a glitch in computer voting. Running Man, the movie Running Man, predicted a future where we would have a game show host as a president. I kind of thought that Trump was pretty much a game show host, a reality TV show host, same thing. But they call it satire, of course. It's the only way you could get away with putting these ideas out there. Oh, my phone is off. Let me go ahead and turn the phone on. One moment. Appreciate you letting me know. I have a few pieces of cheap hopium I want to share. I scour the internet for this stuff. I don't deal it, although I will admit, at one point, just to test the waters to see, how popular is this Q thing? How strong is this belief that they have that this is an actual plan? And I've been finding some very interesting stuff here. Like, look at this meme that's going around even now. You have Donald Trump and Michael Jackson hanging out. And the quote says, if you look around, the whole world's coming together now. Can you feel it? Which I assume is a Michael Jackson lyric. And then it says, make the world great again. Well, this makes sense in the context of the belief that Michael Jackson not only faked his death, but that he's part of this overall plot and that he will be coming to the surface at some point as not really dead. Again, this idea of these individuals being resurrected in the end times, very religious, if you ask me. One more point here, too. Just an article, I had to share this. Someone tweeted it at me a couple times. Why Hillary Clinton deleted 33,000 emails on her private email server. Just another in a long list of conspicuous uses of that particular number. Tominoid says, The Expanse 2020, the plot involved space terrorists hurling rocks at the Earth. I brought that up last night. There was a topic having to do with Robert Heinlein and one of his books where you had a colony on the moon, wrapping moon rocks in iron and flinging it down at the Earth. I think that was the story there. Okay, so I want to test out my phones here in just a moment. So let me go ahead and take a quick break here. I want to make sure that everything is working here. So this is Where's the Curve? I'll be back in about 90 seconds. Okay, so again, phones are open, 833-311-1984. Just checked and everything should be fine. If you have a minute here, you want to call in, 833-311-1984. Just a friendly reminder of what year it is and what year it will always be. And you may always leave voicemails at any time, and I will play those. I'm going through right now to see if I have any voicemails here pending. And yeah, if you're having issues calling in, let me know. I'm not quite sure what it would be. Everything looks fine on my end. All right, let me see if we have any comments over in library. Neil deGrasse Tyson said on Toe Rogan that it would be easier to go to the moon than to fake it. Now that's interesting. Easier to go to the moon than to fake it. I've heard that argument a few times. And I'm like, well, show me a movie, like a science fiction movie that looks faker than the moon landing. The fact is, the entertainment, the video games, it looks realer than the moon landing stuff does. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up?
It's Adam, Freedom Free for All, man, calling. Sorry about the comment. It's totally my bad. I dialed the wrong number. I was trying to set up a 1-800, like a 1866 number earlier today. And so I confused the number and I dialed it wrong. And I saved you as a contact. And then I saved that wrong number. And so my bad.
That's believable. It's a little bit more believable than that astronaut butt dialing 9/11 last year.
I appreciate that, totally.
Yeah, well, thanks for calling, though. I mean, I was just glad that we were able to test that the phone systems are working, so this has been a great test. And have you been following up with any of the recent PSYOPs? I think most recently would be the fake meteor or the fake shooting in the Twin Cities.
Not with the meteors, but I was remarkably surprised to hear about the volcano and how the cruise ships were rescuing people there, but they wouldn't rescue the unvaxxed masses. You know, like the unwashed. Instead of unwashed, it's now unvaxxed.
Yes.
You can't even be rescued from a smoldering rock anymore. If you're standing on a rock that's smoldering and hot and you're going to burn to death, and there's a boat right there, they won't even save you anymore. That's the story. I don't know how much I believe it, but.
Well, look, that is the story, and I thought, well, this is a clear indication of where things are going. They're coercing people with these worst case scenarios, and they invent so many of them. Mm-hmm. It's like you don't want to be stuck on a cruise ship like that Diamond or the Princess or whatever. And in this case, it's if you're vaxxed, you get saved. If you're not vaxxed, you get the lava, the lake of fire. It's very much set up like a heaven and hell dialectic, and it's not much of a choice.
Okay, you got video feedback on your stream right now, dude. But it's good to see you on LBRY. One of the cool things that I learned about that, man, it auto syncs from your YouTube, and it's on the blockchain, right? And I don't know if you know this, but the SEC is currently trying to investigate LBRY for. They claim that they're selling. We're trying to sell securities. Anyways, bit of a long story, but very interesting. If you want to look into that, I suggest you look on Anarchast. That's a LBRY channel, and they interviewed the guy from LBRY, which runs Odyssey, and it's a great platform. It's a new and great platform. I think everyone should support it. I believe that they are good-natured, actually people who believe, they're more like me. They're more I'm literally excited to promote them because they're like me, they're truly just trying to do the right thing and creating a product that is inherently valuable. And therefore, when the government comes and tries to shut them down, their argument is, well, you say that we sell something that has no value, but the people are already using it for the value, and therefore you lose. And I think they're going to win. Well, I know they're going to win. And it's a cryptocurrency. It's worth, well, if you look it up on the exchange, it's been quite volatile, but I think it's a great tool. I think it is the tool that we, the free speakers, the anarchists, I'm not saying you are, but I'm an anarchist. I don't believe that we should have a government, a ruler.
Hang on just 1 second, okay? I got another call. I'm going to hold you on the line here. Infinite Plane Radio.
Wow, that's strange. You have a new telephone provider, I suppose, or calling provider.
Yes. I figured if I get this better system, I'll miss fewer calls, and I can merge calls. Like if you wanted to comment on what the last caller said, I could actually bring him in the call, or we could just politely disconnect him. But it's a nice system.
Yeah, I don't want to kind of push anybody off. Because it's always so interesting. But
well, I'm going to do this. I'm going to merge him for a second, and then he'll probably bounce because he was about to terminate. Hey, Cole.
Hey, no problem.
Yeah, I just want to give you a last word here before we disconnect.
Okay. I actually wanted to talk about something else, but that's okay. I'll call it another time. I just want to talk about nanoworms, but that's
oh no, the nanoworms are for real.
Oh, great. Is this what the call is? Is this another caller?
Yeah, this would be Lynn. You can talk about nanoworms if you two want.
Oh, well, that's exactly why I wanted to call in, actually. I'll let you take it, mate, because I'm excited to hear what you have to say. And I'll probably agree with everything. And
Tim is going to be reticent about this because his line, he's kind of like a very hard line about this. Kind of like reminds me a lot of.
He's a skeptic.
Right, right. He reminds me a lot of. I hate to make this comparison, but I think of like Lenin and the Bolsheviks. Lenin would have said, well, they're just messing with our minds to make us think they have this power and this awesome technology. and it's all hype and Hollywood and public relations, and they're hypnotizing us. It's magic. And I would say they weaponize everything. And so when they're talking about putting something in your bloodstream, actually, the idea of nanobots inside your bloodstream, this is a vision of people like Bill Gates, correct? I mean, they've documented. They come out in the open and say this would be a great thing. I've seen Bill Gates giggling in an interview about the idea of shooting up kids with what amount to genetically altering nanobots.
Yeah, he has that Duper's Delight.
I'm not exaggerating.
I've seen it. I've seen his Duper's Delight, and I think that there is something to that. I can't dispute some of these
But you
things.
think it's a big con. You think it's a big con. You think they're jerking us around and it's mind control.
The extension, the current most modern form of GMO is actually, they've kind of like jumped the shark. And now what they have is synthetic biology. And that actually, what the definition of that is nanotechnology. So it's like a computer chip on a biological organism, which is actually a patented brand new life form.
We did this stuff at Hopkins. We did this stuff in the 90s.
It's
in the
you
computer
actually
science
what I
department.
recommend is, I remember in March 2020 last year when the pandemic hit, I got a PDF sent to me from Bayer, and they have a company called Leaps, and they're working with another company called SynBioBeta, and they put out a PDF which was a roadmap for the next 2 years. And I was like, I knew the whole thing from that moment. And so SynBioBeta is a synthetic. You can buy genetic material on the internet, like on the Pirate Bay almost, for dollars. It's $10. It's cheap. It's a marketplace. MIT runs the whole thing. Johns Hopkins and MIT. MIT is a key player.
Yeah. Yeah, MIT is.
Why is the Massachusetts Institute of Technology involved with the COVIDs?
Yeah, what's your take on this, Lynn?
They're the number one
Because
player.
I've been, like you said, I've been on the fence about it. I tend to say that they exaggerate. However, I'm open to finding out what I've been missing on this topic. So what's your take on this idea of injectables that involve some kind of so-called nanotech?
Well, when you reference MIT, of course, this is probably the number one spot. And the other one would be, I guess, well, you have Stanford also in California, and then also, I guess, University of California, Berkeley also. When you talk about the centers of the birthplace of artificial intelligence, that's MIT. John McCarthy and Marvin Minsky. These are the two, von Neumann, I think, was at the University of Pennsylvania. He's a little bit earlier, but, your other caller is referencing, the history, essentially, that the AI begins here, and these guys are really involved in, the work is parceled out. So, for example, if you read the last month or two in, was it the New Yorker? Somebody sent me this. There's a lab at NYU. Check this out. There is a lab at NYU where they're basically producing the variant. They're claiming to have to discover the variant. Really, I think they're producing the variant, what they call the variant. So the COVID variant. So they're involved, and I took due note of this because there's a very troublesome professor. And actually, there's at least one troublesome professor at NYU who he formerly taught at Hopkins and is a media expert. His name is Mark Crispin Miller. So, there's just I don't want to get into the, what this is? This is getting like inside baseball with all the grad school and college people.
Let me ask you.
I don't want to go
there.
there.
Something though. Do you know the name of that particular variant? Just it's a kind of a curious question, but do you happen to know the name of it?
Are we talking? I mean, they've had so many. How many variants do we have now? I can't keep track of them. There's a UK. There's a South.
Well, I want to give you an example. I want to give you an example of a variant that I just read about recently. Well, Pfizer put out a press release. It was quite macabre. where they were talking about how they're now going to test 6-month-olds with this technology, but never mind that. And they were talking about the
They want
variant. And
infants.
so the variant
They want
is
to
like
shoot up the infants.
Well, of course, it's going to be like here. Well, they're going to bring the mRNA technology to all the vax, and all the vax are going to be. See, what they want to do is they want to update all the adults with the vaccine schedule. Because if you're an adult like me, your vaccine schedule is like way behind. You might have had 4, 5, 6 vax in your life. Whereas the children these days, they have 70 some. They want all of us to have 70 some. This is what this is about. Once they establish the precedent for mRNA technology, it's never going away. It's going to be in all of them. But the variant that they have that I just read about is called B.1.1.7. Now, does that remind you guys of anything? Like, what else do you know of that has a sort of .1.1.7 kind of numeration thing going on?
Well, wait a minute. That's a patent number. That is a patent. Someone has a patent on that, right?
Or anyone else? Though there's one other thing.
Fill us
that
in.
We all use every day. You're using it right now in your hand.
B1717.
It's a software version number.
Oh, really?
Yep. Because I'm a software developer. I know how software. To me, I'm like, oh, that looks like a software version to me.
Well, what is it? Is it a new version? Is it the current version of Windows operating system, or what are we talking about when you say?
Oh no, man. I mean, I don't know. It's not that crude. It's far from crude. It's what they call novel. It's novel technology. Just
Let me run this by you, because look, one of the things that we've been talking about on this channel is predictive programming and movies that telegraph the future. And the movie Blade Runner is all about contact tracing. And in Blade Runner, they have to find the ones who are indistinguishable from everybody else, but they're not quite human or whatever. These Blade Runners are the ones who don't want I guess they want their life extension. They have their death is like programmed into them. But anyway, that movie has everything to do with contact tracing. And the idea of replicants seems to me this augmented human, somebody with an operating system. Like, in other words, it's not like literally we're dealing with androids and replicants, but we're dealing with augmented people. And that's why I find this topic interesting. It's just been such a big part of science fiction.
Well, that's looking into the future. I'm always looking at the past. I'm always looking at the past. And since you mentioned Bayer, we don't have to speculate on their business model because it has a long and distinguished history in the Third Reich. And they recently acquired whatever their current place in the hierarchy in the food chain of big pharma. Bayer has a long and distinguished history in the Third Reich of medical experimentation, mass vaccination, all that stuff. Kind of interesting. I was studying tonight. This is very interesting. I don't want to go too far off the beaten track on this, but it'd definitely be something your listeners probably have not delved into and are not familiar with. And it's unfortunate because it should be taught as a part of American history. Nobody remembers Aaron Burr, who was a vice president under Thomas Jefferson, except that he was tried for treason and acquitted, and there's a whole story around that. But Burr was the grandchild of probably the most important and maybe the most famous revivalist evangelical Christian preacher in America after, I would say, Billy Graham, and his name was Jonathan Edwards. And if you ever had to study American history in school, which used to be taught, you would read Jonathan Edwards' sermons. There was a great revival movement here, apparently, in the colonies. But anyway, Jonathan Edwards, I believe he died, and a sister of his died, or several members of his family died as a consequence of botched smallpox inoculations. Do I need to explain any of that or repeat any of that?
Well, the smallpox was caused. Listen,
what do they mean by botched?
Vaccines for a while. Vaccines are all viruses are caused by vaccines. If you got rid of the flu vaccine, smallpox epidemic was the result of mass vaccination.
Well, then of course we'll have to address the whole issue of animal, as I earlier in an earlier call-in.
If you stop giving flu vaccines, the flu would disappear.
Right,
The only way
it's really
you can get
animal.
a virus is injection.
But it's really animal vaccination that people are going to have to confront, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
no, those
ultimately,
are no. They've been using mRNA technology in animals for several years, about a decade. And the studies that they found is what happens is the mRNA creates a spike protein process, and it goes into the cells, and it goes into the organs. Any one, you don't know. It could be several. It could be all. It could be the brain. It could be the lungs. I have a doctor who's wrote a book about this. He told me this, and he said that, and he looked at these veterinarian vaccines with the mRNA technology. He said that it's a disaster waiting to happen.
Wait, hey, look, let me interject really quick here.
Proteins will just be created in the brain. It will just be all of a sudden the cell process will just start going crazy, and all of a sudden they just start creating spike proteins, like all of a sudden in the brain or in the lungs. And if that happens,
I gotta raise a point here, because as Lynn pointed out, I tend to be very skeptical when it comes to the idea that doomsday is around the corner. I used to debunk all the biblical concepts of doomsday. Then I went after the global warming doomsday, and now I'm dealing with the Vaxageddon. And I want to get to the bottom of it, and I'm trying to get somebody to give me a time or a date when it all goes down. Like, when are we going to see our worst nightmares manifest?
No, I love that question. I love that question because I used that very question the other day with a super, I guess, pessimistic, but totally doomed guy that sends me a lot of great research. And I said, look, that's the one, you can't really answer that. But to try to answer that from what I've heard and learned and read from many resources and tried to see if it's, it does seem like it's 6 months to a year when you may see, well, it could be like, first 48 hours, but for the most part, 6 months to a year. So I don't know what your vaccination rates are. It varies across countries. In Canada, we're luckily quite a bit behind, and so it varies across the countries. Give it 6 months, give it a year, but it could be like, polio vaccines had SV40 in
Okay,
them,
wait. Let me bring this up. Okay, 6 months.
Which didn't really manifest until many years later.
6
And
months,
also
a year.
things
Wait, hold on.
like I talked before.
Here's the problem with this. The problem with it is that it's like trust the plan. In 3 months, Q's going to save us.
Yes,
In 6 months, he's going to change.
I totally understand it. And I'm not a doomer gloomer. I try to, Tim, believe me, because I listen to your show. I'm like you. I try to figure out, look, I convince myself I'm wrong. And I believe I'm wrong. And I want to explain, here's why I think I'm actually am wrong. Look, there's no virus. There's no SARS-CoV-2 virus. So the vaccine doesn't create SARS-CoV-2 because it can't, because there is no SARS-CoV-2. So
there could be a SARS-CoV-2 weapon. There could be a SARS-CoV-2 weapon, which is to say,
well, that's the only way you could actually ever release it. The only way you could actually ever release a SARS-CoV-2 weapon would be through vaccination. So if it's going to come, well, it hasn't been here yet, clearly, but it could come. That is a very good semi-scientifically statement. You're right. If they're going to release SARS-CoV-2, they could do it, but not just through the air. Okay? That's bullshit. But yes.
Well, I hear they got a nasal spray. They got a nasal spray that they're marketing now.
You could theoretically create a synthetic virus and put it into a vaccine. And yes, you could. I'm not saying, Tim, I can't give you a date.
Well, look. I'm just trying to prioritize.
The Kabbalah science that we're given clearly states that, yes, theoretically, you could create a vaccine and inject it.
Can you blame me, though? Can you blame me for saying that truthers in 2020 and 2021 have become a doomsday cult, and that their sign that they're right is when the world starts falling apart and they can say, I told you so. And they're waiting for Vaxageddon. Commenter here, Nama, says, I'm still waiting for the damage from the airport scanners. I remember back when Alex Jones says that 9/11 was all a con to put scanners in the airport so they could sterilize everybody and give us all cancer. And I'm like, I never got killed. Did you die from the airport scanners? Did either of you die from that?
I didn't fly very much, to be honest. But I can
only
tell
went
you
through
what
one.
I found. Yeah, it was more about the idea of being patted down by these blue-shirted TSA gropers and frisked and having them make you take your shoes off and sticking there, frisking you like you were a criminal. And, yeah, walking through the X-ray scanners, it kind of makes you nervous. You know,
Well,
I mean, you wonder.
Tim, there's a clear denial. You can never prove it. You can never, you could say, oh, I'm still looking for the deaths from the scanners. Well, why don't you take a group of 1,000 people that travel, say, weekly every year, because that's their job, part of their job, and they always 100% time go through scanners, and then over a long period study, check them out. But nobody's ever done that. So it's not, I'm not saying it's something, it's like a stupid question, but what I'm saying is, like, how many, like, chronic systemic illnesses we have in the United States? You want a pandemic? The pandemic is chronic systemic illnesses across the board, from diabetes to my cancer to my heart, the high cholesterol, which is fucking bullshit.
Okay, I got you. But look,
you don't know nothing about high cholesterol.
But here's
and you're probably overweight.
Here's the issue.
Why do you think?
Here's the issue. The issue is this.
You can't rule out vaccines.
The issue is this. It has to do with falsifiability. When you make a claim, like it's being caused by this, you own the burden of proof here, and you're making this claim that.
Of course. And I'm okay with that. And how long do you have? How long do you have?
Well, look, I don't buy it. I don't buy. Look, I don't buy.
Burden of proof.
I don't buy any of the doomsday.
John,
Go ahead, Lynn.
Well, what John Maynard Keynes said about it was more in relationship to economics. He said, in the long run, we're all dead. Anyway, so if you wait long enough, the whole idea was, well, do we allow the free market to spontaneously restore, stable pricing and put people back to where this is in the depths of the Great Depression? And Maynard Keynes says, and because the more free market advocates and free enterprise advocates like Hayek and von Mises and so forth would say, well, no, just sit back and allow free market. And it's rough now because it's a depression, but let the free markets restore stable pricing and let things happen by themselves. You don't want government to be pumping capital into this system to get things going again. And Maynard Keynes turned around and said, yeah, in the long run, some kind of stability will be restored, but in the long run, we're all dead. So how long do you want to wait? So,
so what can we say to be non-doomerish, though? Like, how do we reverse the conversation? Because I think it's good. Like, I want to hoax it. I want to hoax the vaccine. What's the hoax?
Here's what you do.
Well, I have a strategic imperative. I have a political imperative behind this. I don't even want to venture into the science because they made a mockery of the word science, and everybody knows that. And they've lied about the numbers and everything. Everybody knows it's religion, not science. And Tim's going into that over and over. I mean, that is the point. This is a new global religion. It's supposed to supersede and transcend all the others. But to me, this is about business models, right? I'm a pragmatist. Because after all, if you want to worry about what's in the vax, forget all that fancy mRNA, the claims that are being made about mRNA, as opposed to the so-called traditional hair of the dog that bit you vaccine, which we have with J&J, which has now been pulled off the. Are they getting ready to pull J&J off the shelf now?
Yeah, they are.
There's a lot of.
Not in Canada.
Well,
in Canada,
that's important to us. That's very
AstraZeneca
important.
And J&J are green light. Just saying.
I've heard that several states have yanked the J&J, and a number of these vax centers have been shut down because all they had was J&J. This has been reported on national NPR, which I call National Pentagon Radio.
Well, there you
It's
go,
being
guys.
reported-
Like maybe we are having I think, like maybe we are having a good, because here's one thing I know in life is true. Here's the one, like, of all the things that I don't know, there's a few things that I think I might know that are true. I truly believe that part of the auto hoax is that the media must make the public, let's say the very few people that listen to the mainstream media, make them believe that everyone listens to the mainstream media. But the truth is, no one listens. So I think, like, we're reversing this. Back me up.
Some of us have a.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm looking at this thing as, you brought up, without even getting to the science of it. Yeah, I think we're all against the idea of compulsory whatever, whether it's cough drops or a pokey. I think the only thing inside the needle is a schism. Anything beyond that is a deflection from the truth, in my opinion. But I'm willing to.
Well, barring the aluminum, the mercury that apparently is in some, the formaldehyde, the squalene, various
Can we talk
adjuvants.
nanoworms? Let's
Well,
talk nanoworms.
that now we're into That's the sci-fi component of it. But and notwithstanding whatever claims are made for that, when you look at the business model, what is the business model? It's history. Once again, it's Anthony Fauci's history, his career history. What was he? He was chair of the National Institute for Allergies and Infectious Diseases. Why would you lump allergies together with infectious diseases? Just ponder that for a while. And that is Fauci.
Wait,
that is his,
Fauci, 33 years ago, wasn't he cleaning cages, like monkey cages at a zoo somewhere? Like, was it in the late 80s? Like, he was involved with HIV on some level. So he's been a part of this scam for some time.
Those are the two models. The two models are
was he having sex with the monkey?
AIDS treatment, right?
AIDS?
The whole AIDS empire that they built over the HIV fraud, right? Where I guess people are weekly going to the hospital to get their, or wherever they're going, the clinic to get AZT or whatever. That became a whole multi-billion-dollar and had politics associated with it and everything else. And then of course now we now have the COVID thing based on that model, but you also have the allergy thing. They've got a huge chunk of the population that basically, basically on a monthly basis has to go get allergy shots. This is an interesting subject that really we haven't explored enough in connection with scamdemics, because they have nurtured a population that is now dependent on routine, and I'm not talking about like diabetics that need to take insulin. That's a whole nother problem that has to do with the terrible diet and other things, lack of exercise and other things that we've all talked about. But no, I'm talking about the people who maybe they had a little hay fever and they went to an allergy clinic, and the allergy clinic said, we're going to see what you're really allergic to. We're going to inject you with some things. And maybe they inject you with some seafood. They stick it right in your bloodstream and you get really sick. And from then on, the smell in the same room, the taste of seafood, which maybe previously you might have loved, makes you sick. They literally they inject an allergy into your bloodstream. It's exactly what they do. And then they've got a population hooked. So there's a whole business model of regular maintenance of a population where you've got to go for your shot. Like, so what's it going to be? It's got a minimum once a year, okay? Like flu shots, they want to get people doing the once a year. But then, of course, it depends how many variants it might cover. But now I think they want people routinely getting, it'll be like THX 1138. You'd be going for your shots every other week, or, they'll have to keep up with you. There'll be maybe it'll be a varying regimen of shots. There'll be new ones you'll need all the time because of all these new variants of new viruses. It'll be just like Code 46.
I'm glad you brought up.
Discover.
Yeah, that movie THX 1138 was George Lucas's first film, and it was released on 3/11/1971, and it has everything to do with a socially distanced, neutered populace who are being essentially corralled by robot cops.
Well, surveillance is, this is really the panopticon. Whatever they're going to shoot into your veins, it's just another version of the facial recognition security cams that, are in all the stores. In other words, it's just another level of tracking and surveillance. And so is the 5G.
It's an allegory of Plato's The Cave. At the end, 1138 leaves. He climbs out of the cave. He gets out. So
Logan's Run
makes
is
me wonder,
like that,
have we here's a question. Have we been programmed through all the movies that one day we're going to get out? One day we're going to get out. Maybe, is that a program or is that real? Can we actually get out?
Ooh, false hope.
I don't think it matters. I think it's up to us to decide, we literally are we're going to climb out of this cave, right? We're done with the cave and we're climbing out, and there it is, right? So you can talk about how evil the mRNA is. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Maybe back in the day McCarthy did something. Maybe he didn't. Maybe this. Maybe it doesn't. Hey, man, that's the cave, bro. Climb out.
Yeah, that's.
I'm more about taking spoiling their party and taking it over. I'm with the crowd that shows up at the party and kind of,
Well, I'm not taking nothing over. I know I'm not taking nothing over. We don't want to take.
Oh, I want to take over the infrastructure. I want this infrastructure for us. I don't want them.
Corrupt.
Well, let me.
Social media.
We don't need nothing.
I want to own social media. Social media has been a great platform for us. We should own it. We should control it. It should be a free venue. There should be no censorship.
You do when you do control it when you're on Odyssey, but you don't control it when you're on Facebook.
Well, hey, let me bring this up with Odyssey. Hey, look, listen, with Odyssey, the idea was you have a free platform, and already look what's happening. The SEC claims that the digital asset, these library coins, that they're an unregistered security. So they're already attacking this whole thing anyway. But, to the point of, you said we have to have our own platforms or whatever. I kind of don't think so, in the sense that I don't like retreating. That's why I have almost 100 YouTube channels. I don't like retreating. I'm not a non-participant.
I agree. You want to talk about not retreating. I live in a world where I can't even be like you. I can't even try to make 100 platforms, because when I go on Facebook, I get a really special page that they built just for me. Same on Google. When I go on Google and I log in, it says, "Oh, you just don't have access to this product anymore." So it's like, well, so what I do is I'm just like, I do it in other ways, right? You know what I mean? Which is more like just standing in your truth on the, when you call into shows, when you are on the street and you're not wearing a mask, and you're like, and when the passports come, that's when it's going to apply. What are you going to do? It's going to be like, no, I don't want a passport. So what they're going to do is, here's what they're going to do. They'll be like, well, here's the passport line. If you have a green light on your phone, you can go in this line. And those people are all wearing masks, but they get to go into the store. Or at least me, I'm going to have to go into that line, which includes wear your mask, and we're going to scan your head with a scanner, a pineal gland zapper, and we're going to record it. And what's your name? And we're going to write it down, and then you can go in. But when you go in, you're going to have to go like around the outside, because all the people that have been vaccinated, well, they're really scared of you, right? And you're thinking in your head, well, scientifically speaking, based on the fucking bullshit.
Well, hey, look, I think we've all look.
If you're vaccinated,
I have this.
You be immune.
Really trying to.
No,
I'm trying to leave a lot of 2020 back in 2020. Like, look, if you understand, I'm trying to leave a lot of this. Like, a lot of this stuff, I don't think applies so much. I really think that it's time to start looking past some of this stuff that you can see it's already crumbling. I don't really have a doomy outlook on any of this stuff. And I don't even think that we have a strong grounds to even claim that this is the equivalent of some kind of discrimination against the masked, because the businesses always have a way around it, and their way around it is they can accommodate you through other means. If you don't want to wear a mask,
Wrong.
you can park your car in
Wrong.
front of
You
the
know
business
why?
and they can carry your
You know
groceries
why?
out.
You're wrong. You know why? Because it's the property owners are not the business. It's the property owner, wherein the business has the lease. They're the ones in charge because the government goes to them.
Now, let me ask you
How
this.
we approach
Canada.
how we approach the small business sector, that's a separate strategic question with the mask and all and social distancing. But with respect to the vax, I'm less concerned with figuring out all the science and answer, well, is it real or what isn't real or who, all that stuff. That's not as relevant to me as how we can weaponize the issue in our favor. And I see a golden opportunity to do that when you look at all of the ambivalence and the controversy. And now this thing with the J&J vaccine in the last week or so, and this whole campaign about vaccine hesitancy, I see this as a way for us to open people's eyes, because after all, we can separate this huge populist movement that has congealed around this Judas goat, Trump. Yeah, we can separate that mass from Trump, because Trump, of course, his claim to fame he's still boasting that he brought the vaccine to market in record time, in warp speed time, which basically means they bypass the animal testing and they skip the normal FDA approval process, which normally takes about a year, and instead use something called emergency use authorization. That is to say, well, because we declare this pandemic to be an emergency, we're going to shortcut all that other stuff and use you all as guinea pigs and lab rats.
Emergency use authorization has nothing to do with Trump. Now we're going
to hear somebody. Before we begin,
before
we begin, I want you to clarify whether you're one of these people that is pandering to illusions about this performer, admittedly the most successful reality TV star of all time, but also taken into the stable of Vince McMahon's stable of WWE.
I can clarify that in 2 seconds, man. I'm Canadian. I don't give a fuck about that. So
well, it's important to hear because we got about a half a million people that got together in the mall over this, and we've got pockets of resistance out there, and there is a significant overlap, shall we say, intersectionality between the anti-vax community and this populist mass that's congealed around the personality of this guy Trump. So that place where the intersect, and this is because there's a very simple reason for that. They were sucked into the Trump movement because initially when he was campaigning, Trump entertained RFK Jr., who had long been involved in the resistance, the anti-vax resistance movement. Mm-hmm. And Trump basically sort of implied that he would give RFK a hearing, a place at the table to argue his point of view. And instead he turned around and betrayed him. He stabbed him in the back, which is beautiful.
Okay,
so
listen.
We have to point this out.
I thought as a Canadian, I thought that Trump, I was not a Trump supporter, of course, because I can't anyways. But I thought that Trump was this, that, the other thing. But the one thing I totally supported Trump in that he was, even though he gave Gabby all that money, he did the warp speed. But I
was a Trump supporter as well.
I figured he was due. I figured he always wanted choice. He just felt like, look, choice. He didn't know what he's so prostituted he doesn't know what he wants. He never wants anything sincerely or authentically.
I agree with
you
that.
Know what, man?
There's
I don't do politics. And I think we need to stop.
Well, we have to do politics. We have to do politics because those are the people that have the guns. Those are the people that have the guns. The people
going
out
through a
there
big
here in
change right
America
now.
who support Trump, by and large, are the gun owners, and many of them also are in the military. And that is a strategic
Well,
asset
I'm
from my perspective.
Listen,
Now, Canada
I'm
might
a
be
Canadian.
different. I don't know.
Let me ask you
Canada
this.
might
It
be
is way
different,
different because
Let me ask you this though.
I can't vote for Trump.
Because-
Well, I have one other thing to say about this.
Okay,
that's
and
important.
okay, then I want to get
Because
into.
it's not about
Go-
not about personality here. This guy on March 13th declared a state of national emergency. He appointed Anthony Fauci and Deborah Birx and Pence to his Corona Commission, and they proceeded to give a blank check to every state to shut down and destroy small business.
That's
So
from
this
the
guy,
IMF.
he's the great enabler. He's the crisis actor in chief, not only for COVID, but for many of these active shooter drills and exercises that, by the way, were used as a platform for him to advance his support for red flag laws. And any Second Amendment enthusiasts out there
Yep.
listening to me know exactly what I'm talking
Yep.
about. So I say again,
Yep.
from my perspective, of wanting to ruin the party, I don't want to ruin the party or shut it down. I don't want to torch the frat house or the sorority house or whatever. I want to take it over. I want to take it over. And the way we're going to do that is by utterly discrediting this idol with his clay feet. We're going to milk this sacred
I
cow.
don't agree with you, man.
And
I
the
don't agree.
vaccine issue is one of the ways to do that, because you're not going to have a mature, enlightened, radical movement here in the United States, at least, unless you detach it from messiah complexes and the belief that some leader that the mass media puts in front of you is going to, lead you out of this, and really it's just a Judas goat leading you into unbelievable.
You're never
that
going
this
to take over the
guy-
government, man. You're never going to take over the government. You're never,
No, I didn't say
ever,
take over
ever,
the government.
ever,
I didn't
ever,
say take
ever,
over the
ever,
government.
ever, ever,
I
ever,
didn't
ever,
say
ever,
take over the
ever,
government.
ever.
You're
one second.
misrepresenting it.
You were saying,
You're misrepresenting it. I never
you
said
were
take
saying
over the
like
government.
this was our
Okay,
America.
so what I'm going to ask you here then is, do you agree at the minimum that Trump was a Judas goat, or do you think he was actually a force for good?
Well, a Judas goat, you could think. Are you asking me that? I want to hear what.
Well, he
your
has to
guest
say first. Yeah, what do you have to
What-
say first?
What does he think of Judas goats and useful idiots?
Why don't
and
we
that
get?
kind
Why
of
don't we get why don't we have a vote? Why don't we have a vote, which I kind of disagree with in the first place, but why don't we have a vote in the chat room? Do you agree that we should take over the government, or do you agree that we should not really have government?
No, the
anymore at all?
question though is, do you think that Trump was
Let's
a legit?
have a poll,
Is
you know?
Trump a
Give me
legit?
a sticker. Give me a sticker. Give me a sticker if you agree that fuck the government.
The question is Trump a legitimate savior, or is he a Judas goat actor, as Lynn contends?
Of course, man. How can you ask me that when I already said I'd fuck the government?
Okay,
It's all a bunch of, do you think Biden's not an actor then, mate?
Okay, anyway,
Or
that
Obama
was
an actor.
that was the
George
question
W.
that was
Bush.
being asked here. Anyway, appreciate that. Let's move on to the next topic. I wanted to ask.
Well, I mean, I want to make a following point on this. It's not about taking over government. This government is now utterly discredited. It's a fake government. Fake news, fake elections, fake democracy, fake president, fake inauguration. People are seeing this now. As I said before, it's about taking over the means of production and distribution and the money system and everything else. It's about that's what I mean when I say taking over the party, the infrastructure.
Well, that sounds familiar.
And in particular, when we're, media platforms and social media, that should be one of our first objectives, is a seizure of power with respect to these assets. And perhaps we can create new platforms. It might be possible to do that. I don't know. And we can get into a whole argument about the role of the cryptocurrency in this, which everything has a dual role. I will describe to you how Judas Goat has a dual role and why it was correct to sort of critically support Trump, but not pander to people's illusions about what fake leaders would take us to. A Judas
Are you going to
Goat.
vote for Trump in 2024?
I don't think your vote counts, and I don't think it really matters. But I do think we have to figure out how to relate to this movement of his, many of whom are already given up on, who they may vote, but they're going to be highly skeptical of whether their votes will be counted. I don't know if this is an issue in
What
Canada.
it reminds me of? It reminds me of this. It's classic. It's classic. People debate, like, they're like, hey, I'm going to lobby the government, right, for stuff. That's an example. And here's another one. Well, COVIDs, COVIDs exist, but what the government's doing is just too far of an outreach. Why don't we just pull the government back a bit? And yeah, COVIDs exist, but it's just too far of an outreach. No, bullshit. There is no COVIDs, number one. So any debate about COVIDs that comes from, it starts with...
Wait, Lynn,
and therefore...
I want to get back on this, though, because we started talking about social media and height and taking back control. And look what happened to Parler. With Parler, it was hacked. Gab was hacked. And all of the information, including driver's licenses, all the information about so many people who were active is now in the hands of the so-called deep state.
Trump could have liberated social media at any moment. He could have had them in court. He could have had his attorney. He could have forced. He absolutely could have. And to listen to the excuses.
Wrong.
Okay, let's not cut each other off. Hey, okay, look, I'm going to have to disconnect on...
You don't understand how
because now it's become you're lawyering.
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm just suggesting this. The Judas Goat thing makes a lot of sense. And I wanted to get into the topic also of Lynn Wood, who was, I think, responsible for getting a lot of people to go from Twitter over to Parler. And then how convenient it is that we had that shooter in Atlanta who was shooting up Parlers. I mean, they've done everything that they possibly could to demonize anything having to do with alternative platforms. A couple of years ago, they took out BitChute and 4chan and 8chan. I mean, you see how this works. So we're losing grounds on that. That's why I refuse to leave YouTube. I think too many people are retreating.
Yeah.
Well, these are just tactical things. They change from day to day.
From a voluntaristic,
just
capitalistic kind of movement, why would you support YouTube? No offense, I hear you, brother. Right now, you got to be on YouTube. I get you because it's a bit of an audience. I get you, but really, think about it. Why am I supporting the very? Here's another classic example.
He's not supporting YouTube.
Oh man, I've been banned. I've literally been kicked out of groups of so-called woke freedom lovers, anarchists that I've been trying to help. And one of the things that I say to them, they can't stand it. They can't stand the truth. Okay? Are you paying income taxes this year, guys?
I want to know why you're lawyering for Trump.
If you're paying your tax, hang on.
Yeah, let me go ahead and answer your question, though, about YouTube. Okay, so I don't consider myself to be supporting YouTube. I consider myself to be supportive of this idea that I want to maintain a continuity of sanity. I want this conversation to continue, this objective breakdown of mass media events. And I don't think that if you remove yourself from the world, you can still comment on it accurately. I want to be...
Wait. How is not paying taxes removing myself from the world?
No, I'm still talking about YouTube. I'm still talking about
I'm
still talking about YouTube, about why I won't leave YouTube. I don't want to be pushed out and marginalized. That's capitulating. It's weakness. If anything...
Yeah, but have you seen the YouTube algorithm, dude? It's the worst. It's like garbage tier. It's garbage tier, like the worst. No one's there anymore. Literally, I've deleted, like, I'm down to zero. I got nothing.
Well, look, anyway, I treat it like, here's the reason why I keep it. I have a casted stream. We have a cross-platform chat. There are people all over the place. But some people don't like DLive. Some people don't like Twitch. Some people are liking the functionality of the chat on YouTube. And then they've been there for years. I'm not going to erase that or burn that bridge. I don't believe in necessarily burning bridges, even though you may be building towards something better later.
Personally, I don't even bother with YouTube. I go out to FakeOTube. FakeOTube has everything that you would want to see on YouTube pretty much anyway. Unless, you're talking about movies or popular music. You can get that from BitChute. I don't see that YouTube has all that much. When I look about, and I'm scanning all the platforms that are available to see what the levels of censorship are, And hey, maybe it's create something like YouTube to replace it, or maybe it's take it over, or whatever. But one way or another, this movement has to be in control of. It has so much power in social media that censorship cannot be imposed. That is the real issue here.
Well, but
that is the issue.
I'll tell you this. You got to understand that the truth of the matter is that the social media, the mainstream social medias, have created silos. Okay, they're literally the exact opposite of what they claimed that people like me were. Whatever. I'm not associating you guys, but the alt-right is creating an echo chamber of misinformation. No, but that's exactly what it is. Like, have you been on Facebook? Like, do
as I say,
anyone who's a normie that's talked about Facebook? Because I do, and people tell me that they're leaving. Normies are telling me that they're going on Facebook, and they're like, "Whoa, dude, this is crazy." Like, I need to.
Well, that's just a tactical. This whole social media, Tim, this whole social media thing
is powerful.
Okay, go ahead, Lynn.
It's a tactical argument. That's all. I'm not trying to trivialize it. Tactics can be important, but it's not a strategic. It's not a strategic argument or an argument of principle. It's a tactical argument. We all know what's wrong.
Wrong. It is an argument in principle. It's absolutely an argument.
No, let me go ahead and look. We have to keep in mind too that you have to reach people where they are. That's with anything. If you're selling music, movies, or telling the truth, or selling the truth, whatever it happens to be, this is just the marketplace. And yeah, tactically, it would be a blunder to say I'm too good to spread my messages on these platforms because of who owns them. I don't think that's wise.
I'm denied. I'm just denied. I'm pure denied. So therefore, it is for me, unfortunately, a tax.
Well, just to take FakeoTube as an example, there's somebody who created. Fakeologist created a parallel venue to YouTube, right? That's great. That's fantastic, because then you channel anything that you suspect or you expect to be censored from YouTube over to your venue, which looks very similar. It's not all that different, and so that's a perfect example of how you create you create a parallel venue in order as a weapon against that censorship. So that's all we're doing here.
You can't do it now while you
can.
Well,
to me,
agree.
That's a model for it. That should be a model for how we do it. Now, Tim's idea is that you want to stay mobile, you want to stay flexible, you want to stay versatile, you want to use what's available to the max. At the same time, not allow your time and resources to be overly consumed with skirmishes over this or that occasion of censorship. Everyone knows we're opposed to censorship and we're for free expression. Everyone knows it, but we have to drive that point home politically. I come back again to the fact that this phony president we had, Trump, could have done anything about that at any time. He could have aggressively moved against the censorship in social media, but he never did, because that wasn't in the script. He's only allowed to improvise to a certain extent. That's because he's a Judas goat. And
government is a mouthpiece. Government is marketing. Government is the marketing wing of the cult.
I beg to differ. Government is guns. Government has cops. Government has armies, and they're not just marketing. And I think that's a shallow view of it. Government is the use of force. Government has the capability to use force, and we should never forget that.
Yeah, let's make that distinction
they have
here.
The ability to use force.
No, let's make this distinction. The distinction is this. The difference between economic power and political power is the monopoly on force. And no, the marketing would be media, obviously, but the difference is, yeah, obviously it's the monopoly on force, and that's what government has, and that's what she's referring to.
Conceded the war. You just conceded the war. You just conceded the war.
The marketing is pure.
The war against the government is no, you have no authority over me.
Okay, hey, look, let's go ahead and get into this other topic of Lynn Wood. Lynn Wood is the one, lawyer for Kyle Rittenhouse. He drove a lot of people to Parler, so we've been talking about this. But moreover, more recently, we have also a couple things related to this too, because the Kyle Rittenhouse story, the riots, the looting, well, that's coming back. And then we have the Daunte Wright shooting happening right down the street from George Floyd. And then the Derek Chauvin trial is in its third week, and tomorrow they're actually going for a full acquittal. So what do you think, Lynn, first, on what's going to be happening with this Derek Chauvin thing?
You know, this is a hard one to call because a lot of people are saying that they're going to manage either an acquittal or something like the Rodney King thing that would be an excuse to trigger riots. That seems to be the prevailing view out there that I'm getting. And, of course, with the Dante Wright business, we already have that happening. Massive looting in the Brooklyn Center in Minneapolis. I don't know if there's been any sort of synchronized riot. Now, bear in mind, when I say rioting, I don't regard this I don't regard this as spontaneous or natural or organic. I think it's socially engineered, but there's probably a lot of organic response to it. People that think they're going to get cheap consumer goods. And I spent a good part of today watching videos of the actual looting itself, and I'm telling you, if things really start to break out, if they create real disruptions in the supply chain, by the way, that's not just a marketing issue. That is to say, you'll go there and the shelves will be empty of some basic commodities. And I'm not just talking about toilet paper either. I'm talking about, we already have a dramatic increase in the price of gas. I don't know if people have taken note of this, but it's definitely being noticed by people out there that are on a limited income. And there's going to be an increasing tendency to make people more and more desirous of this universal basic income to make up the difference. But the people that already have jobs are going to be resentful of that. This whole thing is calculated to blow up in their faces.
Yes.
So
yes.
yeah, if they,
I have a let me go ahead and answer this call really quick here. Appreciate your answer on that. Hey, thank you for trying again. This is Infinite Plane Radio. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. So I could either return us to the previous call, or we may have actually have covered everything that we were trying to get to in the previous call. What exactly did you want to comment on?
Well, I was just curious as to Lynn's strategy for taking back any control. It's not one of my ambitions, and I'm just kind of curious as to what are, let's say, first few steps in that plan might be.
Okay, interesting question there. In fact, I'll answer that from my perspective, because Lynn was talking about her perspective, and my take on it would be really what we're doing here. I think this type of open-ended conversation that goes on where we're criticizing the media without really kowtowing for political correctness or any kind of threats of censorship. I think that what we have here is the true counter media, counter or even some kind of critical media. But as far as anything else, I'm an inactivist. I think the instant you go into the streets, you're playing into their games and you're a loser on both sides. I happen to believe that BLM is controlled by the same people that controlled the other side, the cops. What do you think?
I think the same thing. I've been watching this since from the 60s. And the programming goes back that long and that deep. When I think about what specific subcultures of the population were exposed to in media themselves based on their own demographic, it's illuminating, and I wouldn't say frightening, more insulting once you start grasping it, because it's like everybody has their hand in it and everybody's juicing off of how they can power over based on their greed, and that's how they get kind of like snookered, frankly. It's proof upon proof.
Exactly. There's money at the end of this. There's greed at the end of this. I mean, you see the leaders of BLM, some of them make off pretty well, and I'm like, wow, that's not very Marxist. Well, maybe it is. It's the hypocrisy you see, I guess, with this, where outwardly they might have some noble intentions. It's about this or that martyr, but at the end of the day, it's about amassing money and power, and has been.
And also, it's the tyranny or the tyrant isn't necessarily the dude on the hill. It's it might be your maintenance guy who's got the key to your door in incompetent leasing office that doesn't quite fathom the notion of not trying to cover their own ass. So you know what I'm saying, the tyrant takes his own, but he takes his own from his own little microcosm based on his own level of competence. So it's like, it's an interesting greed, and you see individuals based on what they're trying to forward or what they lack in themselves as far as esteem or whatever, trying to put somebody else down on a personal level in the small places as opposed to in the big places. You know what I'm saying? It's like
yes.
set the norm, and everybody, I mean, and that's what's kind of maddening too. You see in the media where the norm is being set or people are being triggered, and you just get an interesting opportunity to observe yourself. Really, the evolution is the self.
Well, last year it was fascinating and horrifying in a way to watch how people who are otherwise rational and quote normal all of a sudden started obeying the TV, and people who are skeptical were seeing this, and it's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, where we're literally being bullied by the news media and all the believers. We're being cajoled and bullied into adopting this new fashion, this new garment. And the mask, to me, I think it's going to stay because I think it's important that they have a unifying uniform for this new world religion. And I think that's part of it. It's basically a religious garment. But, you know, this idea, though, of fighting back or taking back power or winning in any way, I don't know if that's even reality. I mean, Jeff Bezos cleared, $33 billion the first quarter last year, and I don't see any of that money going back to small businesses. It just looks like everything's shifting. Fourth industrial revolution.
And the pawn, you know, everybody tries to make somebody else their pawn. And I would say that that's why the big corporations are funding the BLM, is because it's squashing everything else.
Yeah, exactly. That movement is being used as basically as a cudgel to bludgeon the other side, destroy the competition, and Antifa is a part of that, of course. And as far as these events go, you could almost put them on a calendar. It's a cult that uses martyrs, the blood of manufactured martyrs. And to date, I don't have any examples I can point to of a true martyrdom, like a true killing. I think these are all staged. What do you think? George Floyd, Darren Wright, or Daunte Wright, are these real or fake in your view?
No, totally fake. It's funny. I was looking at the new one, the Daunte guy, and it's like, is it vax damage? You know, because the first responders got their injection first, because nobody was moving like they had any confidence in the position that they held. And I've had dealings with police officers, and they're very formidable. And the guy who pulled him out of the car was like, didn't know how to handle, you know, and then the lady came up and she slipped her arm in, and that's when they lost control. And pretty soon she's going taser and shooting him with a gun. And at what point do you go, are they all brain dead, while there's a supervisor standing right there with no instruction? It's just, it's really bad theater. It's really bad theater. And I have kind of some really crude feelings about George Floyd, because he was a porn star, and his partner there at the scene was a porn star, and the whole scene, and they're talking about a Mandela effect by that. And it's like the whole scene, even with his hand in his pocket and on the neck, it was like, oh my God, this is just so, it's so perverse and erotic at the same time. What are they filming? You know? And then of course you couldn't go back and check with the club that they hung out at, because it was one of the first places that was torched. You can't go back to the normies that hung out there and say, hey, what was the character between these two characters, you know? And they're all criminals, you know. They've all done grotesque, vulgar things, so it totally polarizes the population. It's not my belief that someone who's, you know, African American descent in an authentic sense of the word, as opposed to one of these posers, is going to have an attitude that actually shares that same kind of ethic. I don't buy into it. So I
Right.
just think he's a porn star. He might even be that other guy who's the football player who comes to the defense, you know.
Okay,
and
so
you see all these people.
this is one point I want to bring up here is you brought up the CPR. At the last few psyops, they've been very sloppy. Where like at King Super, store number 33, the witnesses were filming it for TikTok, but nobody was approaching the bodies to check to see if they could plug up a wound. And we see this with all the psyops. It's like they suddenly forget how to do their jobs. Those cops were just unbelievably incompetent for sure. And yeah, with these various dramas, it's definitely bad theater. And the George Floyd thing, yeah, you brought up his background, and that's been discussed before. This idea that, man, this is crazy. We're talking about Mandela effect, and I mean it ironically, where half the country says his knee is on his neck, and the other half says it's on his back. But it's like it may as well be a Mandela effect. But tomorrow they're going to argue for a total acquittal, so they're going to say, you know,
Or it's two takes. You know, it's two takes released at two separate times. You know, take one, take two. Are you there?
yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, there's no reason to think that this was one solid piece of footage. In fact, I got this clue that I'm following up on now, which has to do with the role of Sean King, a well-known agitator, in actually providing the footage to CNN from the actual George Floyd event. So no, there's no reason to think any of this is real. I'm wondering, you know, where is Floyd? Is he out there on Epstein Island with Chauvin watching this whole thing burn down?
Or is he being his twin? You know, he pulled the cotton out of his mouth, so you know his jaw doesn't go that way, and takes on a persona of total defense because he's got so much to defend. You know, it was his performance. I mean, that's just a thought. It's so hyped up. And another thing that kind of really aggravates me, because of my own personal history, is when you see people floating over and you're looking at their features and you're going, man, that is not, those aren't authentic features. That's an injection. And they're taking on the role because I don't think they can find people that can be that disingenuous on the authentic.
Okay,
real
that's
folk. They just aren't.
a very good point. It's a very good point. Like, why do they recycle crisis actors? Well, there's a few reasons. Less, loose lips sink ships. Less people to tell. Less people to pay off. For them, it's job security. For example, George Floyd's teacher, Waynell Sexton, was clearly the same woman at Vegas, at Borderline, in Florida, at the Orlando shooting. We've seen her before. And what's more, Daunte Wright's teacher was actually George Floyd's girlfriend, if you can believe that.
Yeah, it's a small club.
Yes, it's a small club.
It's a small club.
It really is. It's a small club at the top of the Illuminati dung heap. And I've been saying that for some time. Like, you could find some relationships between, like, the last person to interview Kobe Bryant alive was Steven Jackson, the guy who called himself George Floyd's twin. And some of these connections are just so close. You're like, okay. And you're like you said, it explains why they have the same people playing multiple roles as well. It makes perfect sense to me.
I think she was with Vogue. This recently. This chick came out and I guess she was in some sort of controversy with Vogue, and they're talking about her being an African American, and I'm like looking at her features and I'm going, no, I don't think so. It has, and even Camilla. I mean, is that the way you say it? Kamala.
Kamala Harris. You're right. Kamala Harris. Very interesting.
Yeah, I mean.
Chameleon Harris. I mean, come on. What is she? It depends on who she's talking to. I swear. And they're so cynical with their identity politics.
It does cause you to be like more self-regulating when it comes to, skirting those edges yourself. What is that, like clout chasing or something like that? You just don't want to play.
Exactly. It's clout chasing specifically. And we've seen it for years, and they're shameless about it, but people fall for it. And things are just getting more obvious, I think. Maybe they don't have to try as hard. I wouldn't be surprised. Nothing would surprise me at this point. really quick here, Joe Biden. I've been trying to figure this one out. Now, do you think that Joe Biden is still the Joe Biden that was vice president, or do you think this is a different person?
Absolutely different. Absolutely different. It's funny when you're an artist and you take on a perspective of study and you hone that skill to where you're translating something that's like out in the world and you're putting it on a canvas, you learn to detect these things, you know, and you can, yeah, one of these things is not like the other.
Yes.
It's really too bad that puzzles became out of fashion because there's a skill set in noticing these things. But yeah, no, I'm an artist, and you just notice these details. I swear, if the man smiles anymore, his nose is just going to poke right out of his face. It's a different nose. Your nose gets longer when you get older too, and your ears get bigger. These are things that continue to grow. Whereas when you're born, your eyes are the same size that they will always be. That's why babies' eyes appear to be so large. So when you watch somebody's nose go from, you know, one shape that's larger, and I know they didn't shave it like it was Michael Jackson because it was much more attractive the first time, if you can even say such a thing about something so odious, a personage. But yeah, it's an icky fake. And now I'm beginning to wonder about the CG part of it because his mouth is so incredibly off.
Yes, agreed on all points.
Yeah.
Agreed on all points with this Joe Biden clown. And I do painting, I do art as well, and so I'm looking whenever I draw somebody, I always draw from the skull up. Like I sketch the skull structure, and then I put the skin over that. And so I look at this Joe Biden president, I look at Joe Biden vice president, and it looks like the skull has changed. The nose is smaller, narrower in some ways. And then in the middle, between the two of them, I like to put Beau Biden, the late Beau Biden, and I find it interesting that Joe Biden of today's skull is much closer to Beau Biden's skull than his skull from 7 years ago. And so my theory right now is that Beau Biden didn't really die at 46, but that he's actually portraying President Joe Biden in the role of President 46. That's my thinking.
Would you say that his shoulders are narrower too? Because I mean, I know that as a man gets older, they do lose some muscle mass, but it's like he stood up. His posture was different. His shoulders were broader in the first version.
I think so too. I'm gonna have to look because there are so many things that just don't add up, and age doesn't quite explain it. And a lot of it I have to look carefully because, as you know, when you're analyzing something, you're drawing something, there's so many details that that could, who knows? I mean, shoulders would be a giveaway.
They call to you.
Well,
they call to you. The details call to you.
Yeah, specifically for me, it's the mannerisms. Usually, it's the mannerisms that give it away. Like when somebody's talking for a few minutes, you see all these various micro expressions, and I don't see any correlation between this Joe and the old one. So I'm like, okay, I think we're looking at a con, whether it's CGI or another actor or Jim Carrey, for all we know. I don't necessarily think the old Joe Biden's dead. I think this is just part of their grotesque masquerade.
Yeah, and it's interesting you said con, and I just thought, yeah, it's condescending, which is funny because it's con and then descending. But yeah, the sorry, hang on a second. I can't get the word out. It's vicious. The tact he takes when directed with anything other than what he's expecting. It's ferocious is the word I was trying to get out. Is this ferociousness about the language? There's no decorum, you know, and there's no opportunity for anybody to find a common ground because you're not allowed to question is the reality. It is so surreal, I swear. It is just so surreal.
Oh, it is. You know, I'm
But
still,
yeah,
look, ever since we had the so-called riots at the Capitol where literally nothing happened, it was just a bad performance art piece, that was treated like a new 9/11. So I realized, you know, the world is living through the monolith. Like, for the most part, the people in the world are living through the TV screen, and what they're told is real is real. And to me, it's just, I'm ignoring the cognitive dissonance of seeing these massive Trump rallies and these no-show tiny events for Biden, and yet somehow we're supposed to believe Biden's the most popular of all time. So I kind of think that if this thing is all scripted, even that was scripted, just to rub it in our faces that, you know, the faces of the thinkers, like, hey, look, it's all rigged or something. What do you think? You think it's intentional infliction of emotional duress and cognitive dissonance?
oh, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And it's funny when they're trying to portray a crowd, it's fascinating to me because they talk about these incredible numbers. But if you're panning incredible numbers, you're panning incredible numbers. But all you ever see is like, you know, maybe max 100 people down at the end of the street, and it's all in one direction. Nobody's going like there's 100 over in this direction and you tilt it by another 30 degrees or another 33 degrees, and you see another 100 people and you see another 100 people, and also they've been shipping them all over the country to fire the place up. Yes, 2 people can take out a nation if you don't collect their asses and put them where they need to be, but just release and let them do it again. And you watch the live streams that these people are doing, and it's frightening. I saw the one where the gentleman was shot and killed brutally, and it was happening live on the live stream, so it was getting the reaction of the person who was filming it. You kind of been, well, they're in their own mating dance, which is all I can figure that they're getting out of it in that moment, plus some kind of ticket and some bricks and a flight home and then a flight to the next occasion, you know. But it was watching him and everybody else trying to figure out who was shot, and then watching people being absolutely harassed and intimidated down the street, you know, where 2 or 3 people would just be surrounded by 20 people, and they were like, they were approaching the young lady too close, and you got this 6'4" guy, and he's like trying to manage the fact that he's surrounded by a crowd of people, but nobody's taking the moral attitude of the mob is wrong because they're in their frenzy, or it really is about, you know, and that the police's hands are tied supposedly, but I saw the police doing like they were playing right into it too.
Sure.
So it's a big thing. It's a big thing, and I think it's about when you see, oh, they're burning down the streets, and then, you know, 12 people make it into the Capitol, and they get their tour, and suddenly there's like Constantine wire and all this other stuff, and that would be enough to drive anybody crazy if they didn't realize that it was like some Shakespearean play, you know.
Exactly, which is why we cover this stuff. I don't cover it to take sides. I'm just analyzing it objectively, parsing the facts if there are any. And one thing that is clear, you know, about these riots is that the only people who know how bad it gets organically, I mean, you have the psyops, but when you actually have the real violence, that doesn't get on the news. And so if you watched last year, I mean, you could have watched plenty of videos of people being, like, real videos, people being run over, murdered on TV, murdered on a live stream. That one I think you're referring to was the captain in Vegas. I mean, I'm the first one to call out when I see something that's fake. But there's plenty of real graphic violence and real victims that were completely ignored by the mass media last summer. It's a travesty. And to watch the thuggish bullying behavior of Antifa, a bunch of fascists, the way they go around anybody trying to record that they don't control, it's pretty bad. And there was no repercussions.
And I saw a couple of times where they were actually set it up, because you're like going, wow, I just saw that girl and she's a part of the crew, part of their crew, but she's sitting down and she's pretending like she's at a restaurant being harassed, and like someone's like 3 inches away from her face screaming, how dare you, you know, and she's just sitting there like, and everybody's just shell shocked, but you're going, it's all staged because she's part of their crew, you know. So it's a play.
Manufactured outrage. And so, like, I'm not, like, personally annoyed by any of this stuff, but I watched last night on Twitter for hours. You know what was trending was Dollar Tree. people were mad because a Dollar Tree was looted, and then the people who are pro BLM were mad at the people getting mad at the Dollar Tree being destroyed, saying it shows how little you value the lives of the people who've been shot if you're mad about a Dollar Tree. So Dollar Tree was trending all night, and I'm like, wow, just really just so much drama, high drama all night. Look what they've done.
I'll tune up a tree again.
Right, a green tree again. Good point. Someone in the chat pointed that out. Another reference to a green tree. Strange.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, hey, this has been great. I appreciate you calling in. I'm really glad I got this new phone system that allows sometimes multiple calls, group calls, but we don't lose anybody in the mix here. So, yeah, thanks again for calling. How did you first find Infinite Plane Radio?
Oh, it was Nipsey Hussle. I'd never heard of him before, and I caught this one little blurb, and it said something about, rapper dies and his bodyguard quits the same day, and I thought that's fake. There's no way a bodyguard's going to quit because his charge has died. He's going to stand over that family. So I figure he's still with his bodyguard. Find the bodyguard, you find Nipsey Hussle.
Right. Excellent.
And then I watched three Nipsey Hussles being rolled into the ambulance. I saw the white gloves, and I'm like, this no blood, and it was so insulting that there was all that supposed tech in cash-free reality, and it was all supposed to be like, and they were in such a dicey area, and he doesn't have any clear footage. No, it was a joke, So it's like, and people got so riled up, and of course, anytime anything that's kind of race reality comes up, it pushes my buttons, because like I was the only one of my kind for the first 7 years that I was alive, and I was on the wrong end of an interesting propaganda war. All we saw on TV, on the news, were the civil rights movement, and I kept on asking him. I thought we fell out of television set, there was no black people on TV. But that's my own whatever. But no, and every night on TV, you'd see like hoses going on young girls and dogs barking at people. And my mom had to tell me, no, that was a long time ago, but they were treating it was like the news. And then at like 10 o'clock at night, they'd say, they'd close out for the evening, because they did that with TV back then. They'd close out for the evening, and they'd say, 10 o'clock, do you know where your daughter is? And they show this. It was really interesting setup, because it was like all uplit, and it was lit from underneath too, with this camera, and there was this bridge, and there was this girl, and this cop was just beating the hell out of her, and all you could see was her white panties, and I was a little girl at the time, and it was just so shocking, because I just like, oh my God, you're scaring her, and it was just so shameful when it was like 10 o'clock, do you know where your daughter is? And I just thought that's really interesting to feed into this demographic, because if you did support any kind of a pro-civil rights reality in that venue because you're in that space, you would have also, your parents would be terrified, because the girl was obviously involved in some sort of civil disobedience and getting her, I mean, he was wailing on her with that, trauma. So I always pay attention. When
Right.
it comes to that, it spurs my interest. And when Nipsey Hussle went out, and all of a sudden you got all these priestesses in the parking lot, I'm going, oh my God,
Well,
and they're talking about a revolution. And the mom is like brain dead, all she cares about. And she's going, oh, he's fine. I'm going, yeah, I bet he is. He's with his bodyguard. And she's getting all this, I don't know, hyper lesbian attention from these women who are trying to take over their own nation, and it's all politics. You got to be careful not to get triggered.
Oh, that was a great production. I have to say, that Holy Week with the stage death of Nipsey, the marathon length funeral procession, throwing money out the window of the limousine, and a couple of people died during that procession. I mean, the whole thing was totally staged and fake from A to Z, but I'm glad that you were listening, because that event, I thought, well, that event definitely brought a lot of people here, because it was such a high-profile celebrity to have such a poor production. It was just very easy for us to bring people into this conversation. Like, hey, the guy's been shot, 6 times 3 in the torso, 3 in the head or whatever, and there's no blood. They got white gloves. They're doing one-handed chest compressions. And I would have nurses calling in, EMTs calling in, remarking on how fake it all looked. And so that event definitely brought a lot of people to this channel.
Yeah, no, your channel was solace. You know, it's like, wow, this is peace of mind because I'm not crazy. I'm not alone, you know, and it's not real. You know, if I go outside my street and I walk down the street, I'm not having the same experience unless it's riot day, that one day that they had the march going through Santa Cruz and they said there was 5,000 people and I looked out the corner and there were 20, you know, so it's like the numbers are inflated to create this sense of support. It doesn't necessarily, I mean, try to get my town moving in any direction is humorous. You know, we're on Hawaiian time, but we're not on the island.
This all reminds me of War of the Worlds, where the idea was that if you have a radio broadcast that describes alien invasion, and if that's their only source for information, people would go into a panic. And I kind of feel like right now people live in a situation where we have this War of the Worlds, and they think all these things exist, and the media are able to visually convey it to the unskeptical and the visually illiterate. And yes, they could definitely manufacture crowds, make it go viral in a story, and it doesn't matter if it's true or not. It's true in the moment, and people share it. And yeah, we totally live in a simulation, therefore, I would contend.
It's a little bit disappointing when there's people that you truly care about and you see that their head's in that mind space, but it's not, I mean, it's not a cop-out to say that it's not my job to open their eyes. You know, it's my job to not allow whatever friction that's supposed to be created not be created, so there's not a spark. I mean, it's incendiary, right?
Yes.
The tinderbox, they're wound up and I'm indifferent because I can see it. But if I try to call them out on their unawareness, then I'm met with their defense because they have to change their whole universe. And that's an uncomfortable thing for people to adjust all that. I think that it's painful, you know. I mean, I think it's physically painful for people to change their mind. So I don't blame them, but, you know, I'm not my job. That's God's job. You know, formulate it that way.
It's true, though. It is physically painful. Cognitive dissonance, it hits the same area of the brain as if it were physical abuse or physical pain. So, yeah, it is a painful process for people to realize that they've been deceived and they recoil from it reflexively. On this channel, I try to remain pro, anti, and pro. So if you're pro-vax or anti-vax, I'm willing to hear both positions without taking the opposite position, which is how it's framed. You know, if you're on this side, you have these points and they have those points. But I kind of like to remain in the gray area, assuming that both sides could be easily controlled. And right now, I'm still of the opinion that there is nothing in the vax more than a schism. I think it's just a political act. It's a political decision. But I think it's, you know, again, we're dealing with a very polarized world, and every opinion puts you on the other side of a fence.
They believe it. You know, and I can't, having my own beliefs, I can't take their beliefs away from them. I don't know if they would be as open to my beliefs as I would be to them having their beliefs, but I see the joy that they have when they feel the relief, and whatever consequence that has for them, then that has for them. I'm not a vaxxer, but I'm not an anti-vaxxer because I mean, I'm relieved that you're relieved, my friend, is kind of the attitude that I take without dipping too deep into a belief system. You know, it's too easy to lose people over something. It's inconsequential in the long run.
Now, if
it deprives me of right now.
I'm not for mandated anything, but if I could mandate vaccines, I would 100% vax the media, specifically, vax Congress. Is there anybody out there that you would single out, any group, any demographic or individual that you would prefer to see vaxxed, if you don't mind letting us?
Yeah, I would. I have a special penchant for the emergency room sometimes, but I have to be careful because it's vindictive, and I don't know how much good that serves. Because I mean, in my own mind, I know what I'm wishing on So, I that's my own resentment I need to deal with,
Okay, gotcha.
Possibly, yeah, but possibly the law enforcement themselves sometimes. But mostly I just want people to come into their own openness and receptivity to evolution in general and see their own stumbling blocks and where they trip themselves up when it comes to negotiating anything. And a lot of those skills we've just fallen away from with, loss of logic and ethics in school and, group communication, all the way down. And it's fascinating. We've seen it infiltrating, all this ignorance being infiltrated into corporations and now preschools and stuff like that. You're kind of like, well, people are going to get their back's going to come up.
Well, look, hey, appreciate that. Vax the cops. We'll take that into advisement. Vax the cops. Hey, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Call back anytime. Nice to hear from you.
Yeah, thanks, Jim.
All right. Thank you for calling. And let's see here. Does caller have a channel? If so, put it in the link here. 420 says, so are the other two on the line without Tim to moderate? You know what? Actually, I had disconnected that one, but either one of them or both are welcome to call back and rejoin. It's a my bad on the phone system here. I've got to figure out how to keep the dashboard open so I can manage the calls better. But no big deal. It's great having Lynn on along with our other guest. In fact, he has a channel as well. Let me go and visit really quick. As I mentioned, we have a channel now on Odyssey, formerly Library, and this is my solution to DLive, which took away my lemons. Freedom Free for All actually has a channel there. So if you go over to Odyssey, we have a live stream there, and you comment, I will read all of the comments. It says right there are 4 people watching. We'll see if I've missed anything. Dante writes, Aunt says George Floyd's girlfriend was Dante's former teacher. We got that. Toe Rogan said it would be easier to go to the moon than fake it. No, Neil deGrasse Tyson said that. Anyway, thanks for leaving the comments there. And if you want to join me over there, go to infiniteplainsociety.com and click that link. Brian Williamson says, Odyssey is the future. I think it should be. We'll see if they take it out. And if they don't, it'll be probably better for it. Blockchain firm Library tries to rally sector against the SEC. Feds fight Library over whether its crypto is a security. So if you're not familiar with Library, it's evolved a little bit. And just recently, as in the last week, they've opened it up to live streamers. And so I'm one of the first ones. I tweeted them last night and asked to get on board. I think they opened it to 500 people. This is something that was posted in Discord. It's an excerpt from a magazine. It says, I looked over at the back of Dylan Roof's head and the thinness of his neck and the growing bald patch at the center of his bowl cut made him look like a young, demented monk with a tonsure. He was dressed in a sort of getup that a man wears when life hasn't presented him with many opportunities to wear a suit. A worn crewneck sweater and a thick polyester khakis that hung low over cheap-looking brown leather dress shoes. That's just a fashion assessment of Dylan Roof. We often talk about his bowl cut. I didn't know he was balding. Didn't know. Now, the shooter over there at the parlor shooter over in... Let me bring this one up. So we have this new shooting at the massage parlor. And the first thing I noticed about him was he's been charged with 8 killings. His name is Aaron Long. First thing I noticed about this guy, though, was his haircut. And we were comparing him to Dylan Roof. Dylan Roof with the bowl cut. Well, before the bowl cut was designated as the haircut of choice of right-wing terrorists, it was the fasci haircut. And he sports the fasci haircut here, as contrasted with the other one. Now, a couple of interesting things here, though, because I noticed patterns. So if you look at this one here, this is Gold's Spa, and then you have the shooter. If you look back at Dylan Roof and the original pictures of him, he was wearing a Gold's Gym shirt. And I pull up the picture. Like I said, it's usually the very first picture that comes up. A lot of the same coded stuff with a lot of these shooters. Haircuts are always symbolic. That was my point. Someone says bowl cut cult. Well, according to the ADL, they're the ones. This also includes the AOK symbol, but they didn't designate that a hate symbol until after Trump and many of those on the right started using it. It's just very subjective when what they dictate or what they decide is a hate symbol, what isn't a hate symbol. I mean, symbols are like that. One moment it's a tool of execution, the next moment it's a symbol of hope and love. It's super malleable, almost subjective. But symbolism is the language, I believe, of the power elite, and they speak over our heads. Here's an example. The movie 42, starring Chadwick Boseman, about Jackie Robinson, it's getting a lot of reviews right now. There are plenty of directions we could go with this particular actor and his role on the world stage, specifically with the promulgation of this number. And the number 42 has a great deal of significance with civil rights, as well as with many other things we talk about. And you'll understand why, because ultimately it's about this black versus white. It's about duality and how we're all being played. But the number 42 had some specific significance recently. We were talking about St. Vincent volcano. The 42nd anniversary blows up again. But again, symbolism. And my contention is that the number 4, which is derived from a cross, represents the 4 seasons. And the number 2, when you combine them, and you can just put the 2 on the bottom of the 4, it does create the symbol of Saturn. And I think ultimately that's what we're looking at. This is my own decoding, but I believe the number 42 primarily references Saturn, the number 33, the sun. And we've been working on this project of mapping out the symbolic language, the subtext, as it's been presented to us over many, many decades. And we have quite a bit put together now. If you go to themetascript.com, you might find this project interesting. It's a work in progress. The Metascript Decoded. If you go there, there's a opt-in for a mailing list. So anytime we have an update, I will post it. But we've been doing some pretty deep breakdowns of how various world stage characters are interacting with the big picture and the symbolic nature of many of these events and how they're all intricately connected. And that's one of the most interesting things. The caller brought up the Dollar Tree and the significance there of the Dollar Tree. Might sound like just a random thing, but when you see that these are stories scripted that are being told, time released, you can see the order to it, the order in the apparent chaos. A couple of other things. Elon Musk has given himself a new title, and I think this is somewhat significant. He changes his title once in a while. I think before that, I think recently he was the Techno King, but now he has a title that it means the same thing as Commander. Imperator Musk. And why would he take that name? Well, that name happens to be the name of the main character in the new Mad Max Fury movie. Significance here, well, Mad Max takes place in 2021. So, as many of you who've listened, especially since last year, you can see how much of what we experience in the news has actually been presented to us in the medium of entertainment format, whether it's comic books, movies, video games are huge. But these films they're not prophetic. They are predictive in a sense, but they're just in a sequence. If you ask me, there's no coincidences in the media. Lean Dion says the mysterious Bitcoin guy Satoshi has been ranked the 19th richest person in the world. let's bring this up really quick. So if he's the 19th richest person in the world right now, that's a move up because Satoshi was the 33rd richest in the world just a few months ago. Let's see if I can find that article. It was when Bitcoin reached 33,000 for the first time. He was then, let me find it here. I believe he was the 33rd richest in the world, if he's even a real person. I mean, that's one of the things here. But the timing of it. And I believe it was also the 33rd anniversary of that Economist magazine cover with the phoenix, with the burning cash, with the coin in its mouth. So as of January 3rd, Satoshi Nakamoto has become the 33rd richest person in the world on the 12th birthday of Bitcoin. Now, when Bitcoin was born, he was 33 years old. And then on top of that, it's reaching 33,000 at this time. And we're talking, it's the 33rd anniversary of that magazine, which was more or less foreshadowing Bitcoin. Makes me think it's all probably more or less, I won't say fake, but I'll say scripted. I mean, the word fake is a little too vague. I mean, it's vague. It's a little more nuanced than that, which is why we have this way of separating facts from fiction in media as it's presented. The auto hoax concept is that you shift the burden of proof back whenever it comes to extraordinary claims. And if they can't meet that burden of proof, you're just not under any kind of obligation to actually believe it. I have a picture here. I just want to point this out because according to that director at CNN who said that they pretty much control reality with fake news and selective interpretations, their next major agenda is climate change. They're done with COVID. That's why I'm kind of done with the whole topic for the most part. They're going back to this green thing, if you ask me, because it ties into their overall reset agenda anyway. In fact, many of the individuals in favor of this great reset have said that it's just the timing of it. They said we have to take advantage of this narrow window of opportunity to use the pandemic and the shutdown to implement a lot of this green stuff. So it is relevant right now. So earlier I played that video where that CNN director is talking about how they manufacture our reality. And next they're going into climate change. So I'm just posting a picture here. It has the Statue of Liberty in 1898 and the Statue of Liberty in 2017. And if you look at the two pictures side by side, you can see that there's been no rising of the sea levels, which is probably why they don't make that claim as boldly as they used to. I also think a lot of that energy has now gone to space junk. So they make, like, maybe they don't care about the oceans anymore. Kind of struck me the other day. I'm like, they used to care so much about saving the whales. And, you can't drop batteries in the ocean, right? Well, NASA dropped their largest piece of space junk ever on March 11th into the ocean. Well, I mean, it's dangling in space, because magic. Eventually, it's going to fall in the ocean. And this is their story. A 2.9 ton piece of battery is going to fall in the ocean. And I'm like, why? Why wouldn't they throw it into the bottomless trash can of space? But my point is, nobody cares about the whales anymore, apparently. They're more concerned about space junk. Commenter says, have you heard of NEOM? If not, I will call in. What is NEOM? What does it stand for? New Future, New Enterprise Operating Model. I am interested in this. It looks like one of these planned mega cities. I mean, I've been seeing some pretty ambitious plans for Mars cities that look like something out of Total Recall. Although I wouldn't be surprised if there are already Mars simulation prep cities or Mars bases here on Earth. I wouldn't be shocked at all if they were underneath, I don't know, the Denver airport, for example. I mean, they could be in any number of places. Connor G says Jack Dorsey is suing Craig Wright about Satoshi being all part of the plan. I'm not really sure about that. You should call in. I've heard some strange things about Jack Dorsey from the QAnoners. Now, the QAnon crew, the QAnon cult, they're still kind of there waiting. They're actually waiting, the true believers. And I think this is how it is with all cults. As they start to break apart, the ones who remain are the diehard believers, the truest of the true. So the ones who are truest to the plan are the ones who are still there. And these are the ones who actually think that JFK Jr. and Princess Diana and Michael Jackson are going to come down on a flying saucer, landing on the White House lawn, and dropping docs on the deep state, and then Trump gets to ascend his throne. I mean, they're still waiting for that. Commenter says, donut economics, commie style of life they're trialing in parts of Europe. Could it be a link to the Vax donuts? Yeah, when you look at the picture, or the pictures of these people taking the vaccines in exchange for a donut, you know, that's, I look at that picture, I'm like, that's got to be some kind of, there's a deeper meaning to this donut thing. Not quite sure what. I mean, I don't put it past some people, I guess, but I mean, the coercion that goes into this is pretty pathetic, but I think that's another thing to be optimistic about. I think you should be plenty optimistic about the fact that nobody's kicking down anybody's doors. Nobody's forcing anybody. It's an opt-in, and the best they can do is offer you sweet things. Like, that doesn't sound like oppression to me. It really doesn't. It doesn't even sound all that threatening. Like, honestly, I don't feel threatened at this moment. So maybe I'm not a truther or whatever. It just seems like more and more what often seems to define people who are seeking the truth is this threat. And I don't think I feel any kind of a threat, especially not from space junk. A couple more things I wanted to bring up. So I mentioned how Daunte Wright was put on the ground at 147. His mother reiterates that number several times. 147 is the name of a documentary about the twin bombings in 1968, which I contend symbolically connects to this Twin Cities event. Now, the number 147 showed up in my search results again because that's the number of Republicans who voted to overturn the election. So the significance here, it's about the schism. 147 Republicans in Congress voted to overturn the 2020 election. So again, 147 who were ostensibly in favor of, according to the media's view, the insurrection. 147, they put this kid on the ground. And you know, like with George Floyd, they use these numbers in very coded and symbolic ways. So I'm waiting for 147 to show up on t-shirts and on hats and on masks. Like if you want to make some money on Teespring, 147's the new 846. So for 147 who to be the number in this, I think it's pretty consistent in terms of this view of this broader story and not a coincidence, in other words. I found an article here. I'm still digging, so at the moment it's just a rumor. But the rumor is that Greta is pen pals with the Unabomber, who right now I believe he's 78 years old. So here's an article, Children of Ted, 2 decades after his last deadly act of eco-terrorism, the Unabomber has become an unlikely prophet to a new generation of acolytes. And I'm not surprised by any of this, but according to this article, apparently Greta Thunberg was somewhat motivated by some of his better ideas. I mean, probably not the bombing thing. If you believe any of this is true. Personally, I don't, and I am going to dig into this. I have some articles by Michael Hoffman, who wrote Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare. He has a great breakdown of the Unabomber event, and he does what we do. He does a metascript analysis. He really does, and he was showing these parallels between these various bombing attacks, blowing up these. He was against a couple of things, parallel computing, something that was relevant to the movie Jurassic Park that was out at the time. So you had these connections between Jurassic Park, the Unabomber bombings. Very interesting stuff. I'm going to have to find that article and I'll bring it up tomorrow. Mainly because Jurassic Park is also in the news again, because Elon Musk's business partner in the Neuralink thing believes that he can bring back dinosaurs. I mean, that's establishment science for you. You know, it's totally science fiction. Dinosaur bones on the moon, bringing back dinosaurs, creating a park. I mean, it's literally the fact that they can convince people of anything if they saw it on the screen first. Like the TV, some kind of magical device that manifests anything. Infinite Plane Radio, does it surprise you to learn that Greta Thunberg is totally standing for the Unabomber?
Not at all. Not at all.
So, are you the one in the chat that you said you're going to call about the NEOM thing?
Yes, yes. I did want to touch upon that just because I thought it was kind of inconsequential. However, the chat was the show tonight was a little intense, and I thought maybe this would be interesting and perhaps lighten the mood a little bit. Interesting, though. Interesting research on this topic. I don't know how familiar you are with this, the Saudi Arabia plans on this, but initially the thing that really caught my attention was how they wanted to have robot dinosaurs, which I found really interesting with all the dinosaur stuff going on right now, and how they want to have a fake moon, want to do cloud seeding because it's going to be in the desert, just touching on all of these things. It's pretty out there, this future city that they want to do.
So I'm unfamiliar with it. If you could give me the basics. So what is NEOM how far back does this go? You said they've already.
Well, what they claim the name comes from is Neos. The first part of it comes from Neos, the Neo part, Neos. That's the Greek for new, and then the M they claim comes from a word that I can't pronounce or spell. It's all available to look up online, but it's a Arabic word that means future. So basically, it translates to new future.
I see that.
It's all based around, wanting to have a smart city. There's articles that have come out recently this year, January, February, and March of this year, mainstream news. So that's why I'm a little suspect about all of this. But it is interesting, though. They want to have this fake moon that's going to illuminate the skies at night. The cloud seeding, it's all based upon how we need to have this new future. We can't have all this stuff. We can't pollute. We have to save the earth and whatever. But they also talk about, monitoring. They talk about genetic modification that the scientists are going to do with the people. I mean, there's a lot of information to look at. It's pretty out there, like everything they want to do. But when they first came up with this, they presented it in 2017. They're still not too far along with it. They're going to have the Hyperloop tunnels, underground. Everything's going to be run by the AI, they claim. One of the more recent articles suggested it will be a cognitive city, which I found interesting. And it just seemed like it lined up with a lot of stuff that's going on right now with the space, the dinosaurs, the tunnels, everything else. And then the final thing was the size is 33 times the size of New York City. So I found that interesting too. Plus House of Sod, that's one of the bigger money groups that there are, the top 4 or 5 that we know of.
Well, this
So I found all that very interesting.
yeah, this quite literally ties into everything that I've been talking
Yeah,
about.
that's
and all
why
I
I found.
suspect.
That's why I was like, "What?" Down to the dinosaurs. I was like, there was an article Wall Street Journal put out because apparently they're the ones that got their hands on all this stuff, and everyone has to refer to them as a source. So take that as you will.
No,
But
this is great. I
it was
mean,
just
Hyperloop.
amazing to me the way it all lined up. It was just like, what on earth? Yeah, they say they're gonna have ones that are for trains and one are for some kind of cars. They say their taxis are gonna be drone taxis. Everything else will be on foot. There's so many articles that have come out since 2017 on this that touch on more of the tech, some touch on more of the fanciful things, but just all of it. I just couldn't believe, like, when I was reading this from 2019 and they're like, oh, talking about literally everything we've been talking about. I just found that bizarre, but also interesting. And like I said,
Okay, let's talk
something
about
fun
this.
to talk about.
Fake moons. So, like, let's say you have a city
Yeah.
that's the size that you're saying. Like, you have a Mars simulated base or whatever. If you could fake a moon, you could fake Phobos and Deimos. You could fake the moons of Saturn or whatever, and you could even adjust the trajectory with your screen on the sky. I mean, you could really simulate, if you have that ability, you could simulate space travel with the hyperloops. So this is what I've been saying. The tech's already here.
This is why it's interesting, because this is something they're claiming that they want to do above ground, So knowing how technology goes and the kind of stuff we know about versus what exists, it's kind of like, okay, so who knows what they've done underground, if they're talking about doing this above, just saying.
Exactly. That's kind of what my thinking was. They probably already started doing this with the Gulag system years ago, so they already have Martians underground terraforming, and eventually they'll be brought to the surface. But I mean, I kind of thought that would be the case.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that completely. That sounds right to me. I think that right now this is like the prep for it, and it's just weird how, like, all this, I mean, I'm like, what, the robot dinosaurs? Why do out of all the things, you're creating a fanciful, like, why that? And why include that in the news story? And why all these things with the dinosaur bones, the moon? I mean, that stuff's ridiculous. That anyone would believe that is just insane to me. But, after 2020 and everything that I've witnessed with, the COVID stuff, like, I guess I can't be surprised anymore, like, what people will believe. It's bizarre to me that people could, but hey, cognitive dissonance.
Yes, and this is all tying in, like I've been talking about Elon Musk. Even though he acts like Tony Stark, he was also trying to appropriate the persona of Gene Wilder and Willy Wonka. He even bought Willy Wonka's house. But the story of the Charlie Factory is they go in the tunnel like a hyperloop to another world where there's all these people who've been genetically shrunk down.
And then, like, the escape pod is like when they go at the end through their glass elevator that takes them up into the sky, and they can go any direction.
Exactly. It goes right into space travel.
Yeah.
Fascinating connections with these characters.
Yep,
it's all
got
story.
The pods, it's got everything. It doesn't. I don't think there's dinosaur references anywhere that I can figure out in the original Willy Wonka. But I can't figure out why they're doing all this dinosaur stuff right now. Like on the surface, it's like okay and all this, and getting kids used to things being fake and all. I get all that, but it seems like, well, that's always been there. We've noticed that that's been there for a long time, but there seems to be something else going on with the dinosaur stuff right now. I just haven't figured out what it is.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. It is very conspicuous.
I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but presuppositions to what it could be.
Well, the thing about the dinosaurs, yeah, there's got to be something to it. The references to it in the ridiculous idea that the dinosaurs were flung to the moon bodily I just won't be surprised by anything. Not quite sure what they're doing, but they're definitely suggesting that they have the power to create these things. And to me, that's the main thing. They claim that they can do this. And maybe they can convince people.
Well, the best, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I understand what they do at the theme parks and all this different stuff. And they're kind of trying to suggest with this new modern future city, that it's going to be something like that. But if it's a future city, why would you need to have something that already exists now, animatronic dinosaurs, like as if it's a theme park? And it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, like why you would incorporate that and why that would be something in the story, that has to be pointed out, and then to say, 33 times the size of New York. It's like, well, what is this about? I don't know if it's all just propaganda, meta script stuff, or if it's truly like a prep, like a mind prep for what they believe that they can achieve, maybe in the next 20 years or so. By the time they can do it, like they'll have everyone mentally on board for it. But I don't really understand why, unless it's just like we're going to create dinosaurs, through, robotics, AI, through technology. We will actually create them, and therefore they will somehow be real,
I've heard,
a God complex sort of thing.
I've actually heard Michio Kaku. He was talking about terraforming Mars, and he even discussed the idea of bringing back dinosaurs in order to help with the terraforming process because of their methane, like cows, they actually discussed this before. In all seriousness, they do. But I look at the propaganda.
No, I believe you. I'm just listening to it.
But look, so
the tone.
the Mars propaganda, though, I look at it. It looks like communist propaganda, where you have these people in spacesuits, where they idealize this agrarian lifestyle. Nothing wrong with being a farmer, but the idea of being a farmer underneath a protective dome in a protective suit, where you have a clear shield where you used to have a face. It looks like they're getting us used to being insects in hives. A space communism, I think, is the end goal.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with that 100%. I think that's spot on.
Space communism, yep.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, space communism, in other words, they have to mentally prepare us for that. And they're preparing people for utopianism. And I think this Neo City you're bringing up, they're going to sell it as progress, like Jetsons, even though it might be some kind of slavery.
They are. That's why it's interesting that you started the conversation with Greta, because that's exactly where I feel like this is going. If this is real and not some sort of bizarre joke on, conspiracy theorists, like we'll just lump all this together, tell them we're going to make a city, just drive them nuts. I mean, I just can't believe that they've got, they literally, like you said, covering all the bases of everything we've been hitting on lately. It just blew my mind when I read this article, which sucks because it's behind a paywall, so it's tricky. But like I said, it was from 2019. That's when they really were going on about all of this stuff. They didn't really obviously specify how they plan on accomplishing, the fake moon. And why they even need one. Let's see. They said it'll illuminate the place at night, and then they said that the place that they're going to have for their transportation, this whole area, they've now since this past year, I think, started to call it the line. That's what they're going to call it. Which I'm like, out of all the names, why did the line? I guess if you're drawing a line, right, between the past and the future, like the old ways, the new ways. I don't know what it means.
I think so. I think we're looking at the construction of Truman Show. I used to call them planetations, where it's basically you think you're on a different planet, like the Truman Show. It's a massive construct, like a theme park. I mean, look at pictures of Walt Disney hanging out with Von Braun.
That is literally how they advertise the idea of this. But that's what's so weird. It's like we already have Disney theme parks, So it's like, what do we, I mean, it's got to be something better than what we have if it's going to be some top destination for people to go to. But they're also talking about, like I said, the cloud seeding. They're like, this is going to be we're going to focus on cloud seeding. We're going to have tons of rain. We're going to have the best, they're probably going to have all crazy GMO crops and whatever else they're going to do, you know. I mean, they said they want to have absolute surveillance over everything, but somehow that's going to make everyone's lives better, and they go through. I mean, there's plenty of articles to read there. It's actually pretty interesting what they're claiming, and the way, like, the utopianistic, you know, attitude they present it with, even though it's like the very, you know, what do they call that, when you're living in the, I can't think of it, but it's basically like, yeah, you're like in a safe little dome thing. Oh, that reminds me, while I'm actually on the line, there's this movie I've been trying to think about, and maybe other listeners can help me with this because I'm not sure what it is, that I saw a long time ago, just kind of like a rerun old sci-fi movie. I think it was from the 70s. And it was about like a community of people who were living in, like, they had everything. They had just plenty of fresh fruit, all kinds of food, all this stuff. But they weren't supposed to question anything, you know, about, they were just supposed to, you know, buy into everything, what people were saying, believe what they told them, how it was, or whatever else. And they talked about, like, how they, you know, they had this God or whatever, but, like, the, you know, like, that the God was bad and they had to, you know, get rid of it. But a certain amount of people were thinking, or we're being lied to. So they end up, not to spoiler alert or whatever, but they end up going and finding this like machine kind of statue thing. It looks like more like a statue than a machine, I suppose. Up on this hill or mountaintop kind of thing. They figure out how to turn it back on. It turns out to be like an AI, you know, like the ultimate AI that apparently people had figured out how to turn off, and then they went back to just living, you know, kind of on the land, just real normal, but somehow they had an abundance of everything, which was never quite explained. But they turned it back on, saying, "Oh, you guys turned this off, tried to keep the answers from us." But once they turned it back on, then it was like, you know, the answer is, you know, that humans are bad and humans have to go, basically.
Such a reoccurring theme, but this AI thing, and you brought up how it connects to this NEOM thing, the NEOM, where...
Yeah, because there's a whole article about how this is going to be a cognitive city. And I thought, cognitive city, what an interesting way to put it.
Right, exactly. And one other thing about this too, it reminds me of Demolition Man, where it's set in the future and you have this clean, sterile city, very high tech, where there is this AI kind of presence where if you cuss or you swear, Sylvester Stallone does this, you get these tickets that just get printed out, right? Because the speaker heard you say something. So all of this enforcement of laws and rules, it's done by this total surveillance. But outside of the smart city, it's like the dark ages, and everybody's dirty and unwashed and unvaxxed. And I think that's one of the images they've telegraphed for the future, is that you can opt in to the good life. You can get your vax, you can worship AI.
Exactly. Yes, 100%. Yep.
So you got to opt in, or you can stay with the...
That's exactly what they're doing.
And look at the word like heathen, you know, to refer to, or, you know, pagan, heathen. These are terms that usually refer to the people of the heath, the people who weren't going into the cities.
That reminds me, in the term that this word they're using, this neom, if that's how it's even pronounced. I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. But in the Hebrew, there's a word for that in Hebrew, but in Hebrew it means, whereas like what they're saying is they took it from two different languages and it means something good, right? You got this. So the beginning is Greek, the end is Arabic, and it's a letter based on, you know, like it means something good, supposedly. That's how they're marketing the thing. But in the Hebrew, there is a word for it. It's not like a hybrid of different things. It's a word, and the word is very negative in Hebrew. It means like devil, demon, you know, evil, bad person. Again, you can look all this up for the specifics. But I thought that was kind of interesting too, that you would take something that like was a literal word and like create a word that meant the exact opposite. But I guess I shouldn't be surprised at that. You know, I mean, everything's so backwards, inside out, upside down, mirrored. I mean,
Right.
It's a huge mess to work through, but I feel like we're really getting somewhere with this, honestly, and I'm really grateful to everybody that participates in the conversation, no matter where anyone's coming from, because I really think everybody's got to put their heads together, put their differences aside, try to figure this out.
Yes, I'm really looking at this as a puzzle, and that's why I put up the metascript.com, because I feel like we're putting together a puzzle and people are constantly bringing pieces that do create, I think, a clearer image of this big picture. Like someone pointed out that HAL 9000, each letter in HAL from Space Odyssey 2001 is one letter off from IBM. So H, move that to I, move A to B, move L to M, IBM. Interesting little point, but I wouldn't be able to find all this nuance without all these researchers out there.
Yeah, it's too complicated. I mean, whatever this is, whatever you call it, the meta script, call it, whatever, the plan, the agenda, whatever it is, it's complicated, and it's well designed, it's well thought out, it's layered, and that it's too hard for one person. That's the one thing that's kind of really awesome about technology, even though they're trying to use it to, put us in cages, control us, brainwash us, etc. A lot of negative things that are easy for people to see. But we also need to be reminded sometimes that we are still able to use the technology, for our benefit to do what we're trying to do, kind of dispel this sort of thing.
Exactly.
And at the end of the day, sanity is an important thing. It's highly underrated. It's a word that's just thrown around. But if you're not sane, if one is not sane, that kind of affects everything. So the idea that it's something to minimize, I don't think it is.
Right, and the
so many people are seeing through this and they don't know where to go. But they know something's not right. They know something's confusing. They're seeing things. They're feeling things. People are coming from all kinds of places, and people arrive from, some people focus on numbers. Some people maybe are more intuitive. Some people, focus on literature. Some people on movies, whatever. It doesn't matter. Everything's needed. Everything is needed because this is complicated to work out and work through. And I appreciate IPS. I appreciate everybody here and everything that everybody does.
Yeah, likewise. I appreciate all the callers and chatters because it is true. We would be in the dark without this. And it's certainly the case, I think, too, that if it wasn't for a few key events, like let's say, for example, Sandy Hook, we would still be in the dark about a lot of things. And so I think we're very fortunate that we've been actively engaged in deconstructing this thing and not falling for too many of the diversions and rabbit trails.
Yes, exactly. It's important, I think, for people who are looking to try to figure out what the truth is and everything, that they have somewhere to turn to try to figure that out. They don't have to know anything. They don't have to be an expert on anything. They just have to be looking. Eyes to see, ears to hear, all that, and really have it, because everything out there is really trying to manipulate people in every way, shape, and form possible. They know how to do it. They know exactly what they're doing when they're doing what they're doing. They know exactly the results they're trying to get. I just couldn't believe that they were as successful as they were. I had a little more faith. I really did. I had a little more faith in people. But fear is a huge is a huge control factor, and people tend to kind of get foggy, when they're in these, I think you mentioned before, these heightened states of emotion, that you can really use to control people. They know this, so I try to not be fearful. Comments from earlier with the nano. I feel like nano is like the boogeyman. I call it boogie nano. Like it's a scare thing. I know that there's a lot of shenanigans going on in medicine and science. I just haven't really seen any evidence of the nano the way people are talking about it. So I'm not really scared of it. I do pay attention to it in case there is something ever, like, that comes out that is concrete that I can go, aha. But until that happens, I'm not going to flip out about it. I think the main thing that really is going on right now is a battle in the mind, a battle for mental control. Because once you have the mental control, the physical is easy. I think they learned that a long time ago, hundreds of years ago. I think they knew that when they developed the United States. The United States is, founded on Freemasonry. I mean, who are we kidding here? I mean, George Washington was a Freemason by all accounts. I mean, if you want to pick and choose historical records on what to believe, I mean, go ahead, but I've not seen any evidence that that's not true.
I think you're right about this nano thing. I find it strange that someone could say, I don't believe in that invisible thing. That's laughable. It's not real. But I fear this one. It's like, why don't we just not fear the invisible or the intangible things that we have no evidence for until we have evidence?
And even then, I wouldn't recommend fearing it because, I would hesitate to recommend that would be a good idea for anyone. Fear should be like something that is just an inevitable result of an immediate circumstance, not something, pre-wired,
Right.
We have it in us, as organic creatures. We have, a fight or flight response. They just know how to trigger that in people. They meaning whoever, is running this Metascript.
Yes, I believe that they know primal fears. I think they know that we are on some level programmed to have a healthy respect and fear of the sky and to read it very closely. And so it's like when they give us threats, vague threats of global warming or asteroids or even the big one coming from the sky or aliens, intervention from a divine source or aliens. This is all, I think, tapping into some basic need for shelter and your shelter being threatened or your
Yeah, it's primal. It's a primal thing that we have. And they know it. They've studied us for so long. I mean, everybody knows they've been studying us. People go back to, the Nazis and all the studies they were doing. They came over, and they continued their studies. Everyone knows the studying on the mentally ill. They use they use the military for their studies. They use any kind of person, a horrible health situation. We'll help you. They're studying them. There's no true generosity in science and medicine. There's always an ulterior motive. So you're going to gather data.
Yes, I would call
the
it...
one thing that I don't have evidence for, sorry, go ahead, please.
Well, honestly, weaponized anthropology is the term that I found prior to the Nazis, the OSS, weaponized anthropology, where they learned everything about us as though they were an alien species looking at man, and then how to infiltrate and control from the bottom up.
Yes, that is how they view us, though. I mean, a combination of that, and now that they've got that down well enough, they feel like they've pretty much locked us into whatever. And now we're getting the insect kind of thing, and the grouping, the hive mind, because they've already got all that other stuff together. The mask thing, I agree with you, it's not going away. I wish it was. I don't see that to be the case. In Michigan, for example, as of today, CDC is like, hey, you need to lock down your state. Now, the governor in Michigan, my state, she's been a little tyrannical, compared to other states. They've locked us down pretty good. However, she's refusing to do it. She's going against the CDC, saying, we just need more vaccines. Yeah, we give us more vaccines, and even the CDC came out and made a statement today saying, well, vaccines, that shouldn't be your solution. You don't want to wait for vaccines to actually work. I'm like, well, that's the opposite of what you're touting, but okay, So they're saying, lockdown. She's saying no more vaxes or whatever. And, for everyone to do their part, AKA wear a mask and shut the F up,
Yes, that's what it comes down to. Yes, the mask is there. It's also part of coercing you. against spreading misinformation. So it's not just the virus that comes out of your mouth, but it's the words they're trying to get you to filter.
Yes, it's also very dehumanizing psychologically. That's a big part of it that's highly underestimated, I think. They've studied that a lot, and they know what it does to depersonalize and dehumanize. And those things are required to kind of create this mass consciousness. That's why they're doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's part of robotizing us. And now we have more familiarity with faces that smile on the screen and laugh at approved jokes and scowl at the things you're not
Yeah,
supposed to
because those
approve.
are the only faces you get to see, you know, are the
Exactly.
ones on television, you know, so that's where, to draw you further into that reality. It's all by design. They want you looking at the screens. That's where they want you to get your reality from. It's, I mean, I wish this wasn't the case, but, and I don't want to sound negative or anything, but you know, they really are. They really are. And you know, interesting, this idea of taking control back. Well, that suggests that we want to have control. To take it back, not take it back. What kind of control did we have to begin with to take back? Would be my first question. My second question on that would be, well, what kind of control would you want to have? Because as far as I can tell, no one can control anything, period, outside of themselves, period. Anything else is like a maybe.
Right. I
But
see what you mean.
there's no, you know, like, you really can only control you. And if you choose to not fall for all this stuff, then, you know, you choose to not believe it, you choose to not, you know, happily be in your little gilded cage, then you do have control. You just will it to be, you know. I feel like people think there's some outside unobtainable thing to get back, and I feel like it causes a lot of conflict and fighting when everything we need is like we have it already. We just have to, you know, allow it to be. But it's in us, you know. If we choose to feel controlled or we're controlled, there are certain specific things, but I'm talking more conceptually, if you understand me.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I
Obviously,
mean,
you don't have control over, okay, I can't be in the store if I don't wear a mask, like very specific things. But I'm talking overall this concept of I don't have control, and it's like you can take control anytime you want. Just
yeah,
say,
let me give you an example. Last year there was the lockdowns were starting, and my first response was, you know, instead of, you know, getting your AR-15 and sitting on your MREs in the basement waiting for doomsday, I said, just declare yourself essential, get a press pass, and see what's happening. And so I gave out press passes because it was just like the lockdown was always a matter of opting in.
yeah, I do appreciate your creative solutions. I really do, and they're feasible. So.
And it's the attitude
that
thing.
was a good idea. I'll probably get one at some point. And I encourage others to do the same. I mean, all we can really do, if we're worried about not having control, like, hey, like, you know, like, let's do what we can, and that'll make us feel, you know, in a semblance of control, if that's what we're looking for. I don't really like the terminology control, because I would think, you know, I mean, control. People can't, in general, control themselves, you know.
Yeah, to
So,
me, it's really about,
um,
like, I recognize now that the technocrats, the elite, whatever, the capstoners, they more or less dominate what the world is going to experience. Like, the dominant worldview comes through
yeah,
them.
and they're creating these arguments that otherwise wouldn't even exist without this script that people are buying into, you know, like it requires the belief in all of this. If you kind of escape it, then you're kind of as free as you could possibly be as far as that goes.
But
other than that, you know.
But you can't escape
I'm sorry, go ahead.
but you can't escape the believers. Like, you can escape their beliefs.
No,
But you can't
well,
escape
you
them.
could try, but you'd really be nomadic life, you know. That's probably, you know, if you can figure out how to hunker down, get some land, live off the land. You really have the true way that seems to be possible still, is to literally leave. You really kind of have to leave society, or you cannot escape, as you said, the believers.
Well, there was a movie called.
Most people aren't willing to do that, and it's not practical.
There was a movie called Shaun of
But
the
it is
Dead.
possible.
In Shaun of the Dead, it's a zombie movie, and these characters are going through an area where it's full of zombies, and they realize they're going to die. So what do? They pretend to be zombies. And that's what you can always do. You can always it's so easy just to fit in if you have to.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. In that case, it's very life and death, and I think that makes it very simple. I think in a day-to-day, people don't really see it in that intense of a light, and they think, well, I don't want to be fake, or I don't want to lie, or I don't want to be a liar. I don't want to do anything false. I don't want to do things I don't believe in, and all of that is great, if you feel strongly about it, but you can't feel strongly about it and then also complain about kind of the consequences that come with that. I think everyone's kind of been on this earth long enough to know if you don't play ball, if you're not like if you set yourself out there different than than the people around you, nature even indicates, you'll be made an example of. You can see that in nature. You can see it in baboons. A lot of the monkey, you can see it in the prides with the cats. I mean, it's something that really just truly exists. The reasons it exists, I don't think biologically line up with how we actually live. And so that kind of creates a lot of problems where people don't understand where a lot of these emotions come from. Because what we actually deal with that creates those emotions aren't the same life and death scenarios. We really have it pretty good. And the problem is when you start getting it so good, compared to how horrible life could be, if you like living in the United States for how horrible it could be, we're not living in huts. We're not drinking muddy water. Mind you, we're drinking water with lead, but, you can't really, it's like you can't have it both ways. You got to figure out where you're going to fight, how you're going to fight, and realize that, hey, this is a fight, and, you got to be ready for the battle if you're going to go into it.
Yeah,
And
look,
they really try to make it hard for everybody, which is why I think it's good that you're on YouTube. I think it's good that you're trying to be on as many platforms as possible. I don't see why you would want to do it any other way,
and look,
get locked into anything.
It's a mind thing. I think people get, like I said earlier about distractions, like people think that this is a war against Bill Gates, or it's a war against nanobots that are going to change your DNA. It's a war against this or that specter on the screen. But I think it's a war against something more abstract, which is coercion to conform. I think it's definitely a mind war.
Yes.
And it's a question of, well, do you want to
Yes.
conform to the technocratic vision and the dystopic future, or do you want to conform to your own vision? And I think that's what the best we can do as far as this idea of taking power back. It's not about control. I think it's about controlling your own greatest resource, which is time, your own time, and where do you focus it?
Yes, absolutely. Because even though people say time is a construct and they can have the argument about time manipulation, when it comes to one's own time, the only person that can do the manipulating is yourself. So, use your time wisely. We're all going to die at some point, let's live. How about that? Let's live now the best we can, and whatever may come down the line, we'll deal with it when it comes up.
Right. I appreciate that. That's why I'm always questioning future scenarios, doomsday scenarios, because it's a distraction from what you could be doing right now. And again, it's like you don't really have any power if you squander all your time fussing over what's on the TV screen. And the new thing is
Right, because part of
asteroids.
the mind bat. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And the new thing is asteroids. And I think we might be the only people on the internet who know it's a hoax in advance.
Well, there's a reason Atari, made Asteroids. One of the first games. I mean, this has been coming for a long time. It's just a matter of can we go back far enough and point out the things so people can really see it in a tangible way, not opinions, not I feel like this or I'm worried about this. Those things may be valid and they may be true for those individuals, but it doesn't further along what we're trying to do, I think, which is something a little more tangible, a little more logical, especially because the demonization that's going on with quote unquote conspiracy theorists, which I don't even think that that's what we do, honestly. I don't think so. The way everyone's getting demonized, if you question anything, you're labeled, it's looked at as all very bad, and it's also now you're crazy too, or you're a terrorist, or I mean, it's so overboard, whatever. But it requires, if you stay silent, then that narrative wins. And that's why it's important not to stay silent, regardless of the efforts to silence people who are trying to have these conversations.
Well, I can say that
because there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to.
Well, speaking for this channel, if you look back 2017, 2018, we've aggregated a lot of really great minds, creative thinkers, a lot of great people, and they've aggregated because of our approach to analyzing real versus fake in the media, in the world, and in history. So we're unraveling and actually putting together things, reconstructing reality together as a project here. And what we're doing, I think, is more akin to film analysis, perhaps, than political speech. So I think we can stay above the censorship zone as long as we keep it along these lines. And I don't intend to turn this channel into an advocacy point for some politician or anything like that, or a cause. No, we're going to keep it open like this. And I appreciate you calling in and sharing your thoughts on all this stuff.
Yeah, thanks for taking the time. Sorry that was a little long. I didn't mean to be on for so long, but yeah, I just thought it was really interesting on the future city stuff. Hopefully, some people will do some Google stuff on that and just kind of look into it. It's pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that to my
thanks
attention.
For the time
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
all right.
yeah,
well, have a good night,
Yeah, you too.
everybody, and I'll be listening.
Okay,
Right.
have a great night. We appreciate you bringing this up, this Neo-M. This is all very much consistent with what we've been researching. And someone brought up, based on that, the movie The Island from 2005. Says it's about a character who struggles to fit into the highly structured world in which he lives. Isolated in a compound, he learns the compound inhabitants are clones used for organ harvesting, as well as for surrogates for wealthy people who live in the outside world. He attempts to escape. This idea of a two-tiered system, and obviously dystopian, it even opens up here. This dystopian community is governed by a strict set of rules. The residents are told that the outside world has become contaminated, too contaminated to support life, with the exception of this particular island. This is 100% what we're looking at. It's an establishment of like a new class, the vaxxed and the unvaxxed, the saved and the unsaved. Earlier tonight, I brought up the instance with the volcano eruption last week, or this week, and the significance there. That the vaxxed are given seats on the boats to escape the island, but the unvaxxed are left to suffer the lake of fire, the lava. Very powerful psychodrama. Also, something else I wanted to bring up really quick here. We're talking about long-term planning by the technocrats. There is a 10,000-year clock that Jeff Bezos had built on one of his properties at I think it's Sierra Diablos Mountains. So it's a 10,000-year clock. So time pertains to Saturn, death, all these various archetypes, and we're always talking about the symbolism, right? Well, check this out. It just turns out to be the case that Jeff Bezos' 10,000-year clock costed him $42 million. So here's another example of where the number 42 is connected with these space agencies and their worship of time control, Saturn, the cycles of life and death. Even the meta script, the control over the script is about control over time, manipulation of history, faking news and putting it in the history books, fabricating people, fabricated fake, deep faked personas inserted into the historical record. That's all time control. And I think that all falls under the purview of Saturn, the god of death, the god of time, the harvest, death, rebirth. All these things fall into this agrarian, agricultural deity. But it's all about the cycles, the harvest, the reaper. So I don't think it's a coincidence that Bezos has a 10,000-year clock and that it's costing him $42 million. Probably not a coincidence. Just another thing to add into the meta script, another thing that totally fits the pattern, especially with these particular characters. Want to see if there's anything else that I've glossed over tonight. I'm going to follow up on a number of these subjects that were brought up tonight, this concept of cognitive cities, all this utopianism. Definitely worth examining closely. I am going to be live tomorrow morning very early, so if any of you are up in about 7 hours or so, I'm going to be discussing a book called Beneath the Veil by Micah Dank. And I'm going to give away a copy tomorrow, just a heads up. I'm going to be giving away a signed copy, so you will want to subscribe so you don't miss this. Something else, this is the New World Order religion, as we've been saying, and it's an amalgamation of all the religions. And I said that, I've been saying for a while, that what they're creating with this monolithic worldview, and the term monolith, I've been using that term, it's going to be a religion that all religions can fall beneath. So they all differ, Christian, Jew, Muslim, atheist, on what is and what isn't a sin, and how you get rid of these sins. They all differ on these things. So you couldn't get them all to agree on a singular vision of what sin is until the virus. They all agree on the virus and how to get rid of it, how to be saved from it. They all agree on this particular injectable communion, on this form of salvation. So it is noteworthy, I think, that Mecca right now, Saudi Arabia, they are putting restrictions on it. And the restrictions are basically vaxxed only. So you've got to be saved by science before you could be saved by God. Just an interesting point, though, isn't it? How all of these various religions are capitulating to the scientific priesthood. Genius move, I would say, by the elite to have framed their old school mind control religions as science and progress. All right, thanks everyone for hanging out tonight. This is The Edge is in Your Mind by Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. I'm going to have a replay of this tomorrow after tomorrow morning's live stream, which I assure you will be interesting. We're going to be discussing the book that I told you about, the book that he wrote, but also the topics that are in the book, and a few characters that you'll probably be interested to hear us discuss. So anyway, no spoilers, just subscribe to the email list and you'll be a part of that tomorrow morning.